You can say hi YouTube if you want, or don't if you don't. That's fine. We are going to dive into the mythical plane, and I just want to know, is old Zwari here? I owe old Zwari a dwarf. But I don't think so. I will wait for old Zwari to tune in. But we're going to dive in. Hi, YouTube, or don't if you don't want. Thanks for following the instructions to a T. What's up, Matthew Zeus? Any tricks except for turning secrets and world gen down to make necromancers not overtake every single world? So, you could disable necromancy. The problem with necromancy is it's brutally overpowered right now, and the villain stuff isn't done, which means necromancy is kind of half of a feature. Necromancy is supposed to be kind of like heavily despised by the living factions, right? They're supposed to be like pushed out by, like, all of the religions and the temples that you see and the religions that form are supposed to be like anti-undead largely, unless there's specifically like a death related religion. So necromancy's kind of in a weird spot right now where it kind of isn't working as intended. So is there any tricks to getting rid of them? Generate younger worlds. But yeah, no, you really just have to turn down secrets. You're hunting down every single trace of necromancy. It's got to be a fun route. So we have a major ghost problem because we're the mountain home. We have the throne. We've dug all the way down to the base of the world. Hello, Captain Walmart. And we are pretty much where we're at, right? But as you can see, there's like a ghost right here. I'm going to spend the next like 20 minutes or so memorializing every single ghost. And after we're done with that, I will turn on the dwarf naming stuff and let you guys pick dwarves. But I'm just going to focus on cleanup for a little bit because we've spent the last like 3 years in this fortress simply trying to become the mountain home. And now that we are the mountain home, it's time to do a little bit of cleanup before we start digging again. And also making the fortress look nicer, making sure every dwarf has a bed and all that stuff. Well, necromancers develop over time if you play long enough world post-world gen. They can't build towers, but yes, they will develop over time. But they cannot construct more towers than have already been constructed. Maltese, hello, Jam Jalopy, good morning. So, like I said, plan for today is we're going to try and just get these dudes memorialized. But I would like to remind everybody that congratulations, this fortress is now a mountain home. Any suggestion of hubris was childish nonsense. The gods surely want you to dig deeper still. So, dodge spoilers. We are pretty deep. Pretty friggin' deep over here. We are pretty goddamn deep. We've dug all the way down to here, and we've mined out the first layer of adamantine, and we're mining out a little bit more. We will keep mining out adamantine today and continue digging through this and continue digging down and do our damnedest to do it safely. We're also going to mine out all of this upper stuff as well and slowly remove all of this. Are you stuck? Or are you going to go dig? You appear to be stuck. What are you digging? You're hungry and thirsty. Can you not get out? How about I pause this? Odd. Useful resources in the spoiler basement? So when you say a spoiler basement, do you mean like the spire that I'm currently digging through or the underworld? Because there's a specific type of stone that's in the underworld. Of course, like, you know, demons. You know, I've been called many things, Bill Tetley, but that's a new one. Bilbid? Bilbid. Blib? Blibdy. I'm Blibdy. Blibdy. Demon Bone, I would say, would be a pretty rare resource. Happy Salt Dwarf has been put to rest, which is good. Is there lava on each map you dug down to, have you dug wide at all? Because you might have just missed it. By a man kill. What's it, like, because if you dug down to layer 130 and it just says, like, you've hit semi-molten rock, yes, you've hit the bottom. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you might have literally just missed it. I also need to build another stairway. All right, so let's check the undead. Adil. Obokkan is a name that we need to fix. Hey, look, Gorlak. Also, we have this Duke of my fortress who's just hanging out here, who apparently needs an opulent throne room, but, like, doesn't live here. He just showed up as a visitor when my Duke died, and I'm a little concerned about this. I'm also kind of considering just, like, opening up the tavern to guests. Why not? Let's do that. What could possibly go wrong? What's the name of that ghost? There's Adil. Ghostly Cook. OBO. I don't know if I already engraved this one. Lab engraved, not memorialized. Okay, so it looks like they are constructing those. Get those made. See if they go away. Make a hard save before the visitors? No. Why would I do that? It's no fun. Besides, I can always remove them once they're here. I can't export grates. Well, that's great. I do need to make arrows, ballista arrows, though. So something else we need to do is I need to wait for the surface to quit being so hot. It's a bit spicy up here right now. I know it doesn't look like it, but believe it or not, that entire bridge is actually under lava right now. What will be stolen first? Oh, nothing of value probably, if I had to bet. You completely forgot about the spicy surface incident? Yep. Same. I did too. Okay, so this dwarf should be dealt with next. Let's double check. Kelte. Kelte, slab engraved. Okay. That's probably this one that's just about to get constructed. Kiddo's building it here. There we go. It's another ghost dealt with. All right, let's see. That's not where the lava is supposed to be, right? This is accurate. The lava is not, in fact, supposed to be there. But I'm in the process of building a side door. We might as well finish this. The lava shouldn't flow in the side door, but you know, if it does, I'm sure it'll be okay, right? It's an impending doom. Well, I don't know if I'd call it impending. More just like general doom. My appearance on the Kit Fox stream was delightful. Well, cheers. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I didn't look at chat much throughout that. I feel like we powered through the topic way faster than we should have. Like, way faster. I'm surprised Sal hasn't built, what's it called? I'm surprised that Sal hasn't constructed any, windmills in this version. Yeah, we did power through it. Yes, powered. Powered. Powered was the theme. So we are going to do raising bridge. That'll be fine, right? The lava's not going to run over it, right? 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 Limited power? It's almost as good as unlimited power. It's starting to dry off. It's not spreading that fast anymore. Can you slow down, lava, please? Stressing me out over here. You're supposed to go down this. Gosh. If we get attacked right now, that'd be mighty awkward. It's one of those, like, this would be a really bad time for a Vile Force of Darkness. Any more ghosts popped up? Doesn't look like it. Certainly doesn't look like it. Have I considered helming a succession fort? Yes, but I don't have anything else to say about that at the moment. I like how people say that, like, ask if I've considered it as if it's, like, this strange concept. It's like, yes, that's definitely something I've thought about. And it's definitely something that'll happen, but like I said, I don't have anything to say about that on that subject right now. Lava doesn't have flow even if it's flowing. Lava physics doesn't operate the same way water physics does. So no, it won't work. Let's just do marble along here. This is going to be my trader's entrance. Over to this. Go. Gorlak? How'd you get in? Huh. Gorlak. Cool. Look at this guy. Bye, Gorlak. It's nice to see you. Wonderful little empathy-heavy critter. The actual shame right now is that, like, Kit Fox isn't selling a, you know, a Gorlak plushie. No, he's leaving. Something's collapsed on the surface. I didn't do it! I definitely didn't do it. Or if it's not safe here, you should probably go home. Totally buy that. Yeah. I mean, happy fire, happy lava, you know, it all comes from the same place. So who am I giving a gift to? Shaisen Fukru. Somebody in chat. Who am I giving a dwarf to? That's just a mountain of cats? Oh, like a rat king, but it's a cat king? Can we see how our dwarves are doing? Yeah, I can run through the named dwarves. A Devilish Potato, Aegis, Almiron, Alter Ego, Apparent Bliss, Artemis, Azrael, Bane, Blue Sandwich, Bob, Butt Kittens, Calcium Crypt, Chaos Ruiner, Cerniv, Claiborne, Cold-Blooded, Daddy Inspector, Delta Brucity, Diamond Destruct, Drop Kick It, Eat Cereal, Festiva, Frazier, Gloves, Green Dude, Hex, Jaden, Jellybelly, Jerry Gord, Joe True, Lonarno, Lightning Roger likes titties. That's hard to say. It throws me off every time. Loam Shag. Lucky Soft. Lyagushka. Mick Jerby. Mayuthal. Napalm Sideburns. Neeks. Nutwick. Pablo Rasta. Piga Watts. 1.21 gigawatts. Ray Britt. Ryan Kitsu. Silent Potatoes. Stone. Talon Arthel. Thold. Transfem. Tredge. Tropic Kami. This list is getting really fucking long. Tropic Kami, the King, Teeth, Tyron Des, Wild Magically, Z29V, Zephyr Cloud, Alban, and then we made it to the bottom. Okay, cool. I don't know what you think I said, but I didn't say that, Claiborne. Can they do a pint glass? Yes, and I'm working on it. But also, when you launch merch, you want to launch with a few items, not a billion items. I'm just saying, this is called marketing. I'm running an independent brand here. Not. In all honesty, so I have a friend of mine named Fog is working on some specific beer-related things. Fog did all of the merch for all the Halcyon Frequency, not all the merch, well, all of the designs for Halcyon Frequency-related things, and is a good friend of mine. So I'm getting him to do some strictly beer-related things. We got a coaster in the works-ish. Look for that stuff in a month and a half or so. I'm not going to drop new stuff like tomorrow, because I don't want to be like, yo, a bunch of new stuff just came out. Also, you guys just bought stuff, so here's more stuff. Already kind of did that to the patrons because patrons got links to stuff before anybody else did. And then like the next day I was like, well, also there's a mug. So hopefully nobody got like mad at that, but yes, I am in fact working on beer related things. Also, Templar wants me to read the last gifts. Do you know who I'm gifting us? Or gifting a dwarf? So Insula is getting a dwarf. What kind of dwarf do you want? Or chat, what kind of dwarf do I give to Insula Sama? What kind of dwarf, chat? And then I will actually, while you guys decide, I'll read the Discord word stories so that we just get everything done in advance. Scrolling down. When was the last day that I streamed? It's on the 28th. This is gonna be a long one. Also about to get hit by an ad. This is great timing. So drink alcohol until thirsty gnome pass, then stop. I don't know how to say that word, so I'm just gonna skip it. Is not long enough. Defenstration is hard if you're windowless. Harvester is ruling the architects. Athens looks for strong rats while cats look for dwarfs. Demolition Man runs on broken dreams but is determined. Dragons ponder orbs ponderously to tell small stories about very scary and cantankerous dwarves. Sometimes before the moon explodes, we collide with angels under bloody swords for seances? I think is how you say that. Tomorrow brings a goblin's invasion with merchandise store products falling into our homes. Unfortunately, money is stupid. I agree. With which wished we washed windshields with washcloths? Dishwashers would wash dishes while Wisterias? Repel zombies and study humans, but not large, soggy socks. Bureaucracy can improve nothing. Tomorrow, but whole tomorrow, yesterday. Okay. All caught up. A proficient lever puller. Okay, how about this? The first dwarf to pull this lever is the dwarf that they get. Did I have a stroke or something? Yes. I don't actually know what that word means, so I will simply believe you, Wanderlust. Is that how you it's funny now that like I'm reading it in chat. It's like I know what a wisteria is. I'm not that dumb. I swear. Okay, well, I need to remove some of this lava. So I'm going to dig through this corner here and just let it flow out. Hopefully it doesn't torch the dwarf who does that. Or actually, you know, we're full chaotic dumb in this playthrough. So why don't I just like... So I could do this the smart way, right? The smart way would just be to actually build drainage. The dumb way is to just do this. And just let the lava flow out the back and maybe dig a trench here and just let it flow into the trench or something. It's like our overflow trench. That seems fine. All right, so isn't connected yet. I'm just waiting for this to get connected, and then I'll pull it twice. And the first dwarf to pull it is the one that Sama gets. That should be fine. Oh yeah, that'll be fine. Yes, I studied history politics. It looks like one of those words that people use to make themselves sound smart. So what are we doing today, Tropic Communist? We are doing the normal dwarfy things, but we are the mountain home now. So instead of focusing on digging deeply initially, we are focusing on other less deep related things. Initially. Sizzletongs smells great. I mean, we have 3,636 meals, foodstuffs, so that's, yeah, it probably smells awesome, I would say. Although it probably smells a lot like burning. I don't know what lava smells like, but whatever lava smells like, probably that. All right, so... I was going to say, are any of these dwarves going to die in this process? One did. So there goes Jaden. Man, I feel bad about that one. Rest in peace, Jaden.
Bring out your dead.
What was your last name? Oh, that was 2. Back up there, dwarf. Okay, we'll just make them back up. Just let it leak. Smells like sulfur? Okay, so this whole fortress smells like rotten eggs. Good to Good to know. Good to know. Wintersy, thanks for converting that sub to a tier 1. Cheers.
Is that interesting?
What the heck happened while you was away? The lava got a little bit enthusiastic. What did Blue Sandwich say here? Okay. So the person who goes by Transfem in Twitch chat used to go by a different username. And when they went by a different username, I nicknamed them Thesaurus Hex because they used to just like grab a thesaurus and then go into the word stories and just add words that no normal human being would ever use for any logical reason outside of just trying to trip me up. And yeah, I just felt like that you just reminded me of that. Because it was just like, I'm sorry, what the fuck was just what I would say and then just like skip it half the time. She hasn't done that so much as of late, but still every now and again, if there's like an absurdly long, weird word, it's probably Transfem using it. You respect it? Me too! Doesn't change the fact that it just makes me go, I'm sorry, what the fuck? Half the time. Just waiting for this mechanism to get installed. It's taking a little while to get this dwarf named, unfortunately. Well, at least they're working on that. Dwarf got bit by a cave spider. That's a shame. What are you upset here, dwarf? Suffered a major injury and you're stressed. What was your major injury? Left lung and lung tissue has been stitched. Well, that's good. Oh, her left lower back teeth are gone. That's a pretty major injury. How do you feel about listening to poetry? Actually, do we have any guests? Now that I've opened up the tavern. Nope. Just uninvited guests, and then the Duke of Sizzletongs, Rag Umbra banner. I've spilled some lava outside. Yeah, I know I spilled the hot sauce, okay? It's not my fault. I'm sorry that I spilled the hot sauce. How you doing, Tekken? Also, mods, can I get a shout out for Tekken, please? I'm sure you already know who Tekken is. Could that dwarf get into the military if they pull the lever? You know what's actually going to happen is the dwarf that pulls the lever is going to be named already. Actually, here's an idea. Let's just get this. Let's just pull this lever. And the dwarf that pulls this lever can be the dwarf that you get. Because this one's taking too long to set up. I feel like Armok approves of almost anything that fits within normal dwarven ethics. It's Jelly Belly, but baby is unnamed, so you're getting Jelly Belly's baby. Well, blood can be ethical. You're content remembering being near a waterfall, delighted after watching a performance, and interested after watching a performance. He is given to rough and tumble brawling, even to the point of starting fights for no reason. I'll bet you your mom loves you. What a first line. You finally made it to a live stream. Well, hello-ness. To the point of starting fights for no reason, tends to hold on to grievances, and he is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he could be considered rude. What actually are your words? Damamba. Damaba. He is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this since he values friendship and he lives a fast-paced life and he could be considered rude. He's moved by art and natural beauty and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He enjoys the company of others and he has a greedy streak and he can handle stress. This would actually be a great military dwarf. He prefers to present himself modestly and he tends to trust others and he is grateful when others help him out, and he tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others. He dreams of raising a family and he values artwork and doesn't care about nature one way or another, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. He likes horn silver, rose gold, and praise opal, and lion tamarin leather, and giant giraffe horn. I guess giraffes have horns. And the words of the meditation of orbs, and when possible, prefers to consume hammerhead shark and soft wheat beer and hemp seed oil, and really hates mosquitoes. You're impatient, and your alter ego, and Jelly Belly's kid, and Wild Magically is your older sister. All right, well, this might actually be able to let traders in, which would be cool. Jaden's been missing for a week. That I need. I need that. Anvil Shoveth. Anvil Shoveth! I know it's Adil Shoveth, but it looks like Anvil Shoveth to me. Adil Shoveth. How do you know he's not crawling underneath it? Muthcat, the dwarven child, was taken by a fey mood. Drop their toy. Process. Go. Wonder what kiddo's gonna go make. I've also just realized we've kind of developed a large number of children in this fort now. Okay, Craftsdwarf shop? Craftsdwarf shop. Honest scones? I was gonna say they're not very horn-like. I had to very heavily resist saying horny in that sentence, but... Also, axles are perfectly safe in Dwarf Fortress. It's not like they're gonna randomly crush you or something. These aren't like the axles in like the Callisto Protocol or something. I mean, there's much meaner things you could die to in this world than, like, lava. At least lava's painless in Dwarf Fortress. It is one of my favorite things about lava is, like, you'll have a dwarf that's, like, completely submerged in lava and actively dying. Like, literally actively dying. Like, just dying, right? On the ground, just bleeding out, dying. And they're upset that they're drowning and choking on smoke. Do not actually care about the fact that they're on fire and melting. Randomish question, does the material of a toy affect how a child enjoys it? I mean, it's like anything, right? If an item is higher value, they enjoy using it more. Like I said, I don't want to think about that too much, Tropic Communist. So now the real question is, can the wagons get in through that side, or are they going to be scared away by the lava? I have a feeling they're going to be scared away by the lava. True, once you're in the once you're in the lava, I'd be willing to bet that you'd be out of, like most of your nerve endings would be severed, right? So you're not going to be in pain once you're out of the lava, right? What's up, Death? How's things? Just like, you know, a slight suspicion. Your baby fortress has hellhounds outside the fort. Okay, so hold on. What's a hellhound? Explain. I have 2 tattoos I need to get. I just need to find an artist, which is always my statement. Death. I'm getting a little dwarf face because I told Chad I would. And I'm still going to do that. And I need to get a medic alert tattoo so my mom allows me to get more tattoos. Because in order for me to be allowed to get more tattoos, I need to get a medic alert tattoo. My mom's like, I will not accept you getting any more tattoos unless you get a medic alert tattoo that, like, states your allergy and the fact that you're diabetic. And I'm like, okay, so I'm not allowed to get tattoos, any more tattoos unless I get more tattoos. Okay, Mom, I like this logic, and for you, I will get that tattoo. But yeah, I don't know what these hellhounds are. Are these necromancer experiments? Are they undead wolves? What's a hellhound? Are they something literally called hellhounds from a mod? Are they Trapovoid? Are they giant? If they're not Trapovoid, I would just set up a whole bunch of traps and try to catch them. To be fair, that quite nice tattoo with a list of medical problems. To be fair, that quite nice tattoo with a list of medical problems. I mean, it's not a bad idea to have a medic alert tattoo. And you can make them look quite nice. Definitely it's a thing from a mod. I mean, Dark Ages is not just a mod. That's an almost overhaul mod. So I have no idea what to do about those because I don't play with the Dark Ages mod. You're excited to work with this artist, but you just found out he's moving away from Seattle this month so that you can get more pieces added from him without having to travel the most likely. Yeah, I mean, the artist that did this stopped doing tattoos. Just like doesn't do them anymore. Turns out etching glass is more profitable. Because your Duke and other legendary miners all died? Oh. Yep. Would actively look for them? Yeah, it's a good idea. I actually, I used to know somebody who worked in heavy machinery up in the oil sands. I haven't seen him in like, oh God, a very, very, very long time. But he had a couple of like very basic allergies, like, but all like severe, right? So he was allergic to peanuts. He was, it was like peanuts, legumes, and then something else, but like pretty common foodstuffs, right? It was basically just like peanuts and peanut varieties. I can't remember the exact name of that plant, but anything even remotely tangentially related to peanuts he was allergic to. And when he went to go work in the oil sands, he got a medical alert tattoo on both of his wrists and on his ankle. So he's like, I could lose both my arms and they'd still be able to point at it. I'm pretty sure it was just legumes, but like, you know. Like, also as an example, it's smart to have penicillin if you're allergic to penicillin. I'm allergic to penicillin. Because
Hello.
It's like the most common medicine that they give to people. Or most common antibiotic. So you don't want to just like have penicillin shoved into you while you're already unconscious. You're just going to make a bad situation worse. Gigamoth! Thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back! Cheers. It's good to have you. Any other ghosts? Oop, we have a monster slayer who's hanging out. A goblin monster slayer, hey? Well, you are here in our town, so in that case, I will Fallout Rain, convict, deceased. So since you're in my town and you don't live here, we don't trust you. We don't trust any guests here, in fact. So I'm going to interrogate you. I should interrogate the new Duke. I should interrogate him just to see what happens. But where's this Goblin Slayer? There you are. Interview you. I convict these two, and I'm going to leave this one unsolved, so I can so I can interrogate people. Cavern dwellers are in fact always hostile. Yes. Where'd that kiddo gone? You can interrogate anything that is breathing, which means, yes, you can interrogate every single goose in your fort if you insist. And you know what's even better? The intimidation and interrogation skills of your captain of the guard will go up if you interrogate animals. You can also interrogate dead people. They won't be very good at it, but they will try. Bro, I know, right? It's like if you want to like train interrogation, just tell them to just go interrogate every single cat in the fortress. That's some sociopathic shit. I mean, it's like me trading like my speech with other human skills by sitting in that corner and talking at the wall. Yes, I'm also smacking my head against the wall. Is it good practice? No. Do I have a dent in my head? Maybe. Does that matter? Definitely not. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I think. Mr. Fluffy, where did you put my artifact? And also, just for the YouTube audience, because I don't think I've shown this off at all, in the description of this VOD, if you're watching on YouTube, can I interest you in a vile force of mug? Or like perhaps a sticker. Are you a tourist? You can be a tourist in real life. It's pretty good. Or like maybe you want this T-shirt. Shipped to the UK. It has a distribution center in the UK. Vile Mug of Darkness. I get roughly $7.40 per sale of the Vile Mug of Darkness. Also, I just want to say, humble brag, I managed to get my merch out faster than the official Dwarf Fortress merch, even though I started this back in December. Sorry, I had to clear my nostril, and you didn't need to hear that. One XXL hoodie and a mug? Hell yeah. It's the full collection. How's the cold? It's not a cold anymore. It's like I have that annoying lingering cough and that annoying lingering slightly runny nose, and it's fine. This kid is hauling a lot of boulders at very far distance. Oh, hey, this is Putnam's kid. Neat. Disdains power, anxious, bashful. Creative and has a developed sense of empathy. Angry after getting on into a argument and uneasy after seeing a dead body. I mean, you too can have your vile force of darkness in the morning. I kind of, like, I confirmed with Kit Fox first if I could use that word. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Considering how many, like, merchandise stores there are out there selling just, like, straight-up Dwarf Fortress logos on t-shirts on Redbubble, there's hundreds of them. So, I don't feel super bad about using vaguely Dwarf Fortress-related naming schemes for my things. It's really sad how people steal so often. I mean, like I've said before, there's that one idiot who, thought it would be a great idea to mint Dwarf Fortress worlds on OpenSea on the Ethereum blockchain. And then when I was talking shit about it once, they piped up in my chat and were like, hey, you know, I'm a fan of you. I'd send you one if you wanted one. And I banned him. So maybe I'm a bad person. This was like 2.5 years ago. Can you get over 200 population? You have to go into the settings menu and turn it up. So under settings, game, where is it? I think it's under game. Yeah, population cap 200. Strict population cap includes births 220. You can turn that number up to whatever you want, but your game will run like a child's ass on sandpaper going down a hill. You can set it to 2,000 if you like, but your game will run like ass. Not very good. You don't want that. Carpet burn is bad. Even with a beefy comp, there is no computer that can run this game at a good frame rate with like 300 dwarves. Believe me or not, we need to unsuspend that. That was specific. You're welcome. As somebody who has had close to that many entities in his on his game before, your computer will run horrifically poorly. Was this a recent post, Aragorn? Because if so, no. I go through the Bay 12 forums once a month on like the 1st of every month. Well, I haven't done that in a bit. Saw it on Reddit this morning. Share link, please. I mean, I once turned the enemy sieges up to allowed to send up to 800 entities, and the game ran at about 6 frames a second whenever there was a siege. So, you know, like, you live your life, but like if you crank population counts all the way up to like maximum that you think your computer can handle, the game will run like shit. Oh yeah, January 30th, so like yesterday. Oh, I think I saw this upvoted on Reddit yesterday, but I didn't look at it. Last thing was his last line of side checks to the fact that the last individual thing was the fort training family relationships. Number 4 is the software rescale function. 5 was tile rendering. I think that color. The slow, inevitable as people complain about. Huh. Well. Cool. I mean, I still don't genuinely believe that FPS death is possible in the current versions, but at least not on my computer. Because I've tried to completely fuck my, like, frame rate, and it still works just fine. Only 1% of FPS is pathfinding? Yeah, seems to be. It seems to just, you know, honestly, it reads like literally everything just needs improvements. Hold on a second. Is this kid literally just saying, I must have rock? Rock, bones, metal bars. Logs. Do you have bones yet? Do you need bones? Kiddo needs bones, chat! Okay, okay. Dwarves, who the fuck keeps thinking it's a good idea to accept cavies into this fortress and bunnies? We don't need those. Those are worthless. Get rid of them. I'm generally, like, pretty okay with having animals in my fort, but bunnies? Cavies? No. No. We're also gonna slaughter a dog. Never works. Well, I mean, the temperature has been... Well, actually, weather is important if you're on the surface. Temperature would be important if you're doing things that would be changing the temperature of things frequently. How hard is it getting into this game? It's like learning a complicated board game. You read the manual and you ask your friends questions. And then if you're confused, you reference the manual. That's how hard it is to get into Dwarf Fortress. So if you're okay with a game that requires you to reference the manual, then Dwarf Fortress isn't that hard to get into. If you really don't like referencing a manual or checking a wiki, Dwarf Fortress can be a bit to get into, but it's way easier to learn it now than it's ever been, just because of the, you know, accessibility from the most recent version. If you're confused, yeah. Well, some people are okay with being confused, right? It's more like if you're confused and annoyed, right? If you're okay with being confused and you're just like fiddling, it's a great game. It's certainly not the, like, learning cliff that some people make it out to be. You wish that there was a manual for life? They still bypassed it? I'm... Okay, you know what? That's it. I'm building a road from right there to my side door. That is it. I don't want to do this, but you force my hand. You literally are forcing my hand here, traders. I didn't want to do it this way, but you're making me. Certainly seems like trees are to blame. Merlin Buff. Thank you very much for continuing a sub you got from Blue. Cheers, dude. All right. I think I'm going to sell a bunch of armor pieces. Because I've just got a ton of it. Also clothing pieces. Let's do that. Do those. Hoods. Get down the leg wear. Footwear. All these shoes. I've got quite a few shoes, actually. But, you know, it's really nice to see Putnam making progress. It's really nice. I'm looking forward to that progress being implemented. Thanks for streaming. Well, cheers. I'm glad that you feel that my emotes are too good to lose. Because you want to know the truth about streaming? Streaming is a industry where you have to be an entertaining enough person and have good enough emotes that people will come back and just pay for your emotes. That's the actual, like, end game. If you can get to the point where your emotes are good enough that people will just show up and pay for your emotes and also watch you sometimes, you've made it. Well, thank you. And if you really like my emotes, well, I mean, we have them in t-shirt format. I'm just saying. I actually love this art piece for this t-shirt because I keep staring at it and being like, every time I look at it, I see something new. You know what it really makes me want to do? And this would be way too much money and I'm never going to actually do it. I really, really, really want to get like a whole bunch of images like this and do a paint by numbers or a coloring book. Nobody would actually buy it. It'd be a really big waste of money. But man, I'm tempted. Do I happen to have a cool mug? Vile mug of darkness, you say? I mean, can I interest you in a vile mug of darkness? Or a vile force of mug? Which is the title that I actually went with. It is, in fact, a vile force on a mug. Sass and knowledge? Huh. Well, good to know what my audience is. Turns out I do not need all of these. I need like maybe a dozen quivers. Tops. Just for a couple of hunters because I'm not actually using any ranged dwarves. But yeah, I think that that Putnam post especially makes it clear. I'm very excited for the next patch. It's going to be adorned with spikes of something. No, you draw your own spikes. Oh, shit, it goes. Ghostly Champion Krangus. Mountain Gorged. Rest in peace, Krangus. You died to demons. You died well. Queue up some more slabs. Just do 25, because I probably need more than that. Except I'm going to make them all out of, let's just say, granite. Thanks, Zeus, for reposting that. Good lord, that's so many items. Did the child ever get the bones? That's a good question. I should check. We also got 8 migrants from the looks of things. Kiddo is moving. Actually is currently hauling adamantine wafers, so we know it's going to be a good quality, expensive artifact. I think actually this is going to be my first artifact that includes adamantine. Works furiously. All right, so adamantine wafers, stray dog bone, diorite gabbro and gabbro, alpaca wool cloth, cushion shoral cabochons, and 3 pieces of wood. It's going to be studded with, like, adamantine cabochons or something. It's going to be expensive. Yep. Useful, probably. Oh, wouldn't it be great if it was like a barrel? Because it's a craft store shop. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? They have candy in this fort? Oh, yeah. I mean, we're a mountain home. We made a true throne. The One Ring. The One Ring to dwarf them all, and in darkness, dwarf them. So I'm going to go do a thing. We're going to take a risk here, chat. I'm sorry, the site government of the chocolate pigs? That's a very funny name. All right, so we are going to go and demand one-time tribute. And I'm going to send my better squad. We are going to demand one-time tribute. Because at worst, we're just going to be at war with another faction. But at best, we'll have more people to trade with. And in darkness, blind them. Damn fucking right! Actually, maybe... Do I need to put that on a t-shirt? And in darkness, blind them? And everybody will be like, why you got the reference wrong? It'll be like, exactly. When you know, you know. Now you're in the club. And it's just like an image of like an ASCII dude. You'd buy it? No, you wouldn't. That's just one thing at a time. Illumination is in fact accounted for, yes. Sorry, I'm schniffling to the mic. Sorted. The circus show never stops. So here's the thing about the clown car, right? Yes, it does stop. It is possible to beat it. In that, in Dwarf Fortress, the things that attack you are things that are in the local vicinity, and there is a limited number of everything in Dwarf Fortress. So just like it's possible to exterminate all of a single faction in a world, it is possible to exterminate all of a single species. It is possible for creatures to go extinct. I've seen it happen. And it's also why pandas don't normally survive world gen, because there's rarely enough bamboo in each world. Oh, look at the bunny going off to the slaughter right here. It's so cute. You rarely... pandas almost always go extinct before world gen finishes because there isn't enough water available. Oh yes, it is very difficult and will take a very, very, very long time to defeat the circus. But it is possible. We're going to try and find the circus today. Is that a musical instrument? There's a dwarf covering it. Muthcat, the dwarven child, has created Ilbad Rethal, a peachwood Nurka? I'm going to call that a Nurgle. And offers it to the chunky orb. Okay, what is it, though? Nurkim. Nurkum. I don't know what a Nurkum is. We'll find out what a Nurkum is, chat. It's a lute instrument type thingy. Are you for real? It's only valued at 2,000. This is a peachwood Nurkum. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion gabbro cabochons and encircled with bands of peach wood cabochons and gabbro cabochons. This object Menaces with spikes of alpaca wool, diorite, and adamantine. I feel like he didn't use enough adamantine on it. On the item is an image of Selsat phantom ferns, the primitive mire of whips, the yeti, and Avitho the elf in peach wood. Silsat, the phantom ferns, the primitive mire of whips, is cringing. Avitho is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the tearing off of the yeti's first toe by the elf Avitho in 161. Is this some sort of torture image? The item is an image of an eagle man in Willow. On the item is an image of a cushion cabochon in Squirrel. On the item is an image of Kib, the dwarf, and dwarves in Dogbone. Kib is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates the ascension of the dwarf Kib to the position of queen of the constructive orb in 167. On the item is an image, the Nurkum is a large hand-held cloth string instrument with a wooden neck connecting to a stone body, and the strings are tied from the top of the neck down over the body, and the musician picks the 3 main strings with a bone plectrum, and the 2 drone strings are occasionally plucked. Frets on the neck allow the musician to alter the pitch. Tuning is accomplished by pegs, and the instrument has a 3-octave range, going from a low to a medium-high pitch. At all pitches, the instrument has a smooth and steady timbre, and it has 2 registers. The low register has a ringing timbre, and the high register begins at a middle-high pitch and has a even, buzzy timbre. Means trial? Well, I would say this child here failed the trial because they didn't use enough adamantine. We're gonna put it on a pedestal up here in the chef's guild, I think. At least the lava's slowly draining. We're getting there. A little bit danger. You know, I don't do that, Dravius. I just don't. If the hammer is going to kill somebody, they're going to kill somebody. And they'll just do it with their fist. I'm not going to worry about giving them an adamantine hammer. It's a waste of adamantine. Yeah, I forgot to turn the lava pumps off, Silent Potato. Make sure dwarves see them and then kill them before they leave and lock the door. That's really the only strategy. In regards to stopping things from stealing things. Do I go over a tree? Must go over a tree. Hey, Kyra Silent. But fortunately, we have these little edge bits here. The lava goes up and over the edge bits and disappears over time, so will slowly drain itself. It's just a bit annoying to do so. I mean, it goes. It certainly goes. I could just, like, pump it out of here. Windows, yes. Walls, no, Zeus. So they can't see through walls, they can see through windows. Oh, another good way to keep artifacts of their clothing and whatnot from getting stolen is just simply assign them to a noble. Because it can't be stolen if a noble is wearing it. What type of block do I have the most of? You know, let's just do roads. Roads are fine for this even though I think they look ugly. All right. I never kill my nobles intentionally. I try my best to keep them happy. I think that's much more fun and engaging gameplay. Just killing them's kind of lazy as far as I'm concerned. So just checking something. Great shields. Oh, I can't export quivers. Noted. Okay, I won't sell any of the quivers I have then. Now I just need to wait for a Loam Shag to get here. Was that noble interrogated? Yeah, I need to check. I haven't finished trading yet. It's only been like half a season. I'm much more interested in the what's the response? I'm much more interested in here he is. In what that goblin is. Let's buy all of the metal bars. I'm gonna just start buying musical instruments. The chains. Buy all the parchment. Make a bunch of choirs. Ooh, they actually brought a scroll. I will buy that. All right, let's do that and trade. They get a massive value bonus. Let's check the justice screen. All right, so we interrogated the Duke of Sizzletongs. And it's not giving me anything. Is it not giving me anything? I guess no information came of it because it's not letting me click on them. It's supposed to let me click on them. That's odd. Are we talking about Last of Us thing? That's what chat looks like they're talking about. I don't have access to HBO, so. Maybe the target went off the map before the interrogation happened? Maybe. But the Duke is still here. The last of them. Well, it's clearly not because they keep making stuff for that property. Turns out I don't watch a lot of TV. And when I do, it's usually true crime stuff. If that is an actual link, please don't link. Actually, chat, just in general, please don't ever link to sites related to the Swedish Public Library. If you want to get stuff from the Swedish Public Library, please keep that in DMs because you can get me in trouble for directly promoting that and allowing you to promote that. So, please don't. There's a reason I'm calling it the Swedish Public Library. Yeah, okay. Why are trees so fucking dangerous now? I mean, you can refer to the Swedish Public Library, but if you link directly to things, I have to time it out. Just like that on Tropic Kami. I don't actually know what that one is, but I'm popping that. I don't care what you do or where you get your media, just please don't promote it in my chat. Fortunately, I don't think that Gremlin for Mayor promotes actually, like, illegal activity. Generally. And if Gremlin for Mayor starts promoting illegal activity, please let me know so I can time out Gremlin for Mayor. Streamer, however, though, is going to go commit the perfectly legal activity of urinating. I will be right back. Do I have a prison in this fort? Yes. Is it shitty? Also yes. Does it need to be better? Also yes. I was actually thinking about putting it back here because I just dug out all this space. Making an actual nice prison. Very deep, wide chests that you partially prepared in this fort with this layer of these supports mentioned to the cave, and it just goes, oh yeah, well. I know what you mean, Maltese. Did I build a lava moat on the surface? It's more of a lava puddle. Not really what I would describe as a moat, per se. Certainly acts as a moat. But is it really a moat? Eh. There's a dwarf stuck in the wall? Oh, wait. When you say dwarf stuck in the wall, do you mean dwarf stuck in the wall, or do you mean dwarf intentionally walled off? Are you referring to Ol Eats Cereal here? Creator of Kosh Fokker Crown is a turns into a werepangolin once a month, so he lives here now. Yeah, it's definitely a pool. Pond? Puddle? Glut? Trying to think of the correct terminology here. It's because they offered a lot of people a lot of money for it. Diamond. And I know that, like, my entire stream team is, like, streaming that right now, but, like, they also offered me a lot of money, too. Which is why everybody's streaming that event thing. Everybody's co-watching things. So. Shrug. I'm not here to sell you video games. I'm just here to sell you Vile Mug of Darkness. You know, Vile Force Mug. You know, I promote my own. I need to build a lava mist generator first, which I don't have currently. Because I'd need a way of getting a very, 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 very small amount of lava in a thing. Although once I'm done sorting out all of these undead dwarf problems. By that I mean zombies. Or not zombies, ghosts. Mostly. Can start thinking about extracurricular projects of that sort. Speaking of, do we have any more? Also, did those dwarves return? Yes, they did. Oh, no. No, they didn't. They all leave? No, they didn't. All right, Dropkick It. Why ain't you leaving the map? Where are you, Dropkick It? Unless they literally just came back. I think they literally just came back. Yes, they literally... I was like, why aren't you leaving the maps? Because they literally just got back. So let's see how my demand went. I can get rid of those, but... the Earth and Twinkles spoils... Demand tribute. All right, so we went and demanded tribute from this human civ. The Chunky Orb demanded and received treasure from the Uncommon Society in Sanctum Lancers. And we got 1 prepared honey badger brain, 1 sheep's wool bag, an ashen aspera body, a rope reed bag, a gypsum mortar. Oh, how nice of them. That's very useful in this version of the game. I wonder if it even has a sprite. Llama wool rope, chopped honey badger liver. So they basically gave us a spike, some book bindings, and lunch for the way home. Recently had a weresloth woman and her family in your fort, and once you realized that what she was, you exiled her, but her family left, so she became so depressed that she once moped back and forth around the entrance hall, occasionally changing, but never attack anyone. That's kind of awesome. Magnus, thank you very much for the 2nd month. Is that the biggest bug you can have? What? There's no bugs? What bug are you talking about? Also, can I just say that the number of times I read people complaining about bugs for Dwarf Fortress that are not a bug makes me upset. 15 ounces as big as that mug goes, yes, and that is the biggest mug that they have on offer. All of the other ones are smaller. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Mug, not bug. If they had like a 25-ounce mug, I would have gone with that. They had like weird travel mugs and stuff, but they all would have ended up being like $35, which is kind of ridiculous. Cursed by an elder god. Has depression. Well. Anything you don't understand equal bug. But there's nothing worse than just like a negative Steam review that claims that, oh, my thing died to a bug and I lost a bunch of time, and I'm reading and it's like, that's not a bug, that's literally just you're incompetent. Which makes me real sad. Really want to dig through this, but this is a really bad idea, actually. Let's build over top of it instead. You know, actually, maybe I'll just put walls in here. Because I don't want them walking through here. I want them going this way. What, bug that's not a bug? Generally stairs. People are just like, oh, my soldiers got stuck somewhere due to a pathing bug. And it's like, I guarantee you that wasn't a bug. I guarantee you just accidentally destroyed your stairs or a ramp or dug up your 1 ramp up or something. Probably just a bug. Yes, but Dwarf Fortress isn't real life, fortunately. Genuinely, and I say fortunately with, like, the utmost of seriousness. Fortunately, Dwarf Fortress isn't real life. Bad timing on the ad. I'm waiting for the ad to end so that I can answer Don't Fear Phil's question or statement. So you realize that your dwarves are restricted in a small burrow because you wanted to protect them from a raid? Yep. Generally. Generated a new world with the game and you're trying to tell me which civ to embark with? The game's trying to tell you which civ. 7 population. Well, your starting 7's already set, I guess. You through the ads yet? Seems like it. A large mug is the size of it. I just Google it, to be fair. All right, so I'm assuming that we're through the ads. You ran across the general spike bug, but you're not convinced that you didn't just make your dwarves so happy that you spent all their time drinking instead of working? Trust me that that bug is a really weird thing. You have a question that you didn't select any import for dwarven merchants, and now they aren't coming back. How can you make them come back? I mean, not selecting a import is not enough to make them not come back. You have to do a lot more to piss them off, or alternatively, something has to have happened. So, thing number 1 that could have happened is A, they can't reach you for some reason. B, they got attacked and died on the way there, which just happens sometimes. Or C, you've done a lot more than just that. Like, if you killed them all twice, and the outpost liaison is stuck on your map in the cavern layers somewhere, that might do it. The dwarf's been put to rest. Nope, I got a human poet visiting. Named Takru. I'm going to interrogate Takru. For what reason? You are on my map. Your very existence is suspect because of how many factions we're at war with. I should also interrogate the Gorlak. Weirded out by the fact that it's not letting me click these, though. I do need another chain, though. Does this Civless 7 count as alive or dead? Is there people but no sites? So will you get migrants or not? If you want to play a location with no sites, my advice to you is to just make like 10 little tiny forts and just do the quick embark option, don't prepare carefully, and then just immediately retire them. Just make a bunch of tiny little forts in like a little cluster somewhere in the corner of a map so you do get migrants. Otherwise, yes, you won't get migrants after the first guarantee too. FG!
104 for my sub gift.
Thank you very much for the big ol' raid. Q compare, hello. Timby, hi. How was things? How was your super duper late stream? Jesus Christ. If you guys don't know FG, you should go give her a follow. Member of my stream team. You may hear her voice on the podcast that I host. Cool people. She has otter emotes. Utterly wonderful, one could say. Sometimes streams Dwarf Fort. Good stream was had indeed. Good to hear. FG, I have a question. Can I interest you in a vile force of mug? Because I am now selling a vile force of mug. You could also gift vile force of mug to people in the chat. We also have this lovely t-shirt design, which is kind of like every time you look at it, you notice another detail. Like, why is there zombies in the water source? I don't know. Why is this dwarf puking because he saw sunlight? Well, clearly he hasn't seen sunlight in a while. Probably something to do with the vile force of darkness outside. Benny and hello. It's good to see you. No dwarves were harmed in the making of this merch? I don't think Cooler was harmed, and I don't think Cooler's a dwarf. Shameless plugging has been had. Oh, it's extraordinarily shameful. Is that Bernie on the wall? That's definitely Bernie on the wall. You know, also I was thinking about this the other night, right? Because, like, I remember somebody saying it's like, but you can't name a dragon Bernie if it's a lady dragon. I'm like, well, that's, and I legit had, my brain said this to me in a dream last night. I was thinking, well, obviously if we get a lady dragon, it's going to be named Bernadette. Naturally. You liked the Kit Fox stream yesterday? Cheers. It's kind of strange being on a channel where I don't look at chat at all. Really. Bernadorf? Or a human? Why not? Whatever works. Hackerman Lex, hello. Also Rainforester. Bernice is also pretty good, actually. Do I even have enough marble to do this? No, I don't. Well, there we go. That'll be fine. Is this a ghost or is this a different layer? Are you seeing a ghost right now? I'm not. I mean, ghost dwarves are kind of green. But if they're not kind of green, there's a giant green tree fog on the surface. That's a big froggy. That's big frog. He resists sickness. 0 years old. She's baby. Surface, this layer's still a little burny. The topic of things burning. All right, so I guess what we need to do is I need to pump this lava out. That's probably the smart thing to do. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go. Just going to deconstruct a tile of this wall and see if they can get there, which they totally can. There they go. And I think I still have enough stuff to make a pump to be able to dump this. But essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a pump, which is just going to pump this top layer off over into here, and it'll be fine. You're going to be a lurking potato now. Well, congrats. You've now experienced one of my normal work days. Have a good evening. Was that a lava trap? I mean, it is. It just got a little bit over full. Just a little bit over full. And by that, I mean it's not supposed to be on this. It's supposed to be on this layer, not this layer. FG, silent potato. Although FG said that she's a lurking potato, not a silent potato, so your personal naming scheme is not a threat. There's a lot of potatoes. Can be called tree removal system. It doesn't actually remove trees, fun fact. Like, at all. I didn't forget. I just didn't. I was in a rush. I love, like, whatever. So it's snowing outside, right? Whenever it snows here, there's always, like, a few day long series of everybody that I know who lives in the greater Vancouver area going, do you have snow? Do you have snow? Do you have snow? Oh, fuck, you have snow? Fuck, goddamn. Who doesn't have snow? Why is there snow? There shouldn't be snow. We live in Vancouver. And this just kind of goes like that for a while whenever this happens. As everybody just gets perpetually more and more and more pissed about the amount of snow. All right, so let's make some pump. Let's make a pump. Same thing there in LA when it rains. Yeah, actually, honestly, snow for Vancouver is about the equivalent of it raining in LA. That's actually not too far off. Like, we get tons of rain, but snow's, like, not unheard of, like, it happens. It's just not super common. You imagine Canada is mostly a snowy place? It is, north of where I live. The thing is, like, the vast majority of population of Canada, it's like 80% of the Canadian population or something, but lives within 100 kilometers of the border to the US, as far south as possible. I mean, if you go up to, like, the Yukon, yeah, it's the Yukon. It's like Alaska. But where I live, it's like, if you have any idea what, like, temperate coastal weather is like, I live in what's described as a temperate rainforest. It's, trees with needles and a lot of moss and stuff. We have mountains that have snow up on them permanently. But we get snow maybe once or twice a year, and it lasts, like, maybe a week. At most. Yeah, it's Pacific Northwest. I live here because it's mild and temperate and doesn't get super cold in the winter and doesn't get stupidly hot in the summer. Like, that's why I like it here. Same as Seattle or Portland. Yeah, I mean, the weather in Vancouver is virtually indecipherable from Seattle or Portland. It might as well be the same place as far as weather goes. So we'll give them a little bit to build that. Like, we get the occasional, like, warm spell in the winter from, and it's mostly, well, I was going to say, you can mostly blame, what's it called? Hawaii for that. Because we get the hot winds from them in the winter. Hence the term Pineapple Express. Which is kind of ironic, considering pineapples are not even native to Hawaii. I always found that term to be a little odd, but I could also just, like, stay somewhere mild and nice. I mean, here's the thing, right? I don't need to go to Yakuta. I could go to northern Canada and get, minus 60 if I wanted. I don't want to. It's that simple. It's like, yes, I could go places where the weather is worse, but why? It's just like that meme, but why? I mean, Canada is, or Greater Vancouver area, Canada is basically just like UK weather, but, like, less shitty. Less consistently shitty, more consistently decent. I like how somebody just got three-eyed brute extract washed off them when they walked outside. That's kind of impressive, actually. Less Yuki. I also like the gray tinged sky. I like the gray tinged sky except for when I'm hiking up a mountain and it's in the gray tinged sky. Then I would like it to be clear, and then it can go back to being cloudy again. Why is shipping so expensive? Good question. One of the reasons you chose your field of work was the weather where you live. You can work from your home in your underwear if you want, and you have lawyers in your family that think that you're a bum, but they're the ones in full suits in 35C. I mean, I don't know where you live, Tropic, but your name is Tropic, so I would feel like being in a suit in 35C would suck. I genuinely would believe that. $9 USD to ship to Australia? That's not that bad, actually. As somebody who ships records around the world, not super frequently, but frequently enough, I'm used to paying like $45 shipping on an item. So, like, it's not that bad. I mean, it's not great, but it's also not terrible. Yeah, I would say, like, in comparison to, like, shipping, that's, like, normal shipping costs, that's not bad. I wonder if there's, like, a Twitch bot that just automatically, like, does the let me Google that for you. Because that's what I want to type in whenever people are like, what's that in freedom units? Let me Google that for you. It's like the most infuriating website on the internet, as far as I'm concerned, but. Or one of the most. $45, that would be like 2.5 hours. So I work doing this for a living, so it depends on how many people give me money that hour. Maybe 25 seconds, maybe a day and a half. You know how much I've made in the last, you know, like I'm not sponsored by anything because I don't really deal with that crap. So you can pretty clearly see how much I make. How about the adverts? Maybe $15, $20 a day. So not much. Also, go look up advertising rates on your own and don't fucking ask people how much they make on ads, you weirdo. The hell, dude. What are you going to ask me next? Are you going to ask me how much I made last year? It was about $35,000. After taxes. Next, you're going to ask me for my tax returns and my social insurance number and my credit card number, to which point I will say, color are your nipple rings? Any color you want them to be. Breaking the laws of physics? Who doesn't break the laws of physics? Laws are meant to be broken, including physics, it turns out. When you're a tier 2 sub, when you're a tier 2 sub, you can choose the color and I'll ban you when you ask. That's how that works. And I'll say, thanks for the money, sucker! As I continue building walls out of salt. Are we talking about an African or American swaller? Swaller? That's not a word. Swallow. Or is it African or European? I can't remember the quote. It's been too long. I haven't seen that movie since I was like 11. Rock block. Need more blocks? Is it European? Okay, I'll take your word for it. I normally just Google that quote when I want to reference it because I can never actually remember the quote. They don't know about American swallows? Yeah, but that movie, they also all get arrested at the end. So I would say bullshit about it being a fucking, like, medieval. They're actually just LARPing and getting arrested for having dangerous weapons. Why do people obsess over how much YouTubers and streamers make? I mean, my revenue is pretty public. I can't tell you my exact Twitch revenues due to signing dumb contracts with Amazon, but I can be pretty public about how much I make. What I don't understand is, I can tell you what it is. It's because there's a lot of people that want to do this shit for a living, right? And so they all want the confirmation that it's possible to make a lot of money doing this. I make pretty good money now. I've done this for 10 years, and the first 9, I was barely getting by. It was actually just a Ren Fair. LARPing, Ren Fair, same diff. Very strange sound for a second, then I realized it was my neighbor's carburetor. You want to be able enough to afford to live? Well, people's definition of living is different, right? My cost of living is lower than your average person's cost of living. Intentionally so. Have I done a pottery tutorial? No. Because I'll be honest, haven't found the materials to do pottery and I haven't really been looking for them. Like, straight up honesty, I haven't found Killinite yet in this version. You're eating ramen for breakfast? Ramen can be pretty fucking good. If you buy the decent ramen noodles and, like, don't super duper cheap out on it, you can make pretty good food out of ramen. Add a boiled egg, a little bit of chicken. You've been out of work since October. You live fine because you have 5 years of full-time wages saved up? Yep. Yeah, no, I mean, people keep asking me, like, when I'm going to upgrade stuff and, like, make my stream nicer. But, like, I cannot exaggerate enough how ghetto this stream setup is. Like, if I hit this, right? I don't have, like, the fancy streamer bullshit. This is a plain-ass keyboard. This is a literal hotkey pad off of AliExpress. This was $80 on sale. This microphone is I bought for $90 on sale. And then the most expensive part of this entire audio setup is this Rode mic stand, which also I bought on sale, 20% off. What's that, bunny? I don't have a bunny. What are you talking about? Was that a zoom pedal? No, not a pedal. It's a U44. It's a handheld recording device. That mic is a beast. It's a fucking powerhouse, dude. It's like the best, like, $100 microphone you'll ever buy. Sounds fantastic. Why are you still here? Like, I'm genuinely trying to figure out why these dudes are still here. How much was the soundproofing? $40 for 60 tiles on Amazon. And I bought them, although, admittedly, they may have gone up. I bought the soundproofing for this room in, like, oh my God, 2014? So, I don't know what they cost now. A dwarf named a steel short sword? Alright, I'm going to send more dwarves out to go fight things because it's been a minute. Dwarf Fortress of Painted Ball by the Complex Hate. Let's go raid the Goblin Fortress of Lustrious Thief. And, I'm not going to loot other items because I don't care. But we're going to do everything else. We're just going to raid them. I'm just going to scout. And, I need to make 2 more quick. Please and thanks? Okay. Well, I mean, you're not in this squad. You're in the much more dangerous demon hunting squad down in the basement. So I want to build this into like a nicer entry hall. Right now it kind of is pretty lame. I want to do something with it. I just don't know what. Let's power this for a little bit. Let's see who comes in.
"10 years ago you helped me something in one game. This is not much, but it is from Hearth. Keep up the good work."
10 years ago, you helped me something in one game. What game? Thanks for the $10, Madden. Actually, this is a really bad time to do this. I'm going to dump lava on the traders. I would like them to leave first. Oh, there's always good dwarves around. Like, not even half my dwarves are named, dude. What's up, Freeman? What is that lava for? People who don't like me? What, the explosion sound? Yoon on T. Who am I giving a dwarf to? It's like gatekeepers mostly. They just ask a streamer. This is true. This is true. Assuming there's streamers for said game. There isn't always streamers for said game. All right, Besmir. Lumi Blade. Chat, what kind of dwarf is Lumi Blade getting? Well, this is very inefficient. I'm disappointed. You're supposed to pump the lava out when it touches that tile, like that. But you're not. All right, kiddo. You or Dorothy, you go do something else. We'll do this instead. Lumi Blade? I appreciate that. Lumi Blade, beard or no beard? I do have a lot of cooks. Like a lot of cooks. And a couple of weavers. Annie? I'm letting the dwarfs cook, okay? You can be Sodil. Lumi. The job blade. It's a very important blade. You're a professional weaver, dabbling furnace operator, and a one-time stone cutter. You cut a stone once. Personally, just finished up some work and feel satisfied at work. Felt satisfied remembering work. He shares intimate details of his life without sparing a thought to the repercussions or property. Almost never feels discouraged and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He tends to not be swayed. Excuse me. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and prefers to present himself modestly. He doesn't focus on material goods, and he has a hiccup. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is assertive, and he has an active imagination. He can handle stress, and he tends to hang on to grievances and tenses up when he's nervous, and he jumps all over. His hands jump all over the place when he's excited. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, and personally believes that the creation and the appreciation of artwork is of the highest ideals, and hates those who wield power over others, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. Dreams of raising a family. like siltstone, zinc, and alexandrite, goblin cap wood and clear glass, coral and the color pumpkin, crescents and armor stands and rings and cows for their hunting moves, and the words of the meditation of orbs and the sound of the bewildering silkiness of impossible prefers to consume giant one-humped camel cheese and asparagus and sunshine and absolutely hates bats. 79 years old. About your age? You really in your 70s? I mean, that's middle age for a dwarf, though. In dwarf years? Okay, so because that's like 40s for a dwarf, I would say. This is my super crappy drainage setup. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this on one layer. I just need the wall bits here. Otherwise, dwarf might randomly catch fire. Which, I mean, would be entertaining, but bad for dwarf's health. Coral reminded you of Walking Dead? Coral! The funny thing about coral is coral doesn't actually exist in Dwarf Fortress. The only way that coral can exist is it's a material that Forgotten Beasts can be made out of. Which I personally think is very funny. Well, this is slightly sketch, but... I realize that there's lava in this location, but like, can we place this here anyway? Not a lot. T1, what up? Okay, fine. Game, if you insist on being that way, I will call your bluff. And I will place it there then. They're 6 hours apart. That's a pretty large gap between classes. Like kind of a big gas gap between classes. Or it feels like a big gap between classes, but maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Thunder Ice. Okay, so Thunder Ice is my new, like, speedcore band, by the way. Extraordinarily fast death metal. We're going to open up for Lightning Bolt. I can't wait. We still dealing with last stream's spiciness? Yes. It was very funny on the Kid Fox stream when I showed off this fort, because I was like, well, so the fortress is kind of hot right now. Don't worry about it. I was like, oh yeah, also there's ghosts everywhere. Also, we have a demon in the basement named Sharon. This is my fort. This is true. Spicy water is, in fact, less dangerous than normal water. Actually, what material is this wall? Marble? But, I mean, we don't have, like, crazy weather like ice roads or thunder ice or anything. But this was the view from my bed this morning when I opened the window. I opened the window, I was like, man, it's cold. So, like, because I sleep with my window open, and I raised the blinds a little bit, and I peeked outside. I was like, really? Wow. 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 Just fucking wow. And then I open up Twitter and I see a fellow Vancouverite saying, "That's the second time it's snowed this year." It's like, no, it hasn't. It snowed last year, actually. So I had to be that guy this morning. Means I'm probably getting yelled at someplace from the other side of the city. Actually, I mean, it did snow in December, which is true, but that was last year. Very difficult these days because they burn like 10 times as fast now. Paramarkver. Why do dwarves go to the pump as if they want to build it and then they go back? Because they have to bring 3 different pieces to build it first. So they build the pipe, they bring the pipe section, they bring the corkscrew, and then they bring the block, and then they build it. It's like a 4-step process, basically. Now it's constructed. You ever let your dwarves dance like no one is watching, but you watched and judged their dance music? Isn't that like every single time they dance? Like, isn't that literally just kind of how the game works? Why don't 3 dwarves haul the items? Because it's a 1 dwarf job. I don't know. That's how dwarves build things. I'm not here to question how dwarves build things. They just build things. I simply let them build the thing. Don't worry about it too much. So you're going to go do that. You're going to go do that. Walking in front of this is going to be very dangerous in a minute. Let's just cancel this. Your machine looks dangerous? Oh, very much so. None, they don't need a light bulb. What's up, dead man? How's things? Well, now I get to wait for this to finish. Also, just in case anybody is curious, the mug is in fact the highest selling piece of merchandise on my store, which has outsold the t-shirt by 5. So. Didn't mean to reply. Hey, sometimes you just got to do that self-pat on back. Sometimes you just got to do that. The mug's also, like, considerably cheaper than the shirt. So, how long until this dwarf burns? To death. I'm giving it, like, a minute. No, by 5. Like 5 individuals, like +5. I actively dislike how the reply function on Twitch works. It makes it so hard for me to follow conversations in my own chat. That being said, if you're in a really busy Twitch chat with like 500 people talking, it makes it a lot easier to coordinate with people. Okay, so we're just going to do that. Let it cool off a little bit. And we do it again. Oh, stuff's burning. It's fine. Or steaming. Steaming. With that machine thing, I'm trying to drain some of the lava out of my moat. So it's a pump, and I'm pumping lava out of this area out to here so that it cools off a little bit at a time because I'm smart and didn't build a drainage system into this at all. Yeah, I also hate that. Like, it's one of those systems where I wish you could turn it on or off for the chat room because, like, it makes a lot of sense in streams that have, like, aw, man. God damn it. Need that lava gone. It makes a lot of sense in streams that have, like, 2,000 to 5,000 concurrent viewers. And a channel that has, like, 150 to 250, it kind of makes no sense. All right, well, fuck it. I'm just gonna drain this thing. That's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna drain this stupid goddamn thing. We're just going to drain this thing. And then refill it. Okay, so the way that we're going to do this. Okay, you are going to go down here. You are going to dig through here. I'm going to dig up to there. I'm just going to drain it. I'm tired of tired of trying to mess around with this setup. But I'm also going to stop it. Wouldn't it be easier to do a channel and pump to drain? No, I mean, this is way easier. Because, like, this would work eventually. It's just going to take too fucking long. And this also will give me a repeating way. You'll see. It'll make sense in a minute. Oh, never mind. Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. So, cancel all those projects. And also, fortunately, I mean, my lava thing will still work. That's a benefit. My squad here? Oh, hey, they did come back. Okay, how big is this siege? Quick, mug pitch again. Is it not getting annoying yet? Oh, never mind. I don't actually. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. I can just. Squad leader of this squad died, apparently, on this siege. Well, I guess we'll find out how that siege went. Hold on. We'll just let my dwarves kill them. There's not that many. Let's check this. Vile Force of Mug owners have an emote variance? I don't know what that means. Do you mean like emote variants in chat? I have no idea how I would manage that. A constructive orb attacked the Nightmare of Shadow at the Sins of Deference. And the dwarf Zon Polished Pines led the attack. And the defenders were led by the elf Axmu. The dwarf outmatched the elf with a cunning plan. And the attackers had a strong positional advantage. And we immediately lose. Oh, that would be why. So we lost the dwarf Zon to the gopher monster Romif Hole Canker, the Oceans of Connecting, who I think we actually read about in Legends one time. Well. Although generally I'd say that we did pretty well. We lost a dog named Besmer. So there is a demon lord at this spot. Could just keep smashing it and try and kill him. That is true evidence, Self. Goblin was struck down. I'm curious if we got the gopher. Well, we killed their leader. How do you wear a joyous emote? I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet. Let me know when you figure it out. I'd love to know. Sorry, Butt Kittens is going to prison for something. As for what? Not totally sure. Edom is sleeping. What are you doing? Oh, I know what you're doing. You're removing that. Okay, is there a particular reason why you haven't been closed yet? Alright, well, Dwarf's going to go pull that lever. Actually, I could just cancel that. I'm gonna need it. Ogon, Thorin, Ngiz. Sea Snatchers. Kill Snatchers. Chase after goblins. Make them fly into many little itty-bitty pieces. Goblin Crosswoman. Skotsu, the Goblin Crosswoman, says, "Death!" This is horrifying. The Swords Master slashes the Goblin Bowman in the right lower leg with her sword, and then the severed part sails off in an arc. Sword Master slashes the Goblin Bowman in the left lower leg with her sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The Goblin Bowman, she stabs the Goblin Bowman in the neck, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Well, where's the neck? Where did the neck land? There's the neck. Well, good job on that. Time to go get the next. Wow, the intestines flew out. On to the next one. Has the siege stopped yet? How many more is there? Well, they still got the kill goblins order. How about you? Did you get a child? Nope. Very unlucky. They're going to feed the trees. That and many other things. Really should start putting some bees on my walls. Okay, where are my lazy-ass dwarves at? Come on, guys. Where's there? Okay, who's puking on my grass? Fuck, guys. Anyway, siege is over. I can just pretend that the siege is over. It's fine. Everything's fine. Let's just go back to normal. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to wait for them to... Okay, they already did cut that out. Then I need them to cut this out. But what I'm going to do is... Do I have floodgates left? I don't actually know if I have floodgates left, so... Liquids... No, not screw pump. Nope, okay. We'll just use the drawbridge then. That's fine. So they'll come up here and they'll dig through these, and then we just need to channel out this, and it'll all be fine. Shows the way to the nearest tavern. Potentially. Potentially. So yeah, this whole thing needs to just be deconstructed. I'm not going to worry about it too much. And what they are serving today. This just got gross. Want to state that out loud so that you know my contempt for this conversation. Oh, also, just so that you guys don't get surprised, that there's a feature built into that merch store that I use, where I can send people 1 minute long videos via my phone. So if you get a random, hey, thanks in your inbox, don't be too confused. It's very gelatinous pizza, yes. Spicy water. Sludgy, slow-moving, spicy water. The hot stuff, yes. What about random thanks? If you purchase merch on my merch store, you will probably get a random video of me petting one of my houseplants saying thanks. Because I have an app on my phone that lets me send people who buy stuff from my merch store an email. Do you want me to be drunk at 2 in the morning? Because I could do that. I have beer in my fridge. I could doing it at 2 in the morning, maybe not, because I have to stream at 9 in the morning tomorrow, but yes, please. I will make sure that they're all random as hell. I will make sure of that. And then once this is dug out, we connect this to a lever. I might actually just put right here so that I remember it's here. This out of granite. You would not kink shame, so you'll remain quiet. I don't think that's a kink. I think that's people just have a sense of humor. You know, the whole, like, no kink shaming thing I think is real sad because people very much, like, refer to everything as a kink now. You can think something's funny without being, like, sexually aroused by it. Like, not everything needs to be a kink. Christ. Wait, you can? I know, right? Fucking shocker. Is the difference between using a feather and the whole damn chicken? Sure, but you can also just say something is funny without it automatically being a kink. Like, I feel like we've just lost humor. Humor no longer exists. Everything is a kink. And it's so strange to me. You have a DF kink? I mean, there's generally kinks in my hallways, actually, see, this one has a kink in it. Like, I'm pretty sure that's almost the definition of kink. Actually, same with that. See, it's not a straight line. It's got multiple kinks, in fact. That's actually, like, for my particular hose, that would be really bad for my hose. I do have a hose that's like, do not do that. You will split it because it's a very lightweight, easily carryable hose. That's just kids. Kids call things cringe now. That's just terminology changing. The only thing that I genuinely like calling cringe is a friend of mine who streams named Cringer. It's literally his name. Like, well, obviously he's pretty cringe because his name is Cringer. It's kind of like it's on brand. right, so now we're literally just waiting for this to fill up, and we'll call this moat empty. You'll give me a cringe pass on that one. Yay! Nah, I'm good, Salty Tempest. You can name anything. You can name a door. You just click on the pen button. Could name this Axel. We could call it Rose. What are your water wheels supplying power to? Pumps. Many, 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 many pumps. Although these ones aren't currently supplying power to anything. No, they are. Never mind. They do keep stopping, though. Those ones kind of suck. You can't dismantle it. You've become emotionally attached to that pipe. It's not a pipe, it's an axle. You have a question? I didn't, if you posted it, feel free to repost it, because I certainly didn't see it. I think you're bringing the door in. Does it have to be a dorm? I don't know if they use bedrooms. They used to use bedrooms. If you connected the bedrooms to the tavern, they would use bedrooms. Or if you assigned it to them directly. I don't know if they do anymore. Being completely honest with you, I don't actually know if they do it anymore. But I know that they use dorms. Well, like the lady that got married to a Tetris cartridge? I'm pretty sure that... I wonder if they ever got a divorce. It's like weirdest things to become attached to. Like, yes, that lady that became emotionally attached to a Tetris cartridge. All right, so pull this lever. And we can channel through this. See, Shen, That's all I can say. I used to be really, 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 really unironically great at Tetris. All right, so now lava flow. And I can now drain my moat. The only thing you want to know is how does it work on your taxes? I don't think that person was really thinking much about taxes. Like, I'm not directly trying to insult their intelligence, but I don't think they're paying much attention. Trimkoff, what kind of dwarf would you like? Give me approximately what job you would like, and beard or no beard, and I will do my best to give you a dwarf. Bum, bum, bum. 2 of us went to cartridge blowing. It was the lowest hanging fruit, I think. Cool dwarf with good vibes. Good vibes. All right, we'll give you the happiest unnamed dwarf. This is Muthcat the Clother. Trimkoff, you're 87 years old. You're married to Deucem Pillar Crypt. So you have a wife and a kid. You're 87 years old. You're an adequate clother, but you're a bit rusty. You're going to pick up that mug and that shirt. So I'm going to talk about the merch store in a second, because there's actually a good number of people here and it's worth mentioning. He is interested after watching a performance and is very comfortable with around others that are different from himself and can be very happy and optimistic, and he tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and he works to square his... Is combat happening? Combat? Oh, that's fine. He works to square his natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, and he generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to avoid crowds, and he has a greedy streak, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current
That is
activity.
stupid. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honestly. Hi, Blind. And chat.
Did
Great
Irish
to be
Stupid
back.
give you like 6 months of a sub or something? H2O, thank you very much for the 19th month. Welcome back. When he's thinking hard, he has a habit of licking his lips. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family, and he personally sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, and respects the development of his skill, dislikes cooperation, and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Dreams of raising a family. He likes pitchblende, electrum, pipe opal, black-handed gibbon tooth, and where are you going? And armadillos for their thick, bony armor plates, and the sound of the bewildering silkiness and the sight of the mellow intricacy, and when possible prefers to consume salmon, giant tapir cheese, and banana beer. I've had 2 of those 3 things. Guess which ones? And absolutely hates flies. As somebody who goes camping, I agree on the flies concept. Feels great. Blissful dining in a legendary dining room. What a good dwarf. Chill vibes. All right, so it's now locked. Sweet, so the whole thing works. That's good, meaning I can pull this lever again. And the bridge is right there, meaning I can still drain it. So this will speed this whole process up. Have I ever tried throwing orange peels in your fire pit? Everywhere I camp, fires are illegal. Like, straight up. $5,000 fine. And banned from public park. So. No, I wear bug net. And, what's it called? I wear bug net, and I put bug spray on my hands, and we bring citronella candles and put it in a tin can. Yeah, I literally can't do that. They're on public or bookable campgrounds where you like pay to camp. You can have fires in designated fire locations, but like all of BC is a massive fucking fire risk. So it's not allowed at all. Whey beer is really good, but I've also had just like straight up banana beer, like beer brewed with banana, and it's very good. Yeah, except I value the forests in real life. I know, like, it's fun to meme about in Dwarf Fortress, but in real life, I'm not going to be that guy that accidentally starts a forest fire. So. Yeah, that's fair. No, where I live, like, it is completely, all of the places I go camping frequently, especially the places that have bug problems, fires are completely illegal year-round. I've had Wells Banana Bread beer, but no, there was a, that wasn't the one I was referring to. No, there used to be a brewery around here called The Bakery Brewing that recently is rebranded to Brave Brewing, and their beer options seem really boring now. And they used to specialize in making really weird experimental shit, which is probably why they got sold, and no longer really exist in that format. But they had a banana sour, which was extreme, like, you know, fake candy banana? It was like that, except real banana flavor, not fake candy banana flavor. It was so freaking good. I mean, it doesn't matter where the problem came from. The result is we have to be careful with fires, right? Devilish potato. So, like, discussing, like, the source of the problem is kind of pointless. The reality of the problem is, like, the reality that I live in, right? Oh, I'm very familiar with the history of banana flavor, yeah. You, link lever. Let's see if I can actually get you linked to up here now. I don't okay, so here's the thing. If it's flavored beer, I just won't try it. I don't like flavored beer. I like beer that's brewed with, because flavored beer just tastes bad, in my experience. But if it's something that's brewed with something interesting, I'll try it. And I make a very harsh distinction there. That's not beer. That's, like, stomach acid. In regards to snake venom. Like, just go drink moonshine like the rest of us. That one banana beer I had was great. Wells banana bread beer is easy to drink, or easy to find, and it's cheap. So if you want to know what a banana-ish beer tastes like, Wells banana bread beer is easy to find. Is mead any good? Yes. But it depends on the kind of mead. If you're talking fortified mead, that shit's basically just wine. You're a bit of a pussy when it comes to alcohol. I have a concerningly high alcohol tolerance, which isn't a good thing. Like, you shouldn't have alcohol tolerance as high as mine. It just means that I've been, like, a borderline alcoholic in the past. Why isn't it a good thing? Well, I guess I just answered that. You have to drink a lot to develop a tolerance to something, right? Yeah, so don't drink fortified mead. Drink brought mead, which is just harder to find. Brought mead is like 4.5 to 5%. Fortified mead is like 14 to 16. Or it means I'm part hamster? Well, I'm not a furry, so that'd be difficult. Okay, well, this is finally doing its job, which means I can deconstruct this whole thing and fill this hole in. Cave dwellers? That's not digging too deep. You know what? Screw this. Let's just do dirt roads. Oh, come on. What am I hitting? Oh, I see. Too much. Not enough dirt. Guess that checks out. All right, let's go hit that location again. So if any of my military dwarves die, I'm sorry. Huge fiend. Sending both my squads this time. And we're not going to loot other items. You are still alive, yes. In fact, we'll watch you leave. Although, apparently you're still... Oh, wait, no, you are, you're the champion. Do you want me to add you to the squad? I mean, I could toss you in there. How's the candy production? I've slowed down a little bit, letting the dwarves work on just keeping themselves happy for a little bit. All right, there you go. We'll watch you leave. Be back in a sec. Gotta go check something. All right, so it's still snowing. Just not much.
Have I made any cool weapons yet?
Probably. I mean, you're my weaponsmith, so highly likely you've made a lot of weapons. Am I staring and paying attention to any in specific? No, not really. I don't pay attention to masterworks generally. It's a toothpick for a giant, that's for sure. Yeah, literally. I'm coming with you! Yes, and you died. Silent. Or sentient potato. So also, I was gonna babble about merch in a minute. The kind of ongoing plan for the merch shop chat is every 2 to 4 months or so, I'm going to try and have a couple of new things pop on there in a limited capacity. The stuff on there right now is just going to be up there permanently, so it's not going anywhere. There's no limited concerns about that. In the future, there will be a point where stuff starts to show up on there that's going to be there for a month. But when that happens, there will be coupons sent out to people and things. Yeah, no, he's not happy. Which is also part of the reason I'm, going out of my way right now to just not mine in the basement and make them all happier. Like, look at how there's 60 with the green happy face. I need to give all my military a break in a little bit, too. Was it an honorable death? You were one of the casualties in the, what's it called? The Fun Spire, so demons. You got smeared along the floor, I remember that. So I don't know, do you call that honorable? I would say generally yes. There you go. We may never see any of you again, dwarves. Okay, we're waiting for 2 more to leave on that one. 1 more to leave on that one, and you've already left. It says FICOD. They don't have far to go, so they'll pop back pretty quick. Really should make a whip squad, though, because there's whips everywhere. I'm gonna let this drain for like another 5 minutes. General happiness of the prince. Very happy. But you're impatient, which is fitting. You were blissful dining in a legendary dining room. And you felt fondness when speaking with an acquaintance. And you were satisfied at work. Does it drain back to the lake? No, it drains off the side of the map. But I'm going to select all 3 of these squads, and when they come back, we're going to set them to monthly orders. When they get back. Tattered clothing, you'll be fine. Although, recently I've just been trying to get rid of the clothing. Also, it's not tattered. What are you talking about? Your shoes could do better. Was it remembering tattered clothing? Dwelling upon. So that was from a past time. He's remembering it. His clothes, currently he's wearing no tattered clothing. He's wearing clothing that's getting tattered. But which means nothing is currently tattered. So how many wheelbarrows do I have in the fort currently? You have to wait a little bit here. 1997 drinks. That's probably the age of somebody watching. It's hard for me to look at anything that's like 1940 up to like 2023 that doesn't just look like a date instead of a number to me. Wheelbarrow. All right, well, yeah, I need some more wheelbarrows. Okay, so let's make gold wheelbarrow. Now, before the person on YouTube goes, aren't those heavy? Well, yes, it does take them a very long time to get them to the stockpile, but once they're at the stockpile, they work exactly the same speed as any other wheelbarrow. I just want blingy wheelbarrows, okay? What can I say? I have a taste for the fancy, to quote one of my favorite YouTubers. I've developed a little bit of a taste for the fancy.
Yay.
Yay! You're still alive, Alter Ego, speaking of yay. Yep, and you're married to Jelly Belly? Your eldest daughter is wild magically? And Insula-sama's your only son. Almost caught up. What, oh, like via VODs? You can tell by the golden tables. The actual impressive question is, does anybody actually know which YouTuber I'm talking about? Somebody here has to know. Also, how much sheet do I have? I need to make quern. Not querns, quires. So you stop making them. You have to make sure that they're allowed to be used in the stockpiles. They default to 1 per stockpile. So many different kinds of sheet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Like 20 quires. Yeah, it's the same menus as bins. So like you go here, you click this barrel, increase the number of wheelbarrows they can use. Yes. Okay, yeah. No, I mean, if you're talking about watching VODs on YouTube versus watching VODs on Twitch, yes, YouTube Premium does in fact support me more. But if you're talking about, like, watching the live streams versus watching the VODs, watching the live streams is way more effective than watching VODs. But I appreciate it regardless. Doesn't actually matter to me all that much. Did the demons ever breed? Unfortunately, no, and I'm very disappointed. Oh, they're back. Good news. It looks like Claiborne is not dead. We also apparently we got a spoils report. A constructive orb slipped into the lustrous thief undetected by the nightmare of shadow and the sins of deference. And the chunky orb stole livestock. What do we get? We got a lynx and a horse. Delicious. They're not giants, so I don't actually care. All right, let's go do it. Let's go try and steal some stuff from the elves. 1,000? That's a lot of elves. Okay, let's go hit this one. Let's pillage and openly attack. Go get them, dwarves. Not gonna loot other items. We're gonna go for everything else. They got 10 people there, so How does one sneak off with a giant horse? Have you never played like a video game or a cowboy game where you steal a horse? Have you never played like Skyrim and stolen a horse? You walk up to the horse, you get on the horse, and you ride away. This is like video games and RPGs 101. That feeling when a company asks you if you're interested in taking a sponsored deal for a thing, and then you give them your rates, and they state that your rate is quite steep, and I say, and then they offer you less than half of what you asked for, and then my response is, no thanks. I'll just keep selling mugs. Did you hear buggy action adventure game? Well, I mean, yes. What's funny is, like, they do have a point in their response. They're just like, I won't say what it is, but they're just like, we've noticed that you experience quite a view drop-off when you stream games other than Dwarf Fortress, which is why we're dropping your rates. It's like, exactly. That's why my rate is so high, because I have to, like, wreck my stats for you. Like, genuinely. That's why my rate is so high. Because you're hurting my productivity. So thus you're paying to compensate for my view count drop. You have a good point here. Have a better one. You have a good point, but like if you don't want to pay my rates to make me stream other games, then okay. It's not. I do have a really steep rate, Diamond, but they have to offer me better than less than half of what I ask for. Like if I give somebody an hourly rate and they ask for 2 hours, and I ask for an amount based on my hourly rate, and then they respond with less than 1 hour of my hourly rate for 2 hours, it's like, yeah, no, sorry. Good luck. Go bark up a different tree. I don't care about your goddamn algorithm. I'm making plenty of money just playing games I enjoy. No, I'm pretty sure that game's actually pretty damn good. And I'll probably buy it and play it on my own time, actually. Beard. But will I stream it? No. Kind of want a pillar there. It's a bit wide. Enough lurking from you. It's time to do the sleeps. You sleep well, animal. Thank you very much for hanging around. Appreciate you, dude. You're being playfully petty. Well, fair enough, yes. I'm trying to not be directly derogatory. You can be directly derogatory. That's your job. You're the chat room. I'm just here to, say it how it is, which is, me saying it how it is. Which is also the reason I wasn't streaming that, Yggdrasil thing today. Yeah, fuck that game. Exactly. Fuck that game. You don't even know what game we're talking about. Exactly. It's chat's job to be mean. I'm supposed to be at least somewhat diplomatic. Which is why whenever I get emails about Raid Shadow Legends, I ask them to please stop emailing me. I gotta say, sometimes Amazon is really, 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 really good at advertising products that you really want. And the rest of the time, all they do is they're like, hey, so you just bought this. Do you want to buy it again? No. No, Amazon, I don't. I bought it. I have it now. I don't need 3 more. Is Raid Shadow Legends even a game? I don't know. To be completely honest with you, I have no idea. I don't think so, but probably. Get the big raid bag and say you're allowed to trash it the whole time? You're not allowed to trash it the whole time, though. Actually, in this case, it's an inflatable camping pillow collection. Are videos you've already seen? I've just turned off all YouTube tracking so I get the weirdest recommendations on YouTube. And let's just pretty this area up a little bit. I just realized the elven place that we are raiding right now or pillaging is called Washed Morning. Do you wash in the morning, chat? Because the elves do, apparently. So, what else can we do? I guess I can make the entryway to this look a little less stupid, because right now they're having to walk over this axle, so I could give them an entryway from over here is an option, or I could close that off and give them an up and over entryway. You wash face? That's a good way to wake up. I'm a big supporter of the cold shower movement in the summer, but the rest of the season, no. Only the summer. I do want to put a prison in somewhere. How do I deal with overflowing cabinets? Your dwarves keep filling them with clothes. Make more cabinet. So like if you go into the individual dwarves rooms, you can set them all to be dumped. But generally you just sell the clothing when the dwarf dies. Like that's how I deal with it. I'm not going to say that that's necessarily the best way to deal with it, but only make the amount of clothing that you really need, I guess. All right, let's go down to the base layers. Well, actually, no, I need the military to be back. Because I think we're through all of the adamantine down here. Okay, no, I guess I could tell them to go mine that. Okay, maybe don't automate that. That's a terrible idea. Just mine it. Am I glazing porcelain? Who's glazing porcelain? Put together a porcelain industry because you mentioned not trying it earlier. Holy crap, it's profitable at hardly any effort. If you if you're glazing porcelain, it's extraordinarily profitable. Like, porcelain statues and porcelain crafts are ludicrously valuable. Is it better to have one stockpile for food or have separate food stockpiles, like your Ernest Ironing Taverns? Those are actually all one stockpile. They're just not connected. This is all one stockpile. So is this. This is all one stockpile as well. I don't think it matters. I might be wrong, but I don't think it matters. Did I build a library or am I going insane? No, I did. It's down here. This is my library. Do you have writing material? Oh, looks like my scholar died. Well, that's unfortunate. Oops. Tyron Des is now a scholar. Go thunk. Same with Festiva. You two go scholar as well. And Fold. You can go write things. You get smarter. Yep. Mm-hmm. Still waiting for Dropkick It to leave the map, Doran to leave the map. Uh-oh. Claiborne, remind me to rename you. You lost your name. That. Clay who? Clay who? I think you mean Tropic Commune. Yeah, no, if you want items to be super valuable, you glaze, encrust, you do everything. That's how you make items super valuable in this video game. By doing everything. Everything that the game could possibly ask for. Let's make more gold bookcases. Gold book case. Also make gold book binding. There we go. We got quires being put into the containers. We've also got some scrolls. Pondering social behavior. Okay. I ponder that all the time, so mood. Bins for over 100. I mean, to be fair, the bins for over 100k are probably full of items that inflate the value. Also, chat, I just want to say a real big thank you for a very successful first day of merch sales for the merch store. Like, I know I've been memeing about it, but, like, thank you. Today's been a great day. Making me not have to stress myself the fuck out by having to deal with sponsorships. I don't actually hate sponsorships as much as I pretend to on this channel. It's just actually kind of a lot of, like, effort, if that makes any sense. Like, you have to put in a lot of, like, extra side time and research and, like, talking to people and bidding and all kinds of extra work, which is why you see streamers sign up with ad agencies so that they just pay somebody basically to do it for them. Yeah, I do as of this morning, which Tropic Communist just put into the chat there. IRL poorly funded functioning due to fundraisers in public libraries, blinds, fortress, gold, I mean, come on. I have a surplus. Not like it's got any actual value. I'm also moving stuff around because I'm trying to put more fancy flooring in, because I put all the furniture in initially before I put the flooring in. I'm building more flooring. We're also going to expand it to up there in a minute. You love the File Force of Darkness mug? I too like it. Hopefully I don't get a content claim from Bay 12 Games saying, "You stole our line!" Pretty sure I've earned it, though. It's less copyright infringing than, like, all of those t-shirts that just have a picture of the dwarf face. Have to get one when you get paid? Gotcha. I'm still waiting for somebody to try gifting merch to somebody, because I have no idea how the fuck that shit works. But I know Linux Town was saying that they want to try that. No. Sure, it'll happen eventually. All right, let's get on to furniture, bookcases. Doop, 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 doop. Let's add on to this. There you go. They get a redeem token in checkout. Its trigger is a giveaway in my chat, but I'm assuming it's a redeem token. Because, like, I've definitely done stuff with that before where you prepay for it. But it supposedly triggers an actual, like, giveaway in my chat. So, like, that's why I'm, like, mildly curious to see how it goes. No pressure, though. I don't actually want you guys to do shit if you don't want to. It'll happen eventually, and I'm curious to see how it works when it does. Or if it doesn't, which would just be hilarious. We're going to gift until you remembered exchange rates? Yeah. Just remember, all of you guys do enough for me. Don't worry about it. Cheers, Nuclear. What up? Just caught up with the Throne Room project from the last stream. Good to see you. Yeah, no, it's quite schnazzy, I would say. The Throne Room down here. Did you get to the part where we put an adamantine throne in there? It depends. I think it's up to the person gifting. Either the person being gifted can pay the shipping fees, or the gifter can pay the shipping fees, or alternatively, I can pay the shipping fees. I think it depends on the options people select, which is, again, why I'm kind of curious to see it happen. But if I pay it, then it comes out of my cut, which is interesting. Who is undwarfed? This one. Oh, never mind. He didn't lose his name. Thought he did. All right, so, Nuclear Sneeze. Who am I gifting a dwarf to? Somebody in chat who does not currently have a dwarf. What's the gift command? You have to go to the merch store and go to checkout with an item, and then it gives you the... it's literally just click on an item and it tells you. Literally this thing. Like I said, this is the thing I'm fascinated by. Curious to see how that works. Or if it even does. Wanderlust gets dwarfed? Wanderlust. Chat, what kind of dwarf does Wanderlust get? To me, Wanderlust seems like a librarian. Whoa. Hold on, what? My lordy. Yeah, I guess type an exclamation point, enter. How many did you just throw out? Okay. You won't enter you already ordered one? Yeah, don't enter if you already ordered one. But, what? Okay, so it works. I guess that's good news. The other big question I have is, does it like DM you or something? That's the other part that I'm curious about. Thanks for gifting out some mugs. I was expecting somebody to gift a frickin' sticker. Everyone loves mugs. This is true. The mug economy is strong with this. Quill 18 would be proud. Dropkick, it's been missing for a week? What?
Flag.
What? Audio, are you okay? Thanks for the 68th month. So are those the announcements for the winners? Okay, so Claiborne. Apparently Claiborne got... Did you get 2? Or is it just adding you twice? I think it's just adding you twice. I think that's just a Twitch eccentricity.
Crypt L, Crypt R.
Crypt L indeed. More like a Crypt W. How you doing, Lump? Thank you for the 52nd month. Audio, thank you very much for the tier 3 at 68 months. Sorry, there's a lot going on in chat at this exact moment. Yeah, it's that there's one's an announcement and the other one's a post. I really wish it would only do one of those instead of both of them. Let's memorialize this dwarf. I also need to name somebody, don't I? I need to name Wanderlust. Work hit shit stage again recently? Oh, man. You've never seen people so happy to get mugged. Yep. So to those of you who won, how the heck does it work? Because it's not super clear on my side. Like, at all. That shit's neat. It's verification through Twitch? Interesting. That's a winning quote. Yep. I was thinking librarian, which is closer to your actual useless degree of archaeology. True. Okay. Like half my stream team. I actually don't know if it's half. 2 members of my stream team have a master's in archaeology. Wanderlust, thanks for chucking a gift to Eggbeard. Cheers.
Hype train?
Apparently. Mug train, more like. All right, so let's put a dwarf that's good at scholarly. Scholar or scribe, Wander? Doesn't matter. All right, we'll give you a scholar then. Peak, thanks for the $1.69. I also like trans. These dwarves are all expert observers.
I
God, I
dig
had that
trains.
sound. Thanks for giving a sub to Cyralac El Deuterino. Let's give you this one who's a proficient observer. Dastot, the doctor. Not a useless degree. Currently forging a golden bookcase. If it's free shipping, I think it means the person gifting it covered shipping. I think that's what that means. You're adding a vile mug. You can absolutely make a vile mug of darkness better Twitch TV emote. You're more than welcome to do that. This dwarf has a shortage of patience and poor analytical abilities and a very bad sense of empathy. Great doctor. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations, lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, and she is a perfectionist, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she often feels envious of others. She isn't given to flights of fancy, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and doesn't experience strong cravings or urges, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and is currently going to bed. And she rarely feels discouraged. She taps her feet constantly when she's nervous, and she whispers when she's nervous, and when she's thinking, she has a tendency to chew her cheek. So you're whispering, tapping your foot, and chewing your cheek whenever you're thinking, basically. What is... Oh, we have a raccoon in the fort. I really need to check our spoils report. She personally strongly believes a peaceful and ordered society is best, without deceit is best, and she finds cooperation to be... And she sees cooperation as very important in life and values good craftsmanship, and she dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes limonite, platinum, black opal, amber, guinea fowls for their social nature, and ospreys for their fishing ability, and the words of the bronze rocks and the sound of the bewildering silkiness, and when possible prefers to consume giant bark scorpion, tomatillo wine, and honey bee royal jelly and bilberries, and absolutely hates blood gnats. It's worldwide shipping aside from war zones. Like, literally, they'll ship anywhere in the world except for North Korea and active war zones. Okay. Who wouldn't hate blood gnats? The same kind of people that actively have pet leeches, I would assume. Also, Salty Tempest. What kind of dwarf would you like? Because your other one did die. So my dwarves have just returned from Wah! And, I'm gonna have Stinthad the peasant. And actually, no, I'm not gonna make it Stinthad the peasant. I'm gonna make it one of the other dwarves that's already in this squad somewhere. Would just be much smarter. I wonder if it's because those menus are double stacked that it's not letting me do that. There we go. Then the other thing I have to do is I have to say thank you, chat room, very much for that little hype train. It means a lot. Sorry, that was a lot in like a minute and a half that just happened there. And snuck in while everyone was distracted. Yes. Get a hunter. I have a trapper who I could make allowed to hunt, if you would like. If this works. Checking spoils report. I want to get this dwarf named first. Salty Tempest. You have one friend, impervious to the effects of stress, and is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. I also should check the amount of lava in the surface. Hold up. I'm actually just going to do that real quick. Oh, wow. That's actually great. It's right where I need it. Perfect. She's impervious to the effect... Hiccup. Jesus. She's impervious to the effects of hiccups. She's impervious to the effects of stress, and she is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. Does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity and is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Tends to avoid crowds and has a greedy streak, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She does not mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she has a sense of duty. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she does not really care about anything anymore. Review soon. I'm very, very much looking forward to people just like shouting pictures of mugs at me in my Discord. I will say that they ship mighty fast. There's horses in my fort, man. We got a lot of spoils. She personally views decorum as a high ideal, and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and doesn't see competition as sees competition as wasteful and silly, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. She likes Bismuth's Night, Bronze, Topaz, and Snowy Owltooth, Boots and Low Boots and dogs for their loyalty, and Rhinoceros men for their horns, and when possible prefers to consume Giant Angel Shark and date wine. And she hates toads. There you go. That's your soon-to-be crossbow hunter dwarf. Still need to try and figure out how the mug is trying to get to you. Because they probably sent you a message via Twitch DMs, I would assume, which would be difficult if they had them completely. Where it showed you one, you click it. Here's a thing, actually. Oh, I know what it means. So you click on blindirl-shop.fourthwall.com/redeem. You click that, Claiborne, and then you confirm with Twitch. You're not actually clicking on anything in DMs. I just figured this out. This is not actually that complicated. So you scroll up to where that what chat just posted multiple times. Click that and then authorize Twitch. And then it confirms that it was you. This is way easier than I thought it would be. All right, let's figure out this spoils report. Reports. So we pillaged this elven location with 10 things in it. The constructive orb attacked the flowery vines of the factional animal at Washed Morning, and the dwarf Unib led the attack. And the dwarf Unib outmatched the elf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Washed Morning. It seems like we are bashing them. We struck an elf down. We struck another elf down, and we seized livestock. And what did we get for livestock? 7 raccoons, 2 raccoons, 5 horses, a lynx, a wild boar, and 2 lynx. Well, we're going to have some exotic leather in the fort soon, aren't we? I'm only going to keep giant animals I get from them, by the way. I mean, I could keep some lady raccoons in the fort if you want. I'm not going to keep breeding pairs, though. But if chat insists, I'll keep a couple trash pandas. On how to go about making one? Make a room, make his library zone underneath the meeting area, and put bookshelves in it. Put bookshelves in it, and then put chests in it, and put tables and chairs in it. That's all it needs, is a meeting zone that's set as a library, and that's all that you need. Making books is a different affair, which I really need to make a tutorial on. But I'll be completely honest, I produced so much content in December that I'm kind of beat and I'm still kind of recovering. So once I'm recovered, I'll get back to kind of grinding out tutorials again when they become relevant. But I need them to be relevant. By that, I mean I need to come up with an idea for a thing to do and then do it. Just moving these tables and chairs so I can build flooring here. No, actually, don't want to do that. Really don't want to do that. What are you pondering? You're using musings on quickness weave. Ooh. Fold is copying books. You want to acquire something. You found an elder wine weep in Caves of Cud. What cool can you do with it? So it's going to just shit out wine constantly forever. If you go up next to it and you gather the wine in your water holding containers, any containers, you can sell them for buttloads of money to any trader. Congratulations, you just found unlimited money. You just found free unlimited wine, is what you found. So you win. Maybe not you win, but the game just got a lot easier. It's almost as good as a water weep, which is just free unlimited water, which is actual just like money. You didn't break the game, but you have a very, very, very consistent, almost unlimited source of money now. Also, I just gotta say, I don't know about you, chat, but I'm very, 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 very impressed by how the giveaways thing works. Like, water weighs a lot? Yes, this is true. That is your biggest battle at that point is that. If you view the combat log of the werebeast, you see how it attacks and scratches or bites. Yeah, so infections can only be spread if it bites. Like chat's saying. Trying to get caught up on things. First time you've seen a stream where streamer's recommendation for the game carries actual weight and half of chat loves it? What, for like Caves of Cud? Is that what you're referring to? I mean, my entire like idea behind games that I play on this channel is like, I want to play games that people will want to watch, right? Based on the games that I play already. So the idea is, if I play a game, odds are pretty good you're interested in it if you like the other games I play. Sometimes I miss, which is also why I overcharge for sponsorships. Because that would force me to deviate from that. Right? I'd swear the game is paused right now, but it's not. Okay, what is not deconstructed then? You had dwarves survive wounds that were from scratches? Yeah, scratches don't infect when it comes to were creatures. Like, dwarves can get scratched up, punched, beaten, slapped, whacked, bones broken. As long as they don't get bit, they're not infected. The second they get bit, they're infected. Why did I turn that? Oh, I did it so I could build tables and chairs. Claiborne gift is gifting a Vile Force of Darkness mug. Good luck, Claiborne. Or good luck to whoever's chucking their hat in to potentially win that. So now we just wait for them to bring this in. Why is the message doubles? I think it's because Twitch dumb. So Twitch has a feature which, because like I'm literally looking, I was trying to figure out the settings of this thing behind the scenes, which is why I was kind of quiet there for a second, because things had calmed down a little bit, and I was trying to figure out how to stop it from doing that, like doubling it up like that. I also changed a few settings behind the scenes, but like it just says it posts a message in chat. And Twitch is dumb. They added a new feature recently, which is announcements. Eventually irritate me. As long as it's not costing me money, it doesn't. If it costs me money, then yes, it'll irritate me. Otherwise, no, it doesn't irritate me. Late, Diamond. I mean, people are getting stuff almost entirely free, with the exception of having to pay for part of shipping at times, which I think is pretty fair. It does completely suppress chat interaction. I don't think it's going to happen that often, to be completely fair. But there's a new toy in chat today. When there's a new toy, chat gets excited by the new toy. Go click that link, Eggbeard. A sub and now a mug? Congrats, you've been mugged. It only lasts 1.5 minutes. I can make it last less time. I could give you guys 8 seconds if you want. I actually increased it. They recommend 30 seconds. I increased it to 90 because I think that that's fair. New shiny toy you like? Well, that's cool. Also, so the way that I have the gifting set up, just for full transparency here, I will cover up to $5 of the shipping out of my profits, and then the rest is covered by the person who's been gifted. So depending on the item, basically, so that means if you gift a mug, I get like $2. It's just your argument that doesn't eat too much of the chat. I mean, I don't think it eats too much of the chat. It's kind of low. Yeah, but also people are buying things for other people, and I don't want them to pay for the entirety of the shipping. And if I cover all of the shipping, then it's just, I'm going to have negative profits on each one. It was good? Hell yeah, Dave. I could set it up so the person has to pay all of the shipping, but I think that that's kind of mean. And if I cover all of the shipping, then yeah, I'm making a profit. I could also set it so that the person has to pay all the shipping. I don't know. I haven't turned that on, but... Twitch had a command mode that doesn't show them all to chat. So Twitch used to have multiple chat rooms. Fun fact. Each stream could have like up to 5 different chat rooms, I think it was. So you could have like an actual spoiler only chat room and stuff. And it was a super useful feature, and then Twitch killed it because nobody used it. Which I used to use for giveaways and song requests. You've never been mugged? Well, maybe you can be mugged. Been watching all the tutorial content recently. It's really helping your first real world. Thank you so much. You've been finally able to get deep into Dwarf Fortress after 2 years of trying. Well, cheers. I have to read the Discord word story. It's going to sound like I'm having a seizure. I swear I'm okay. Oh, is it already? Chat, there's a new better Twitch TV emote. Just so that you're aware. Give me your wallet. Now you've been mugged. Diamond did a thing. I'm scrolling up the word story. Hold up. Okay, time to start making cookies. They taste of cookie. This time, however, things. In other news, hunting gophers has been criminalized. Vile force of darkness, peace. On. Okay, well, peace, no. On. I was gonna say peace on earth. You know, the Vile mug actually works weirdly well. That's kind of hilarious. Finally, being redeemed as you arrive. Well, welcome, Transfem. Glad to hear that you get to hear the song of your people as you arrive. Like, ah, yes, all is at peace. I don't like the way this looks. I feel like I need to move these books. Did I even click that? Item. Oh, also, Diamond, for whatever it's worth, you might remember a certain other merch company I used way back when, that's named after a season of the year. Their profits were so fucking terrible that I think it was like $2.50 per t-shirt I got, I think. So even if, like, the gifting stuff ends up costing me, like, 80% less, I'm probably still getting paid better than that fucking company. It's the reason I decided to go with these guys when they offered, when I looked at what their profits were, because it's like, oh, you actually pay decently. What the Yeah, these are gold. Everything in here is gold. Timing game. Figured it out. Woo, yay! Bloododen, thank you very much for the prime. Cheers. All strange mood produced items are artifacts. Yes, this is true. You tried to get a dwarf trying to make a statue related to something farming in cube. It's because images are just cubes. If it's like an image of something, then it's just a cube. If it's like a specific creature or something, then you'll get something that isn't a cube. It's like this is just like a symbol, basically. That's pretty amusing, actually. Like, I'm really tempted to just make that into an actual email, to be honest, because I do have an open spot, but... Very confused by something. I'm trying to figure this out. Is it possible to get forbidden beast statues that aren't cubes? No, but I think that brute and demon statues wouldn't be cubes, right? I'm pretty sure brute and demon statues are not. I think. I'd need to like look into that actually. You like the cubes? I kind of like the cubes too. I mean, essentially what it is, it's a cube with like images on each side, right? It's basically just like an engraved brick on a pedestal. Because like these are what? An image of Fatal Skull. An image of Fatal Skull, the Serpent Devil, and Attis. Okay, so this actually is an image of a devil. And Attis, the dwarf, in gold. Attis is striking down Fatal Skull. The artwork relates to the killing of the Serpent Devil, Fatal Skull, by the dwarf Attis Help Manor in this with a steel short sword in Sizzletongs in the early winter of 252, which is an image of Popleope killing a demon. I need to move this, and that table needs to be moved as well. Have extra chairs? No. Okay, so this table can be moved over there. Why your fort ran at 15 FPS? There was a 100 plus dead invasion, but there was also 355 cavern dwellers. That's usually the case, Lucky Soft. There's a Reddit post of all statue sprites. Oh, I mean, like, these are just sprites that are, like, in the game files. Yeah, that is it, Poplio. Yeah. Also, hi, how are you doing? So what else can I do with this library? And currently we've got, what, 28 books, including copies. Apparently the king is reading or was reading the musical Talon and okay, it's time to make clothing. You're reading the musical Talon and Wreck. Apparently. So what we're gonna do now? How's the dwarfing going? Pretty good. Not too many deaths yet. I'm going to... Go smack the bads again. Okay. Today's been an exciting day. I would say. Cold-blooded. We launched a merch store and people can gift merchandise to each other. And so that's caused some chaos? Shall we just say? The town, my life. Let's go pillage this location. Hubbub? Is hubbub a word? Like, I'm sure it is. One of those words that, like, I almost refuse to believe that it's a word. Did I make all those adamantine swords? I have enough adamantine right now to make one sword, so no. Who's pissed? Ah, one of my swords dwarves, of course. No, we're just using steel, which is currently more than enough. We will be making swords, though. Once I go and mine more of that. What's the hubbub, bub? Joe True is reading. Wanderlust is discussing diseases and is content after discussing social behavior, content after discussing diseases, and satisfied at work. Do you have any memories? Satisfied remembering mastering cooking, fondness making a friend. Bored after dwelling upon being unable to practice a martial art for too long. Starting the day with your favorite Dwarf Fortress streamer. You guys flatter me. Let's just make everybody some new clothing. I want to say silk hoods sound great. Trousers. And dress. Let's jump up here, see how deep this is. Sweet, that's perfect depth. We jump down here. Pull that lever, and moat will cease to empty. We can also jump over here, and I can, you know, actually fix this back here, which is currently just a mess with, you know, stuff everywhere as per usual. It's weird. How does it do it that way? Then we just wait for them to build that. The king of DF streaming? Well, I mean, apparently crowned by friggin' Sal, which, like here's the thing, right? Before we started that stream, she was just like, so I'm gonna introduce you as like the undisputed king of Dwarf Fortress. I was like, I don't think that's accurate. And she's like, well, I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna deny it. It's like, all right. So. Heavy is the head that wears the crown? Something like that. It's accurate? I don't know about that, dude. If anything, I'm like the recent usurper of the throne. Hail to the king? I mean, that's like the only decent Avenged Sevenfold song, as far as I'm concerned at this point. I've really learned to dislike Avenged Sevenfold, which maybe kind of sucks. Maybe I shouldn't, but... Prominent community ambassador? That would imply... So community ambassador is a term that I'm also not particularly comfortable with. Not because it's incorrect, though. That in the industry tends to refer to somebody who is a paid employee of a company. So, like, if you're an ambassador to EA Games, right? That basically means that EA Games pays you to show up at events and shit. So if I was a Dwarf Fortress ambassador, I'd be paid to... Like, I'd be an employee of Kitfox, probably. If anything, Sal is the community ambassador. Because I'm not... Like, nobody pays me to do anything. I do this. Well, I guess you guys pay me to do this, but... All right, let's just make a Gabbro road. Because I do have plenty of Gabbro. Not to be confused with Gabber. Very different things. Community ambassador of Dwarf Fortress because we pay you, it's settled. I feel like we need, in order for that to be an official title, we do have to speak with Bay 12. You realize this, right? Because I don't feel like I can just move in and be like, I'm the community ambassador of this here video game. Not how that works. Did I ever solve the trade wagon problem? No, I'm trying to solve that right now. We send them one of the oversized checks to seal the deal. It just says, Subway gift card, $20 in brackets. Stage a coup, dethrone Kitfox? I don't want to do Kitfox's job. To hell with that. A12 is paying them to, or like getting them to publish their game for a reason. Like I said, that's like an official paid job, which I'm not doing. I'm just an idiot who streams video games. Why can't you get your magma smelter to work? It keeps saying it's unpowered. Do you need more magma? How much magma do you have underneath it? Because you need, I think it's 4 of 7 deep magma. Otherwise, it just won't work. It's just waiting for all these dwarves to leave. Your idiot who streams video games. I can live with that title. In case it's not obvious, I am extraordinarily bad at taking compliments. This is something that a bad habit of mine for most of my life. Volunteer dwarf evangelist. Now that I can get behind, although it does kind of make me sound like the owner of a religion. Which would imply that I'm much more profitable than I am. You love me most of the time? You love me except for when I'm extremely cranky. You need a new tea container? Hell yeah. Enjoy the mug, dude. I will say, actually, you know what? This is a very early tease. I will throw out a tease here for stuff that's coming in like maybe a month-ish, maybe 2 months. Something like something this on a coaster. So, you know, early tease for limited run merch drop in like, you know, a month or so. I'm thinking like maybe 1 or 2 items a month. Follow up with a coaster. Oh, yeah, duh. Come on. And a beer stein, clearly. Like a logo t-shirt and shit. You couldn't get a mug yourself? As you already have 10. I own 4 mugs, and I will be honest with you. I'm probably going to give that mug away to my mom or something when I get that one. I already have so many. I'm one person. I live alone. Also, the game just decided to think for a little bit, so we're going to wait until it starts again. Why won't any trade caravans come? They only come once a year. But if you're on a tiny little island where they can't reach, none will come. So we're at 0 frames per second. Something's going on. Ah, there we go. You got a new emote in the art channel? What'd you do? What'd you do? Hold on a second. Is that crypt mugged? You should. Okay, hold on. I have a complaint about that, actually. He needs like little X's on his eyes, like he just died. You know what I mean? How do you get a new king? Your old one was a cranky goblin who died in battle. So you need a new king to move in. Whoever the new king is in your faction, and there is one who's been appointed, he needs to move in. And if he doesn't want to move in, then he's not going to move in. A large pool of vigor stood the mighty desert's giant's blood. And elf blood. Soldiers ain't back yet, though. Only 2 more need to leave. Now, Gorlak is fighting with what? They fell off a slope. Okay. They're fighting with the ground, apparently. The one in the lever doesn't need to be magma safe, but the one being linked to the item does need to be magma safe. Lucy Mage. Sebragon, what's up? Hello. Good day. That's generally what I do, Eldrin, yeah. I just make everything magma safe for mechanisms. So it's like Gabbro, cool. That's all gonna be Gabbro mechanisms going forward. Is generally how I do it. Although right now I'm also making a lot of flooring out of that stuff. So. But fortunately, this area is pretty clear when it comes to this. A pool of dwarven beer. Oh, I got a goblin monster slayer. Who's visiting? Is that the same one as earlier? Welcome back. No. No. Also, it appears that Thanos got renamed. No, because beer doesn't pool and get depth like water and lava does. It's not the same kind of liquid. Leads me to wonder. Got a bunch of dwarves in prison right now. Sorry. Well, gold ore. Oh, I know why you're taking so long, is because you're literally... If I set this to dump, is somebody gonna rip it out of your hands? I don't actually know, so now I'm curious. Can I, like, remove an item from a dwarf's inventory by dumping it? I'm now just very curious. Yeah, they only really work with water and magma. Nope, got another ghost. I'm sorry, hold on a second. Why are you a ghost, but you have the normal ghost or the non-ghost sprite? That's spooky. Why aren't you green? Weird dwarf. Do sim. Must be a poltergeist. I initially was thinking it was possessing somebody, but it doesn't seem to be the case. No, it's not possessing somebody. It's just a ghost. Just a ghost that's missing a sprite for some reason. Oh, sweet. The military's returned. Okay, so we pillaged this location. We attacked the factional animal. We lost Deduk, who was struck down by an elf. Looks like the defenders had a strong positional advantage, which is wild. Cyril was struck down. Looks like we gained a bunch of injuries. Ingiz was struck down. Edom was struck down. I wonder if it's the skin bug showing up in another form. I mean, that dwarf had skin before they died. Well, it's kind of sad. Beg your fucking pardon? Phone, how did you not catch that one? That is very clearly a phishing email. Or phishing. Report spam, no shit. You've had enough of those Cocaine Bear ads? I actually want to see that movie. Snail, what kind of dwarf am I giving you? Neither do bears. Change, that is. They generally stay pretty much the same. Cocaine Bear looks like fun, and I like that kind of movies, so. The happiest one. The happiest unnamed dwarf? Is that the meta now? You get to be Melville the farmer. Snail is impervious to the effects of stress after being caught in the rain in 249, likes to present herself modestly. She enjoys being in crowds and generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. And she tends to be passive in discussions, tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, often feels envious of others, and could generally be considered rude. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. She believes that peace is always preferable to war and values a harmonious existence. She doesn't really value merrymaking and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and dreams of raising a family. She likes calcinite, billin, and moss agate, as well as bloodthorn, wood, and giant groundhog leather, and sheep's wool and linen fabric and pebbles. Pebbles? Shields and crowns and chains and cows for their haunting moos and lizard men for their beauty. And the words of the bronze rocks and the sound of the bewildering silkiness and the sight of the clear heather, and when possible prefers to consume potato wine and hates bark scorpions. I look over at Chad, minus all context. The first thing I see is she wore tattered clothes and when I'm not too smelly, everybody else isn't smelly enough. What? Excuse me? What's happening? Exactly. I would just like you to know that I'm very confused by this whole statement. I'll have you know that I shower every morning. And sometimes in the evening, too. So, as a bachelor, I don't know if that's necessarily an accurate representation of my people. I just want you to know that I'm very offended by this stereotype. True, but I don't think wearing tattered clothes has anything to do with being smelly. I have old t-shirts I love, but I don't smell bad. So just because I do wear tattered clothing sometimes doesn't mean that I smell bad. I also got some migrants, which is pretty great. Are you collecting equipment from the edge of the map? Damn right you are. Well then. No, true, fair enough. I guess that would be like, what, tattered, unwashed clothing then? Instead of just tattered. I still had that one dwarf just vanish mysteriously, and I have no idea what actually happened to them. Goblin has shared many tales from beyond Sizzletongs. Speaking of... Yeah, I don't, either this screen just like isn't working for some reason, or it's not actually letting me look at those cases, which is odd. Also, is there a particular reason you can't get down here, dwarves? Is there like a locked door somewhere that I'm not seeing? Downward stairway underneath that that's not locked. These doors are unlocked. Get down there. Let's get down that. Yeah, I don't know. Why the heck going down here? You're doing an individual combat drill in a weird spot. I think I spotted that. I guess dwarves are just too fucking busy. Kind of seems to be the case. Oh, you're gonna... Oh, I know what's going on. They're all digging up. Well, that makes sense. Wrong emote? Oh, no. I'm so sorry for your loss. You know that, like, sound that crappy... dying connectors make? It's not my headphones. I thought it was my headphones. You know that sound that, like, dying connectors make? Or, like an old cell phone charger that just starts going, like, like the USB charger that you plug into the wall? You know that sound? I'm hearing that right now, and I don't know where it's coming from. Yeah, the high voltage scree. Goblin Captain has shared many tales. So let's take a look at the world map. One of these days you'll tune in and you'll be able to redeem a dwarf. One of these days you'll tune in and you'll get gifted a mug. That's the actual fear of this channel. News and rumors, hey? I'm literally seeing no news and rumors. So I don't know what tales you're sharing, but they can't be that interesting. Must be the location of something. Mic problem? It's not my mic, which is why I did this. Like, nope, definitely not my mic. It's also not my headphones. Now I'm suddenly wondering if it's like the ambient noises in Dwarf Fort. It might be the ambient noises in Dwarf Fort. The government's 5G tower is turning on? Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, my 5G reception should be great. Got enough microchips in my body to keep me going for a while. It's definitely a ghost. Hearing voices, that's normal. Right? Right? I hear voices all the time. Generally my own. Now, if I was hearing other voices, that would be concerning. Aren't they useful for something? I have a video called Using Bronze Colossus as Defense in my DF Ideas series, which only has 2 videos in it, so it's pretty easy to find. But are they useful for something? I mean, you can set them on your enemies, and that's basically it. They're kind of like an end boss thing, so you're not really supposed to catch them. You're supposed to fight them. But if you catch them, they're very effective at dispatching weaker enemy foes easily for you. So less effort for your dwarves. But that's about it. All right, chat. There's another dumb Better Twitch TV emote variant in the chat now. Vile Mugged now exists, which I think properly represents today as... There's something about that that's way too funny. So, no, that's Vile Mug. Vile Mugged with a D. ED at the end of that. We've checked the stone for heat. What devilry is this? There is no devilry, just fire. You can't see it. If you don't have Better Twitch TV installed, you need Better Twitch TV installed. Also, I'm still trying to figure out how this dwarf ended up down here, by the way. I genuinely have no idea. Okay. Let's... place that there. Vile Mugged is what it is called. And FFZ or Better Twitch TV are the two extensions that'll allow you to see those dumb fan-made emotes. Or in this case, diamond-made emotes. Still not sure why they haven't constructed this stuff yet. Have they constructed any of them yet? Okay, well, they started. That dwarf died by being dragged down there, died by a beast last episode. This one? But how do you get dragged through a floor? Like, how is there floor there now? That's the part I don't get. It's like, I get the, like, they got dragged down there. But how the floor get there? It's kind of magic. I mean, if demons can make flooring appear and disappear, that's pretty cool. But if they can do that, that's my first of hearing of it. Yeah, no, but like the entire tile that it's in would be obsidian. It doesn't matter if the surface layer is obsidian. No, also it's granite. Yeah, this is all granite. There was nowhere for it to drain ever. That's the thing. There was never anywhere for it to drain. Although that is kind of horrifying. Like, your friend disappears and then you find them in the walls. That's kind of like some sort of horror. Fell into the back rooms, you mean? Instead of the bar rooms? Some alien shit right there? Yeah, kinda. Certainly some survival horror shit. Can say as much. Ripley is in your fort? I would play that mod. No clipped into the backrooms. Honestly, that's probably what it was. Probably like creature was moving too fast and dodged the dwarf into there. You only put one G in Vile Mugged. You spelled it wrong, so thus you have to type your emote in wrong. Works just fine. See how bad of an idea that is. Oh, I know. I'm well aware that it's grammatically incorrect. But Diamond set the emote up, so it's on Diamond if it's incorrect. That's all I'm pointing out, is I didn't make the emote. Diamond did. Diamond uploaded it. Diamond sent me the link. Diamond spelt it wrong. Then Diamond spells it right trying to type it in. That's what I'm pointing out, Useroon. It's not my fault. If I made it, I would have spelled mugged correctly. Are we going into the circus? I'm carefully trying to get more adamantine. Am I going to assault the circus? No. If I find the circus, then we'll find it. But I won't let them into my fortress. Soldiers are right there, so... I'm just saying, I do not take responsibility for the incorrect spellings here, okay? So don't blame me. I did nothing wrong. You've never seen the circus? Watch the last, or not the, watch the first video I uploaded today and you can see a circus. But we could we'll probably find it today. Am I going to, like, actively allow them all into my fort? No, I'm going to do it safely because I know how to do that. The G point is lost. We know why we fear the night. What are the black critters I have roomed off? Are you okay with spoilers, Fangros? Guess there's water down there. Just thought they were a were thing? Nope. No. These are demons. We got a three-eyed brute named Purple Clean, who is a very large three-eyed badger twisted into humanoid form. It squirms and fidgets. Beware its deadly dust. And then we have Sharon and Steve. Now, Steve and Sharon are very good friends, and I keep hoping they'll make babies, but they haven't yet, and it makes me sad. Steve and Sharon are very large three-eyed Dimetrodons. They have short trunks, and they are ravening. Its clear scales are round and set far apart. Beware its deadly blood. Alert. Oh, it's just a ghost being put away. It's fine. Ghost being told to go the fuck to sleep and quit bothering the dwarves. Mostly. What does Queenie want? Ballista arrows? Do I have ballista arrows queued up even? What I did. there's no such thing as safe adamantine to mine. No such thing as safe adamantine to mine. No adamantine is safe to mine. But there are ways to mine all adamantine safely. These are not the same thing, though. Roger or Denise? Are we, like, is this like a sitcom act or something that I'm building? How I Met Your Demon? You know, if we're talking about How I Met Your Mother, I've never seen a single episode of that show, so apologies if I missed the references related to it. Gotta be demonic, right? It's because I named them Sharon. I was actually gonna name it Karen, but chat said Sharon, so. We ain't missing much. That's kind of the gist that I got. But like I said, never seen it. Jam Jalopy, who am I giving a dwarf to? Just giving away everything today? I don't know about everything. I mean, people could always give away more mugs. Don't give it to me. Do not give it to me! Your shirt is still intact. Okay, so you haven't given the shirt off your shoulders yet. That's good. Well, Bob, it was nice knowing you. Ah. We've unleashed an echo of forgotten divine retribution. Ooh, an angel. Hold up. Look, I see blood. It's a Guardian of War pikeman. Ooh. Jagged crushing metal pike. Sleek flowing fabric glove. Unfortunately, they're large. Nah, not all the fun, just some of the fun. I'm just going to tell all 3 of the squads to go fight this thing. And it appears that Urist has lost a nose. But Urist is bleeding heavily. If I select the demon is also bleeding. Seems rather weak, actually. What are you made of? A large 3-eyed lizard in humanoid, twisted in humanoid form. It has a rattling exhale, and its gray scales are blocky and set far apart. It was created by the dwarven goddess Terron. It is part with death, fortresses, and war. You believe in Urist? Let's see how Urist is doing. You volunteered to station down there with them? As a miner? Because I'm not stationing my military down there. Mostly because I'm trying to capture the demons. Urist screams, "I must withdraw!" Strikes the guardian in the lower body with her copper pick. Yeah, because it's ichor. It's not god. It's not blood, it's ichor. The cook strikes the guardian pikeman in the head with a copper pick, and the attack is deflected by its large, jagged, crushing metal helm. The cook strikes the war pikeman in the right leg with her copper pick. She's down. Found dead. And the beast of war moves up. Oh, we're giving a dwarf to the stellar jockeys? Well, chat, what kind of dwarf do you think the stellar jockeys gets? So I've killed it. It is dead. Only one casualty. Swordmaster Caffey is fighting. Swordmaster Caffey stabs the Guardian of War pikeman in the upper body with his steel short sword, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Shoutouts to Caffey for killing a demon. Or an angel, rather. Which is clearly what this creature is. Jagged crushing metal pike. Intricate crushing metal something. An intricate crushing metal left gauntlet. Eurus did all the work. This is true. But generally a dwarfy death too. I tend to agree with this, yes. So, chat, what kind of dwarf am I giving Benjamin? Minor, minor, minor. Chat says minor? A minor, minor. All right. I'll find a bearded minor for Benjamin. I may need to assign some more minors after this last incident. This one will do. Oops, I can type. Although we're about to get hit by an ad, so I'll read the description after the ad. Benjamin. You are very funny. Yes. Hilarious, in fact. I'm laughing very, very loudly right now.
Hey Blind, found your community with the DF boom. Glad I stuck around. Best streamer I've found in some time. Keep at it, dude.
Keep at it, dude. Well, thank you very much, Gold Bludgeon. Thanks for sticking around for a second month. Means the first one wasn't a total mistake. I read the description and we hang around. I mean, this dwarf is merciful, I would say. Cersei Mage, thanks for gifting a sub to Benjamin. Benjamin? I can word. Benjamin. Cheers. Thanks for gifting a sub. Also, if you guys don't know, Stellar Jockeys, a game dev studio, they made one of my favorite games ever, which is this. You like big robots and you cannot lie? And tanks and shit, and people that wear too many glasses for some reason? This game's, like, possibly the best playable synthwave album I've ever played. Is good. It's also 55% off right now, apparently. I didn't, like, you know, plan that. It just is. Yeah. Have another hype train erupt? Yeah, I think they're off cooldown. Ready for the ad stand, and then we'll read this. Dwarf got depressed when he saw an ogre punch the spine on his friend. I would too. I would too. Very much so. You know, fun fact. There's an audiobook as part of that game too. I can't remember what version you have to buy to get the audiobook. But I have the audiobook, and I listened to the entirety of it while playing Trackmania. While really depressed during the pandemic. It was just literally, I just sat here and played Trackmania for like 8 hours or whatever the length of it is and just sat there and listened to the whole thing. Comes with the deluxe thing? Gotcha. Actually, I think I got the audiobook when it was given away on GOG. Can't remember if I actually own it on Steam or not. Rarely speaks in absolutes when stating something he believes is true, and he's very generous to the community. Well, back in whenever it was Deluxe did, yeah, whenever that was. We'll see you when we see you. Michelle, you have a good night. All right, so Benjamin, 88 years old, thirsty and drowsy, going to bed soon probably. Wow, this is a long description. Is easily moved to mercy and is conflicted by this since he sees these tendencies as an impotent to the quest for power. Dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Is a perfectionist and finds humor in most situations. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess, of course. And he is somewhat quarrelsome, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to not reveal personal information. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he is conflicted by this as he values harmony and as an intellectual concept. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He's quick to form negative views about things, and he is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He is quick to anger, and he has a greedy streak, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family, and personally strongly believes that peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Strongly values tranquility and quiet. Sees denial of impulses as vain and foolish pursuit, and values loyalty. Finds blind honesty foolish, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Respects power and does not care about fairness. He likes olivine, ooh, a true dwarf of culture, fine pewter, faint yellow diamond, reindeer, antler, crossbows, and corns and scepters, and blue peafowls for their coloration, and the sight of the tress of rhymes, and when possible, prefers to consume anole, plum wine, and watermelons. And he hates rats. Hold on, I have a rat emote I need to type in real quick. There you go. Very, very important. My favorite factoid about that stupid emote is it actually got banned by Twitch, so they had to put pants on the rat. The original version didn't have pants. It didn't have a rat butthole either. It was just a rat, like, spitting its tail. Pants are for losers? I mean for rats, yeah. All right, let's dive further down and keep digging. The gasm policy? I suppose. I'm trying to like figure out what Wanderlust and Eggbeard are talking about. I'm like following this back up. Are you referring to like speaking in absolutes? Is that what we're talking about right now? Because I'll be honest, like that's something I've had to practice. I used to be real bad about speaking in absolutes when talking about basically, shall we just say, anything. I used to be really bad about that. Something that I've had to put a concerted effort into. But for me, it's very much a less about whether or not I'm speaking in absolutes and more about. Okay, so I can't. I'm actually curious if they can dig those out. I don't think they can, but. No, okay, that's the wrong rule. Yeah, for me, it's less about speaking in absolutes and more about making my opinions known without intentionally just insulting people. Like, I'm not here to piss you guys off. There's only one G, and the V and the M are capitalized. Sanic. I guess that just means I have to have that mug for sale forever, and we have to allow gifting mugs forever. Otherwise, this whole gimmick is just dead. And it's way too good of a gimmick to let die. No, semi-molten rock is like Dwarf Fortress's equivalent to like Minecraft Bedrock. It's the thing you can't dig through. Unless there's like some way to dig through Bedrock now, which I'm unaware of, but. Ah, right. Thob has been missing for a week. Not gonna lie, some of the materials for the hoods for dwarves look straight up out of Assassin's Creed. Oh, you can dig through my bedrock? Okay, well, in Dwarf Fortress, you can dig around semi-molten rock, but you can't dig through it. It just, like, causes lava to pour out. The image from the t-shirt. You know, we don't need an emote for literally everything. Save some for me, okay, Diamond? You can use it in memes, but not everything needs to be an emote on Better Twitch. A very, very good pick and dig through Bedrock. All right, well, cool. Yeah, I haven't played Minecraft in a very, 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 very long time, so I wouldn't know anything about these very good picks. Adamantine right here. I don't know what you're talking about, 808. Any idea why a dwarf might keep stealing the same artifact? Nothing in their character. Bio says kleptomaniac. What do you mean by stealing? You mean like trying to leave the map with it? Don't ever use 7TV. 7TV is oh yeah, no, we let all the racist emotes be on here. So I would just avoid that shit. Use FFC. Like for reference, FFZ is made by the dude or the team that also went and made Doki Doki Literature Club. Like they're a legit group of dudes. Whereas 7ZTV or 7TV is very much yeah, really. Although I don't know which really you're referring to. Are we talking? Are you asking me about Doki Doki, or are you asking me about 7TV? Because yes, really to both. What are you hauling? Rough blue diamonds? Kiddo's just carrying all the diamonds. How many diamonds are? Holy shit, dude! Kid's value is off the charts right now. How old are you? 3? How many gems are you hauling? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. No, he's storing them in a bin. Kid's got the best marbles at the playground. You know, that's kind of where my brain was going too. Also, it's going to take him a very long time to get to the surface with all that. Oh, sweet. So there is lava down there. Well, this is shallow enough, I think, that I should be able to smooth this. Yeah, and there is an upward stairway in there. So if I go right here, I channel this out. Wait, is that adamantine? Oh shit, eh? Oh yeah, I know. He'll cancel the job, then go get a drink before he dies. I've had people ask me, they're like, will the dwarf just like run until they starve to death? No. They have more self-preservation than that. Died from dehydration. Yeah, also it's like when they're in moods. If a dwarf's in a strange mood, then they lose the ability to die of thirst briefly. There we go, that works perfectly. So now they can come down here and they can remove this or smooth this. So smooth these. So these 3 can get smoothed. And then I can fortify them. I will be back in a sec. Like, are you asking me when I got to the magma, or are you asking how to get to magma? Magma's usually around layer minus 100-ish. Okay, so I'm assuming they're doing this one first. Peek behind this. What's up, dude person? Also, hello, Shukapuka. What's up, dude? So this fortifying lets us see what's back here. So I'll know if there's a portal to hell right there or not. Just gonna let my soldiers go do downtime for a bit. Got a forgotten beast made of steel, captured it. What is it? What's its ability? Steel is scary. Gold bludgeon, what kind of dwarf would you like? Tell me approximately the job and whether or not you'd like a beard, and I'll do my best to help you. You had a dwarf injured to the point where they lost the ability to grasp permanently and they died from dehydration because they refused to drink without a mug. Oh my god, really? And they stood around hauling a mug to tell their eventual death. That's so sad. Holy shit! Crypto is such a good emote. Yeah, I tend to agree. I think Cooler did a really good job on that one. Beard, give you an entertainer of some sort. Dancer, instrument player. So I don't have any dancers or instrument players, but I could assign one. Hold on, just let me jump out of the tavern. Give me a sec. So this dwarf is a competent speaker and a competent musician. Shortast is now a performer, which is going to be named after you. Watch them just be pissed. They're not pissed. Well, that's good. You're currently reading a book. You're reading The Martyr Ever Onward is the book that you are reading. Gold Bludgeon. And you, Martyr Ever Onward, he is quite a bold flatterer and extremely friendly. Just a little bit insufferable. And so already you're a perfect bard. Already, and is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. I love this dwarf. This dwarf is fantastic. He's moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he can handle stress. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He often feels lustful, and he tends to be considered rude. He is trusting and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Currently more fearless. Often feels discouraged. Now you're reading Understanding the Elf. Yeah, that checks out. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather and doesn't really care about anything anymore at all. He dreams of mastering a skill, personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and, well, yeah, because you don't like obligations. He's put off by trade and commerce. Checks out. Likes native gold, also gold. I like gold, other gold, precious fire opal, which is very expensive gems, maple wood, spiked balls, and the words of the meditation of orbs. Hold on, do you have any gold bling on? Maybe I need to make more gold bling. I need to make more gold bling. Well, this might just be my favorite dwarf of the fortress now. That's fantastic. I just love that. Quite a bold flatterer, extremely friendly, a little insufferable, often inflamed by hatred. Oi. I'm tweeting out that description because it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. God. That's genuinely the most stereotypical D&D bard. Yup. We checked for heat. What devilry is this? Hold up. Oh, wow. That's actually quite a bit of heat. Are you okay there? You know, I think that this dwarf's life just got saved by the fact that they're standing in water. I'm pretty sure that they'd both just be, like, torched right now. Not into the underworld yet? No, not yet. Working on it. Working on it slowly, to be specific. How much adamantine do I have? Enough to make like a sword. Because I want to say, unless they've changed it, you need 7 adamantine bars or 7 adamantine wafers to make a sword. Or 7, not 17. And I have 10 currently, which isn't much. So I'm essentially just waiting until I have, you know, enough. Oh, the game's paused. I'm waiting until I have enough to be able to really make a major difference. I'm going to wait for them to mine these 2 out and carry them out, and then I'm going to turn this on, and we're going to pump this lava out of here. Then I can dig this out. How am I a mountain home? You don't need to get to the underworld to make to be a mountain home, unless you're misunderstanding what the underworld is. No, you need artifacts from the spire. Hell is... So this isn't hell. This isn't the underworld. What we're digging through right now, this is not the underworld. There is something else in Dwarf Fortress that's deeper and way more dangerous than this. This is just... This is where you get the artifacts, which is from the spires. The artifacts are random things that you find in the rocks down here. And then you make a throne out of adamantine for your monarch, which makes you into the mountain home. But I am a mountain home, but we haven't breached hell yet. Hell is something else, which I'm looking for right now very carefully, and will hopefully find it soon. I have zero intention to make fully geared adamantines. Adamantine armor is a waste of adamantine. You only want adamantine weapons. Steel armor is more than efficient. If you're making adamantine armor, you're wasting your adamantine, in my opinion. In fact, I would say steel is too good already. You do not need adamantine. Also, if you guys want to help me with bullshit internet points that don't matter, you can tweet this out, or, like, retweet this. And then if you, like, you know, want to help other people get mugged. That's such a weird thing to say. Okay, there we go. Let's get these 2 mined out. I need someone to come and get these pieces of adamantine. We can pump this. Mug is cool, yeah. I agree. All right, that's the best combo, Diamond. That's perfect. That is perfect. I agree on that take on math, by the way, Alter Ego. Although in your line of work, I guess math is kind of illegal. Are you hauling the adamantine? Or is Butt Kittens just coming to haul a owned item? For the player. Yeah, well, yeah, okay. Yeah, you're allowed to do math. Player not allowed to do math. If player thunk too hard about what they're thinking about, then that's a problem. To make sure that they're not doing math, you need to know the math well enough so you make sure other people aren't doing math. We're looking at the wiki about weapons lately. Have you talked about... and it talked about the server capacity being... The sever, not server. I was like, what? The server capacity? The sever capacity being deflected by armor. Will adamantine bypass that? Depends on the armor. Like, if you're fighting against adamantine armor or armor that's the same tier, then yes. If you're fighting against armor that's a tier below, then no, to my knowledge. But I also generally I don't worry too much about min-maxing weapons in Dwarf Fortress, because in my experience, yes, it matters. But it doesn't actually matter that much. I mean, generally, like, just... I don't actually care what my dwarves use for weapons. I just let them use whatever is available and close by. And generally, it's fine. That's actually how I deal with weapons in Dwarf Fortress. I just let the dwarves use whatever's close by. Okay, trader hauling out one piece of adamantine. I just need the other one out of here, and I need 2 pieces there. No, even that. Like, I don't care. I will very frequently embark in locations that don't have iron. And just use, like, silver and copper. Like, that's more than enough. In older versions of the game, I've become mountain home multiple times with nothing but silver and iron. What did you just pick up? You need new gloves real bad. Am I making gloves? Dude, 200 silk gloves. Add a guide to all weapons, and adamantine doesn't win out much over steel in several categories. Yep. No, adamantine is like bragging rights. It's not necessarily the best material for everything. Oh, probably alter ego. But I also sell the majority of them every single time a trader shows up. Hood on the floor? Yeah. It's a cave spider silk hood. Okay, somebody coming down here to construct this item? We're extracting metal strands once again. That's screw it. We'll just turn this on. What's stopping humans for wielding dwarves? What's stopping humans from wielding dwarves? Dwarves are not a very effective weapon. Looks like our gems are getting pushed up. Look at this. There's a minecart full of gems. Maybe for soldiers or little weaklings. But yeah, that's not wrong. Although if dwarves go into a martial trance, then endurance doesn't matter. Who needs a minecart full of gems when you have that one child? To be fair, this child was putting the gems into the stockpile that go into this minecart. You guys will like the way this minecart gets back down, though. Although I actually don't think it had any gems in the minecart currently. No, it doesn't. Also, there shouldn't be any bins on this one. And this should be a... fill up only. Yeah, I personally think that, like, the actual stats, knowing the stats kind of ruined part of the fun of it. For me, anyway. Weep. So no one's died in here yet. Which is kind of great, actually. Nothing is as terrifying as a dwarf child. I will second that and say that there's nothing as terrifying as a human child. In real life. Dwarven children can be kind of scary. Yeah, I'll agree with you. But I think human children in real life are way scarier. Two can confirm the only thing scarier than dwarven children are real life children. So I can stop this from pumping. It's a little bit of a shame that it didn't, build these up, but... All right, well, time to smooth that off. Think they can get down there? Yep. This can be deconstructed. That's just going to dry up, which is nice. Your daughter lives for killing forgotten beasts? Has your kid actually been playing Dwarf Fort? Kids are great. You have 3? Kids are terrifying. I respect people who have kids. Braver than I am. Let's do that. And as soon as that's done. You have to lock them up like crazy. Yeah, well, I mean, super angry kids in Dwarf Fortress are kind of a problem. It sucks that there's no, like, juvenile detention equivalent, but also I completely understand why there isn't. So that's going to get cut out, and this corpse will be accessible soon. Also mine that out. Those gems have me nervous right there. This could be a portal to hell right here. So that corner is the one I really want to get. She's 8 and she's obsessed with it. So I guess what we really need to do is we need to inform all of like these super hardcore gamers who are leaving negative reviews to Dwarf Fortress for being overly buggy, that your 8-year-old is playing Dwarf Fortress and loves it. You like that if a dwarf has a child, they will take them into battle and give them instant trauma? Not necessarily instant trauma. Sometimes they just get really used to it and become battle-hardened masters. Depends on the child, really. So, that's going to expose what's back there. Psst, there goes. Or that. That body is now accessible. Or should be. Yep. Well, I don't think there's any ramp right there, currently. Yep, that's going to get a little drippy in there for a sec. Sorry there, dwarf. I actually get too deep. Gotta get some stuff. I get you. How's it going, Bob? It's going good. It's going good. Yeah, just make sure that kids don't haul dead bodies. You know, it's just like real life. You don't really, if you want kids to not be traumatized, like being carried into battle by mom ain't that bad in Dwarf Fort, but it's the whole hauling dead bodies that's real bad. Like, I know it's kind of hilarious. I'm not gonna deny that. It is kind of hilarious. But that's how you actually traumatize a kid in Dwarf Fort. There's lava back there. Kind of want to get down through this. That way. Let's always take your kid to work day in a Dwarf Fort. Come on. Any job mom does, kid come too. It's the way it go. It's the way it do. Yeah, but RimWorld is a game designed to make you into a shitty person. In Dwarf Fortress, you roleplay a colony of dwarves. And those dwarves have pre-designed ethics, right? It's the same reason, like, in D&D, if you're playing a paladin and you go around breaking all the laws, you're kind of not playing a paladin anymore. In my opinion, anyway. This dwarf is stuck in a fortification. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. And vampires have kids? No. I don't think. I've never seen it, so I assume no. But maybe? Mm-hmm. And as a Dwarf Fortress ambassador and community-described king of Dwarf Fortress, I have the right to make a little bit of fun of you if you don't play as dwarves correctly. Mm-hmm. But, you know, live your life. It's a single-player game. Have fun. But I will comment on the fact that you're breaking Dwarven Code of Ethics! Horrible monster! Ah. Spoilers is that I don't actually care that much. Dwarves are judgy, checks out. No! 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 Streamer is just judgy, actually. To be fair, I did a cultist fort once, Hellamanes, that ended with me dropping all, like, 180 of my dwarves into a pit of lava. It was a good time. It was a suicide cult fort. They all worshipped the god of suicide, except for, like, 1 or 2 dwarves. It's a pretty good time, really. Also, chat, without stating exact numbers because I can't, I just wanted to say thank you for making this January a better month for me financially than the first half of last year. Well, I wouldn't say they're pro-torture. They're pro-torture with good reason. My favorite thing about the Code of Ethics spreadsheet, though, is that kobolds can't lie. Like, they don't have punishment for lying because they don't understand the concept of lying because they don't understand how language works. Which is just very funny to me. I fucking love the fact that kobolds have no punishment for lying because they don't know what a lying is. I don't know if it's stability, but certainly financially stable right now, and it's nice. Anybody who watched this stream a lot before December knows that there was always points where, like, I would get weirdly stressed for long periods of time. Not because, like, I don't like my job or anything, but just simply because I would get weirdly stressed because I, you know, how do I word this? Financial insecurities? We check the walls for heat. What is this madness? Nothing of value. Lom Shag, thanks for continuing that gift sub. Stress puking? Sure. Kobold smart. I think I can probably mine through that one safely. Let's do these first. How do you make peace with warring nations? Unfortunately, you don't. You fight them enough that they stop fighting you. Apparently. This used to be a depression stream. Now it's just mostly a depression stream. By annihilating them? Yeah. That's actually one of my biggest complaints about Dwarf Fort. I really, 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 really want there to be non-violent ways of dealing with threats. You make peace by, giving them hell. Thanks for the 4 pennies, Louis. And the $2, Frank. How do you make a depressed dwarf happy? By giving them what they want. Did somebody just, like, get seared?
Less than 3.
I didn't. Back up. Since we're doing this, might as well also do this. Maybe not. Let's drain first. Well, that's great. And I will make this into a water source right here. And we'll make a pit pond up here and do that. How do you care mad dwarves? How do you cure mad dwarves? You don't cure them. You figure out what they need, you look at the dwarf, and you try and provide the thing for them. If they're asking for something specific, you give them the thing in specific. Those gems, there's something burning down there. Okay, I was one tile too far over. Peek behind that. And you too can be a pit pond. Got buckets on all those. 200 from elevation 30, much deemer with like minus 30 without pissing them off. Build the new fort and then unassign everything in the old fort after you've built the new fort. Tiny force of darkness has arrived. I'm scared! You're gonna make me cry, you big scary goblin warriors. Whatever shall we do? Tell the squads to go station up here. Actually, no, I'm gonna tell them to go station for slightly further up. Imagine seeing them on the other side of, and like, well, there's... Alright, here come the military. These dwarves are doing quite well. Gotta say. They're getting up there. Are you even equipped with anything? You do have some dwarven beer. Well, that's good. I see. You have a named sword equipped, so we can't see it. So I'm going to grab my squads, and we're going to kill everything that moves. We're going to follow Dodak. Arrows are flying. Oh shit, look at this. It's Jaguar Man. Well, that's unfortunate that we have to kill you. Skilled bowman. Honestly, if it was a cougar man, it would be way funnier. Spear Dwarf scratches the bowman and wait, hold on a second. Scratches him, the Jaguar Man, bowman, in the right ear, and the severed part sails off in his eye. Are you saying this dwarf just scratched his ear off? Stabbed him in the right lower leg, and through the polar bear leather leggings. That's enough reason to kill them. They're killing polar bears. Stabs the Jaguar Man in the lower leg with her steel short sword, severing the bone. Yep. It's a bunch of Jaguar people. They have... Oh, shit, they do have marked helms. Where are they from? On the items, a rendition of the Squeezing Barbarity. It's a goblin civilization, yeah. Sins of Deference. Huh. It's kind of cool, actually. Who else is attacking? Couple more Jaguar people. Some Chinchillamen! Oh my god! They're so cute! I have to kill Chinchilla Man. I feel bad. You know what? They're like a third of the size of a dwarf, by the way. Just for reference. They're like you think dwarves are small. Like, chinchilla people are so tiny. I was playing an adventurer chinchilla person once. Can we keep them? I wish. I was playing an adventurer chinchilla person once. I couldn't carry more than 3 bolts because I was so small and they were so heavy. Oh, it's time to splatter some floof balls. Damn you goblins for making me stab their adorableness to death. You're here to claim your dwarf. This is true. I do in fact owe you a dwarf from yesterday. We're stabbing chinchilla people to death. I feel kind of bad. Hi, Zwari. Look at the cute little chinchillaman. Rinstor. What a name. They're like, I will bite your knees. Oh, no. Oh, shit. I found Dropkick It. How did you... Well, on the bright side, I can get your very fancy sword. I'll bet you that just thawed with him underneath it. So I can jump to this location, but let's see. The Swordmaster punches him in the right hand, and his hand collapses into a lump of gore. The Swordmaster bites the Chinchillaman bowman in the right lower leg, tearing the muscle. The Swordmaster charges the Chinchillaman. Chinchillaman looks surprised by the ferocity of the onslaught. The Chinchillaman is knocked over, stands up, loses hold of their small polar bear left glove, loses their glove while standing back up. And Chinchillaman loses hold of their iron bow, so is disarmed. Swordsmaster slashes the Chinchillaman bowman in the arm, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Slashes him in the right hand, so chopped off one arm, the other hand, severed part sails off in an arc, screams, so easily broken, I will not succumb to fear! And then the Swordsmaster scratches him in the eye. And the item is torn apart. He will not give in to fear, chat. Be brave. Then the Swordmaster punches the Chinchillaman bowman in the right incisor with her right hand, and the severed part sails off in an arc. So weak. They have small clothing. They don't even wear normal size clothing, chat. All right, well, that wasn't a fair fight. I mean, you can make chinchilla fur clothing out of giant chinchillas and regular chinchillas. Or maybe it's just giant chinchillas. His hand was mangled, not his body. Pump operator is beginning a Feymoot. So Zwari, what kind of dwarf would you like? I'm sure you already said, but I'm just going to ask you to repeat because I don't feel like scrolling up today. Also, for anybody who's only just tuning in, perhaps I could interest you in a vile force of mug. Some streamers over here are all like, yo, I'm going to take all these sponsored deals and I get paid by companies to advertise video games to you. I just try and sell you mugs. So I am a humble mug peddler now. Would you like a Vile Force of mug? It's available in 11 and 15-ounce sizes and includes your own Vile Force of Darkness that you can consume liquids out of in the morning. We also, over on my store, have a lovely t-shirt where you can continuously see new things because it's got more on it to notice any time, as well as some stickers. So you too can be a tourist or blank. Am I trying to mug you? Oh, chat can mug you already. It's okay. Kind of finds Wary. You're gonna get mugged on paint. This is a bit that I can commit to. I like it. You've been vile mugged and it was surprisingly pleasant. There's a mug in the mail now. A human caravan has arrived. Eee! Look at that. People that aren't at war with us. Is the queen claimed? Yes. So is the king. So is the captain of the guard. I just need to rename him. So is the outpost liaison. So is literally every other noble. So, I mean, I did threaten them. I demanded tribute. I said the queen is claimed. Every single noble is claimed. I don't know how else you want me to say that. But responding with the queen isn't claimed is just factually incorrect. That's not what I said. It's literally like the first thing to go, dude. All right, let's just go. Sell them all of the clothing that won't fit them. It's so weird that you can't sell Forgotten Beast silk stuff. That's so odd. Like, it's actually kind of weird. You will settle for a bone carver. I don't know if I even have a bone carver. I've got a woodcrafter, weavers, and I do have a beardless bone carver. One. Old. All caps, excuse me. Sure, if they want to practice a martial art goth, but they don't generally do. Unless it's like something they really badly want to be in, but I generally don't give them that. Generally don't give them that. Also, if anybody's wondering why I'm naming Old Zwerry, it's because they got it right at the end of yesterday's stream, and I felt bad. So, she enjoys being in crowds and tends to be passive in discussions, has a calm demeanor, and it finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she occasionally overindulges, and she is pleased by her appearance and talents. She is a friendly individual and curious and eager to learn, and tends to hold on to grievances. She has a sense of duty. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Always stutters when she's nervous. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. And doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of raising a family and finds the whole idea of introspection completely offensive. And contrary to the ideals of a life well lived. Values peace over war. And sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. And doesn't care about nature one way or another and dreams of raising a family. She likes gypsum, zinc, kunzite, rambutan wood, crosses and picks and leggings and barrels, and when possible prefers to consume red-winged blackbird, steelhead trout, and dwarven rum. And hates jumping spiders. I have a question. What do the jumping spiders do to you? God, hold on a second. Not gonna make you guys listen to that. Okay. Woo, they actually brought a wagon. Well, it looks like wagons work here now. That's good. I mean, I do that for dwarves that like aren't actually brave, but really, really, really want to practice martial art. So I've got a dwarf at a jeweler's workshop who's begun a mysterious construction, and they've got one faint yellow diamond. That's gonna be kind of cool. Like the barball, and yeah, and you should have them training in the tavern at all times, right? Oh, there are giant jumping spiders. But then it would say that they hate giant jumping spiders, not jumping spiders. Jumping spiders and giant jumping spiders are very different creatures, if you didn't know. Clearly. A common mistake, I know, but... The more you learn, absolutely, yeah. The more you learn. So yeah, there's a few people at the far end of the world that don't know about the dwarves, and I've started telling them that I will kill them all and their families if they don't come trade with me. So these guys now down here now know that I exist. Actually, hold on a second. Do I get those guys training again? Yeah, no, literally, that's been this whole playthrough, Kano. Yeah, no, I demanded one-time tribute. If you demand a one-time tribute, they trade. Also, an ad's about to play, but we're just waiting for dwarves to bring items to the fucking trade depot, so it's not like you're missing much. And apparently we made a faint yellow diamond mini forge, which I will read the description of after this ad plays. So I'm just gonna sit here and wait. Giant monarch butterflies. Oh my god, I had monarch butterfly demons once that murdered my whole fort. It was horrifying. Who peed on the diamonds? Probably the gods as they were being made. It's a very fancy easy bake oven. Quite literally, yes. Very fancy easy bake oven. You know, I'll be honest with you, I don't understand why, like, otters are cute, but every single time I see a video of, like, an otter in... Whenever I see a video of a otter that is, like, in captivity, it just makes me really mad. So they're like dolphins, Old Swarry? It's like it's only legal, I think, to keep them in captivity in Japan, and it's kind of fucked up. It's kind of like whenever I see sugar gliders in people's houses, it's like, okay, I'm mad now. Thank you. It's like, yes, that's an adorable creature, but like that's not a house pet. I feel the exact same way about otters. It just kind of makes me angry when I see them. Just because you got plenty of them doesn't mean that they should be available as pets, though. Or kept as pets. Fuck, don't think. What kind of dwarf would you like? I'll read this artifact description first, though. Sure you know the procedure at this point. I've seen, like, sea otters before. Yeah, we have them here. Plenty of them. Oh, I see what you mean. That you've got plenty of them, like, in the... Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of them here, too. Like, they're not an uncommon creature. Like, I'm not saying they're endangered. I don't like seeing them in captivity. No ballista dwarves? I don't even have any constructed ballistas. So, no, I currently do not have any ballista dwarves. I will probably be setting up ballistas once I break into hell, though. Turn off notifications about sparring? Like, do you have the sound notifications mod installed or something? Or are you just saying notifications in general? 'Cause I think in the announcement screen you could just completely disable them. You're about to eat perhaps a cook. Yeah, I mean, I can give you a cook. Beard or no beard? Fuck. So this pump operator has created Castle Thost Kanminjur, a faint yellow diamond midi forge. The kids will love it. It's a very expensive toy. This is a faint yellow diamond mini forge. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of octagon-cut faint yellow diamonds. Beard, sir. Okay. So, bearded cook. Fortunately, we have a lot of cooks. Like a lot of cooks. So I'll find you a cook with a beard who's also happy. Unless you want a pissed one. In which case, I mean, I could do that, but... be a little mean, wouldn't it? This one will do. Doran. You're a legendary cook. Flock Don't Think is currently hauling a cave spider silk shoe. And you're restless after not learning anything for so long. Sounds like you should go think in the library. He's impeccably curious without any respect for property or privacy. Ooh, interesting. Hold on, Thok. I'm gonna... I know that you wanted a cook, but I'm gonna go assign your cook to the library. You're gonna go be a scholar. I'm also gonna remove you from all other tasks except for cooking. The ones with the V. There you are. Also, we're gifting a dwarf chat. You guys figure that one out. I'll do this. And I'm going to go to labor and remove other tasks except for... right. He hates vows, obligations, and promises, and other binding elements that could restrict his life, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has a strong tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He is quite ambitious and does not often feel lustful. He's slow to anger and not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He's quite comfortable with those that have a different appearance and culture. He lives a fast-paced life, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. Tends to think before acting, and he prefers to present himself modestly. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and could be considered rude. He is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors and assumes that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass and needs alcohol to get through the working day. You're 66 years old, and he personally strongly believes a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, has great respect for fairness, and hates those who wield power over others, and finds leisure time wasteful, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. He likes native gold, bismuth, and blue jade, armadillo leather, and high boots. Bracelets and splints, and the sight of the mellow meadow, and when possible prefers to consume honey badger and dwarven wine and peanuts, and he hates worms. You have one kid, a muthcat. Hold on a second. What? Hey, chat. Oh, you guys are writing a limerick? Okay, so you guys figure out who's getting this dwarf. I'm gonna go grab a sandwich. I'll be back in a minute. All right, I return with sandwich. Sterlonian, hello. Hail, back at you. What's up? Ilankinem, as they say. Also, I have no idea what a limerick is, so good luck. All those of you who didn't fail English like me. Although I didn't fail English, I just didn't. I just didn't English. Sandwich time! Sandwich. I'll share. Can I just state the hilarity of the fact that I'm selling them a shit ton of clothing, right? It's all sized for dwarves. I'm like the occasional chinchilla person. That's just really, really funny. Dinner for me will be pasta, yeah. I made pasta sauce last night. I got a good deal on tomatoes, so I bought like 25 tomatoes. And so I made pasta sauce last night. So my freezer's full of pasta sauce. That or they're big bone children, dwarves, mini alcoholics, whatever you prefer. I mean, I freeze 2/3 of it anyway. Usually what I do is I bake it when I'm reheating it, though. I put it on the pasta and then I stick it in the oven for, a couple minutes. On the stupid high setting. So 808, do you just like say random shit randomly? With like no real context or logic? I mean, you already stated that chat was gaslighting, so what the fuck you on about, dude? You here to take part or you just like here to randomly blurt out words? So, Salty, just at me repeatedly once you figure out who's getting a dwarf, because I lost complete connection as to who's getting what. I think I need a different broker. Someone who isn't the mayor. Pretty sure Danny DeVito is bigger than, Tropic already is the king. I ain't naming Tropic somebody else. I'll make him a statue or something. Once was a dwarf to exist in the kitchen. He was a purist with perfect cut peppered rock nuts. Or its first cook-urist. I mean, is that supposed to be a limerick? I actually, I'll be honest with you, I don't know what it is. You remember when someone tried to claim that they had Tourette's and they kept typing random swear words on Discord? So, that's not how Tourette's works. I mean, that's kind of an amusing bit, but also, that's not how Tourette's works. Like, very much not how, like, not even, like, joking ways. Like, that's not how Tourette's works. Now, if they were, like, randomly screaming in voice chat, that would make some sense. Holy shit, that's a lot of value. Mather Zeus gets it? All right, chat, what kind of dwarf do I give to Mather Zeus? Did they bring any toys? Animals? Books? Fun things? They brought a worm. Well, they brought out a grizzly bear and a chinchilla. Chat room. He now has grizzly bear. We'll buy all their barrels filled with human delicacies. I'll buy some picks because I'm too lazy to make my own. And books. I will buy all of the books. I will buy all of the writing material. I will buy all of the scrolls. I will buy all of the cheese. I will take your thread and your capers and your fruits and berries. And your plants. Ooh, look at all the fancy fishies they brought us. Shark spleen? Don't mind if I do. So we got seahorse, we got mackerel, we got salmon. Ooh. This is the kind of trait. They brought sea nettle jellyfish, flounders, nautilus. I love steelhead trout in real life. Oh my god, this shit's so good. Excellent. Just what the Sheffy Fort needs. We'll sell them meals in return next time. Clownfish run. Wrong type of clown. Not that type of clown. A cooked dwarf with a beard if possible. All right, can do. Here's a relatively happy cooked dwarf with a beard. Mathers Zeus. I spelled that right. I misspelled that. Yell at me. You disdain sacrifice, value peace, and you're intemperate. You are currently pushing a gold wheelbarrow. somewhere. He is ruled by irresistible cravings and urges and troubled by this, as he values self-control, almost never feels discouraged, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Is slow to anger and doesn't focus on material goods, finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He does not often feel envious of others, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this since he is conflicted by this, and he generally values artwork and its creation, and he generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he tends to hang on to grievances. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly and believes that peace is always preferable to war, and sees competition as reasonably important, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and values self-control and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes tin, glaze, iron, rose quartz, sportree wood, crundlehorn, and pigtail fabric. Gauntlets and alpacas for their jutting teeth and the words of the and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature, and strawberry plants for their vivid red color. And the words of the Meadow Summer, and when possible, prefers to consume char and banana beer, and hates rats. You're good friends with Nutwick, as well as Bane and Festiva. Lots of friends. You're a good dwarf. You're even wearing a stylish loincloth. Oh, just Mathers? Gotcha. Oops, that's Mather. I'm pretty sure that matters, so there we go. Also, by the way, sandwich for anybody who's wondering, 2 slices of Swiss, a pickle, and some pork loin that was really cheap, which I sliced thin, and a little bit of butter. Oh, and spicy fermented mustard. Lately? Just look at when I last typed. But probably. There's like a sentence and a half in there. Well, there we go. On crying critters, we avail while doing crazy kickflips. I inhaled a pizza sandwich. Who among us eats gophers? You heard him, chat. No, canine pepper. The difference in walking speed is based on the dwarf's health and what they're wearing. So if a dwarf is walking real slow, check their inventory. It's likely that they perhaps have like 250 lead rings or bracelets. Or they're missing a leg. There's one type of person who thinks that Tourette's is cool, and that is small, immature kids who think it's really funny to swear randomly. Tourette's sucks. There was only one mildly amusing experience that I ever had with somebody who had Tourette's, and that was in cadets. And so, like, we'd be on parade. So, like, you know, standing at attention, right? And there'd be a guy at the back saying, "Fuck you!" just really loudly out of nowhere, which was very, very hard to not laugh at when, like, you know, a drill sergeant's just, like, cursing you out or whatever. And then randomly the guy at the back will just be like, "Fuck off!" I was like, what? Excuse me? But, like, they had to take it because he was, like, very severe Tourette's. He was hard to talk to, though. Interesting guy. He brought Beyblades. He was pretty cool. All right, let's go back to digging. Oh, I forgot that these never got dealt with. We should deal with that. Petitions? Woo! That's new. Been a while since a guild hall was requested. I mean, it's kind of like this, right? I'm severely visually impaired, which means the vast majority of the time I'm just a completely normal person and you won't notice it. And then I'll trip over a fire hydrant, or walk into the side of a bus stop, or smack my head on something, or almost get hit by a car. Because I didn't see it. And it's like, it's really funny when I'm with a group of friends and we've had a couple beers and I just randomly trip over a fire hydrant. Because that's just comedy, right? But it really sucks. Your wife has heard "fuck you, bitch" like 5,000 times and you're still married. God bless her. Wow, your wife's a trooper. How does that play out? Is it just like a curse back, or is it just like doesn't even notice, doesn't even register anymore? Comedy equals tragedy plus timing. Accurate. Accurate. Ignores it? Yeah, that's what I assume. All right. I'm trying not to have another sneezing fit. Okay. We have to make a... okay, can I just talk about the irony of this for a second, chat? This guild is called the Hall of Heaven. The Hall of Heaven. It's a doctor's guild. So, are the doctors in heaven? Maybe the angels will come? Wouldn't that be amazing if we started getting angel visitors at the Hall of Heaven? Yeah, anybody who dies, anybody who's injured in the Hall of Heaven, like, ends in a good place. Well, we'll approve the Hall of Heaven. Let's make them a guild hall. Get to do some construction work. It's been a bit. Problem is I am kind of running out of space. I guess I could put it on this lower layer. If we put it like right here, kind of in this area right here, like beneath the because like okay, so I don't know how else to word this. My hospital fucking sucks. How about we just use this as an opportunity to build a better hospital? Because this is my hospital, and in comparison to literally everything else in this fortress, it's kind of goddamn pathetic. So I think this is an opportunity to build a big old hospital down here. And also connect a big old doctor's guild to the side of it. You hear clawing walls. Yeah, then we should also just, like, you know, build bigger walls around, the poor eats cereal. Who's sunk into depression now? With windows into the caverns? Why? So they can see all the forgotten beasts down there and have panic attacks? It's an odd way to, like, you know, go through therapy. Exposure therapy. Cure the PTSD with more PTSD. How else does one fill out the excitement needs? By putting them in the military. Speaking of. I should check some dwarves for military possibilities. You know, I gotta say, I think Jotru might actually just have the best beard in the fort. Like, this dwarf's 119 years old, but look at this beard. Beard's amazing. Not a lot of mastering a skill, I'm seeing at a glance. Like Gishki. With order and structure in life, very calm, emotionally rewarding. Mind a little too mild. All right, so you're being put in the military. Is what happened. Nothing happened, but something might happen. Oh God. I mean, I will let you train for a bit. I'm not just going to put you straight in there. Raising a family person until he treasures independence. Serving. Although, to be fair, I am putting these dwarves into the safer squad. No, you're going into the surface squad. The one that's attacking the elves. We sent a petition for a person called the Armors of Diving. So the Armors of Diving sounds like it's probably either a musical or performance troupe. So if there's like a big old group of performers somewhere, click on them and then click on groups. And if it says that they're part of the Halls of Diving, you'll see it in there. Or the whatever it's called, the something of diving. The dwarves who dive. But yeah, sounds like a bard to me. Gold floors for a doctor's guild. What do you think? Platinum? I have none. Like, literally, I have none. Lead floors. That's for the instruments, right? It removes infection. Good lord, where'd that come from? All right, let's knock this out here. Well, thank you for watching the videos. Videos wouldn't exist if people didn't watch them. Red Colossus on the floor. No, if you're selling it in a video game, you can get into trouble, but if you're just streaming, not so much. I also don't have any material that's the right color, so it wouldn't really matter so much anyway. That sort of thing only genuinely matters if it's the right color. So just kind of need to do this. And neglecting this. This damn Kia that keeps stealing your crap and you can't find it and you don't know how to kill it. So Kias just do that, first thing. Second thing is, how do you find it specifically? They'll only steal one thing and then they leave. So they're different Kias. What I would recommend is put cage traps around your storage stockpiles and make sure they don't get into the fortress. Maybe station some soldiers near the entrance because they will just kill them on sight. That is illegal, yes, because you are breaking the copyright of the Red Cross. I'm not even joking. Like, the reason it keeps getting removed from video games is because developers don't realize this, and then they get a cease and desist from the Red Cross. RimWorld got one, just as an example. RimWorld used to have a Red Cross logo as their medkits. Halo got one. Yeah, that's another example, actually, the original Halo. Trying to think of other examples. Because there was another one relatively recently. I want to say Stardius got one. Of course, what's funny is then there's just like mods that put it back in, right? Earthbound got one? I've never actually played Earthbound, so. Yeah. I'm trying to think of recent examples, but those are the only two that pop into my head immediately. They edited out of the US variation. They probably got a cease and desist. Or actually, in Earthbound's case, they probably just didn't put it in. Either green or blue, but Blue Cross is an insurance firm here, so I wonder if you'd just get sued by Blue Cross then. Which is its kind of own weird bag of worms, I suppose. What would I do for, like, meat storage? Barrels and stockpiles. That's how I have 2,500 meat. Stockpiles. Barrels. Or rock pots. What's up, Bane? Dwarf's still alive, by the way. It's weird to be able to copyright the red plus sign. Welcome to copyright. That's actually like one of the few like more legitimate reasons I could see for like copyright or for having the exclusive rights to an image like that, because it's like then somebody could just like literally make a fake ambulance. Are dwarves pro copyright? I don't think they know what that is. That's just a guess. My guess is that they don't know what that is. Boo. I hate the fact that I can't tell them what materials to use for the traction bench. Alright, well, it doesn't actually matter all that much. But yeah, as a Twitch streamer, I don't need to worry too much. But if I was like selling the content of this video game, then yes, I would need to worry about that. And also, I don't have a convincing red color. I could do a pink cross. I have rock salt, lots of it. But also, like, dwarves don't... I don't know. To me, dwarves wouldn't really use that kind of iconography for a hospital. Out of splintered wood, yeah. Ugh. Sure, that'll help real well with the infection and broken limbs, right? Right? And honestly, to me, a pink cross doesn't really have the same effect as a red cross. So this is going to be the hospital. I'm trying to decide if I want to do separate rooms. I mean, dwarves are anarcho-communists, so there is no currency and everything is free and provided for as long as you work in the fortress. So yeah, very much so, dwarves are pro-free healthcare, just like me. Which is why I pay my taxes. I believe that anybody who lives in a country that doesn't have socialized healthcare might as well be a third world country and is terrifying to live in. Yeah, vaguely medical feeling symbol, exactly. I mean, I jokingly refer to America as a third world country all the time. This is not like a new thing for me either. But it's usually in reference to their lack of ability to legalize weed coherently as an entire country. It's not usually in regards to medical stuff. Because I think that it's comically hilarious. It isn't really a joke. No, but it is mean. It is me being mean. But America, fuck yeah. I mean, that song is good. It's 53rd world countries in a trench coat. I think it depends on the state. Some more than others. I'm in a game to save the motherfucking day, yeah. America! Fuck yeah. You saw America Fuck Yeah live? Really? Wow. That's kind of cool. What is loam? It's like a mossy soil, sort of. Or no, a very sandy dirt, basically, is a loam. I mean, as a Canadian, being called American or somebody who lives in America, even referencing North America, is just as offensive to me, so I completely agree. It's really funny when you see Americans try and insist that Canadians should be referred to as Americans because we live in the continent of America. It's like, excuse me, but say that to my face in person and you'll lose a nose. Or an ear. And then make a statue about it in a video game, yes. Not in person. That would be threatening my audience, and that is breaking Twitch's terms of service, and I would never do such a thing. Right, chat? Right? Now, go ahead and mug each other. This bit's not going to get old for a minute. Speaking of America, how's your workday been, Tekid? Please tell me you're not operating heavy machinery that could take a limb off while you're typing in Twitch chat.
Cold, but over now.
Yay! Do you guys get snow recently? Because it's pelting snow down outside. When I went up to go get my sandwich, I peeked outside. I was like, oh god, there's actually snow coming down again. Had to ration heater diesel? Oh my god. It's been light here mostly. Temperature sucks, but the ice won't go away. It's funny. I woke up this morning and I was like, man, it's not actually that cold outside. Like because I always sleep with my window open, right? And the air coming in from my window felt warmer than yesterday. And I looked outside, there was snow on the ground, and my brain just like did a 180. I was like, what the fuck? Because like for the last 3 days, it's been like clear and like -8 to 10 outside Celsius, and then now it's like just barely freezing, like slightly above freezing anyway, or something. I was like, oh hey, it's warm outside. Look outside, it's snowing. I'm like, oh, oh. What's a lot of snow? We don't have a lot of snow right now. There's maybe about that much. A lot of snow is maybe 18 centimeters, which is what we got back in December. That's a lot of snow. Also, I don't live in a town. I live in a like city of 2.7 million people, so. So this is going to be a new guild hall, and it's going to be assigned as a doctor's guild hall. I just want to point out the fact that I have 94 farmers and 110 members of the Farmers Guild. That's a lot of farmers. It might be the biggest guild I've ever made. Yeah, same. I would rather work, like if I'm doing like heavy labor, I would rather work in cold weather, like Tech had just said. Maybe not below freezing, but like I'd rather work closer to freezing than hot weather. This name sucks. We can name this better. The actually never mind. Chat, should we name the zone for the Doctors Guild the consideration of helping? Because that's way too funny. Any pro tips when you hit a cavern? Explore it carefully and kind of gauge your risks. And you might want to station some military down there in a barracks. There's no better name. I was like, the consideration of, it's not very good. Helping? Okay, never mind. We will consider helping. A very good, very, very, very good name. We might consider it. We'll think about it. It's also not even finished being constructed, and it's already been confirmed because the value of those gold floors are so high. Granite doors. Lovely. The dwarves will like that. All right, well, this I can mine out. Stay deep to get annoyed by the sun later. I don't know the exact number, to be honest, Mist, but it's something like 3 years. It's quite a long time. It is quite a long time. Could you please roll a d20 to see your persuasion as to whether or not we eat you, or kill you, or just let you die? Found a pocket of native aluminum. Ooh! It's very valuable for like crafts, furniture, materials like that. not so great for other related things, so I would focus on crafts and such for it. But native aluminum, that's a pretty good find. But yeah, I would make like crafts out of it. It's like rings, crowns, such thing. Too bad you can't make aluminum bats. Well, I mean, you could make figurines of Batmen, or bats, or cave bats, or bug bats, in fact. Plenty of bats. Portable beer if you could craft... Oh, yeah, true. You found... just checking to see if there's anything else I'm missing. Yeah, there we go. Sad news, chat, but also good news. The sad news is we're below 1,600 subscribers. The good news is we're only 4 away from 1,600. We're at 1,596. Which is a good number. But the actual good news is that we've sold 32 individual people have purchased merchandise from the store. There's a lot of people, actually. Yep, they will target comedians. They will target the dwarf with the highest comedian skill. One of my favorite dumb Dwarf Fortress factoids. Jerigord, thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers. I don't actually think they have a way out right now. No, they do. Never mind, there's a ramp right there. Why is it you tell the kitchen to not cook plump helmets, you still run out? If you're still running out, then they're eating them. Well, no. You're not still running out. If you're telling the kitchen to not cook plump helmets and you're still running out, you have other production issues or withering issues unrelated to that. But I don't run out of plump helmets and I have them set to cook. So it's kind of, I don't know why you're running out, but if you're running out, you probably should look into making bigger stockpiles. Make sure you have barrels available. Make sure your farmers are harvesting them on time. $1,691 subs today? That's a lot of subs. You trying to get me back up to 3,000? Need a vile mug of darkness? Are you telling me that you need a vile mug? You have 85,000 meals? How's your frames? That sounds kind of horrific. Obsidian wall. I'm just gonna... Where is that? I'm gonna channel from above. So apparently I completely missed Tekid's resub, by the way. Tekid, thank you very much for the 8 or 13 months. And Giza's Power with the Prime, thank you very much. And Button Down Mind, the Prime. Appreciate you. And Frank the Witch, what kind of dwarf would you like? Let me know if you'd like a beard or not. Let's see what's behind this. An engraver with a beard. I have one engraver and they don't have a beard. It's just kind of an everybody does this job. Here's what I can do though. Work detail, stone engraving, done. Okay, I literally have like one legendary engraver. This farmer is a high master engraver, so Sodel? Or no, adequate engraver, Sodel, farmer. I'll give you Sodel the farmer. Unless you want the no beard engraver. Up to you. And thanks for the cool YouTube content. You're learning a lot about how to play this game from your YouTube series. Well, cheers. Happy to help. Okay, so I'll give you the no beard engraver then, if that's the case. Frank the Witch. Castrak. Chastrak is your name? Is your dwarf an adult yet? That's a good question, Bane. Hold on. Yes, you are a cook. All right. You're a dabbling observer and a high master engraver. She's very curious and sometimes to her detriment. She is inattentive to detail in her own work, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She likes a little excitement now and again, and she tends to take it easy. And she is moved by natural beauty and art, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She is brave in the face of imminent danger and often acts with compassion. She is trusting, and she prefers to present herself modestly and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She personally finds the very idea of competition obscene. Sees introspection as important and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Dreams of crafting a great work of art. She likes tin glaze, zinc and sapphire, and green glass, green tree frog, leather and pigtail fabric, and icahedra and ballista arrows, and guinea fowls for their social nature, and glass eye for their coloration, and the sound of the fuchsia silkiness and the sight of the tress of rhymes, and when possible, she prefers to consume blackberry wine and honey bee honey. And she prefers to consume char and blackberry wine and honey bee. I read that twice. Purple amaranth flower and hates slugs. I too hate slugs. You worship Sodal, and you are good friends with Frazier. High Master Engraver. Pew, 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 pew. Well, I guess this isn't an evil corner. There's water close by, though. That's a little sus still. Wait until they mine through that. Used socks on the ground? Dwarves drop used socks on the ground all the goddamn time. Many dwarves are messy. But chat room, thank you very much for pile driving us back up above 1,600 subs. Those are very kind. Absurd amounts of merch have been sold today. Tons of merch has been given away today. You guys are awesome. It's been fun. Old ones dropped instantly. I mean, wouldn't you? I mean, there's actually been times where, like, me living alone in this apartment, I've just, like, bought a new clothing item and I just dump the old one on the ground. I've definitely done that before. So I should be able to just mine this top side off. And with these. Some migrants have arrived. Hey, it's no longer despite the danger. So 180, 81. How many mugs I say? Actually, how many mugs have we sold today? How many mugs have gone out today? That's kind of curious. 23 total mugs. 23 total mugs. Favorite nut to eat? Well, peanuts aren't a nut, technically. Big fan of almonds. Like walnuts. Probably almonds. Like, if you were to make me choose, probably almonds. But generally what I bring camping when I go camping. Easy protein. What about you, chat? What's your favorite kind of nut to eat? Pistachios. Pistachios and me have a very interesting relationship. I associate those very, 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 very heavily with the beach. I'm not much of a beach person, but I associate pistachios with the beach. I'm your favorite nut? Well, thank you. But I'm not going to let you eat me, Salty Tempest. I have to buy more than a couple Twitch subs for that. There you go. Someone did it. I mean, it was right. It was right there in the open. Okay, up to 88 dwarfs now. It's good to see. Ad's about to hit. Dodge chat. Macadamias are real good. For me, macadamia, the only... I don't think I can remember the last time I had a macadamia nut. For me, like, I completely associate macadamia nuts with, like, white chocolate macadamia nut cookies. Which are great. Obviously. But I have a hard time, like, thinking of them in any other context. Pecans are also pretty great. I like to put pecans in fudge, actually. Okay, this I can just mine through, I think. There's lava behind this. Such a slow process now. I don't know what you're looking for, TK. What you looking for? These nuts is a brand of meat cubes. They're pretty good, actually. Oh, wow. God, that moment when dwarves just, like, stand in a tile that fills up with lava, it always just makes my anxiety go haywire. Lag? The game's thinking. Yeah, no, this is a pretty big adamantine vein, that's for sure. It's not small. I can take out this entire chunk here. Okay, well, we hit water. I mean, this seems like a you problem. It's the classic line of, well, I think you literally did it to yourself. But yeah, eating too much sucks. On Sunday, me and a friend went to a sushi place, and it, like, clearly didn't agree with me the next morning. Because the next morning I was, you know, like... Oop, something evil is emerging from this newly exposed pocket. Where? Oh. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, I see. Because I dumped the hole down there. All right, so let's just erase all these jobs, get these dwarves out of here. What are you? It's a gecko brute. Which descriptorizes a very large gecko, poisonous sting, twisted into humanoid form. It has external ribs and a bloated body. Its clear scales are oval and close-shaped. Oval-shaped and set far apart. Beware its poisonous sting. I'm going to send in the entire military to hopefully go kill it. We are going to follow the gecko brute. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict. It's in conflict with nothing currently, I guess. It's jumping after Aiden the cook. And Aiden screams and is terrified. The gecko brute chases after Aiden. Aiden runs away, but is healthy. The gecko brute then is now in combat with Iden, I assume. Iden is bleeding heavily. The Gecko Brute is a Gecko Brute and not bleeding. And I'm assuming Iden dies. Yep. It seems like Doosim jumps down here to be a hero. And are you wielding anything, Doosim? Nope, but you are covered in water. And Doosim gets, well, torn to shreds, it appears, by the Gecko Brute. I really, really like sushi, but that particular one didn't agree with me. Although, to be specific, I like good sushi. Whoops. Gecko Brute moves up. Well, I'd prefer it's minor death and not major death. Well, this is Lightning Roger. Where are the military? You're supposed to be training in here. What? What? Run away. Lightning Roger, no! His injuries begun F's. Why is it? Where is it going? Child, no. Okay, you are gonna turn around right now. Same with you. You also are gonna turn around. Need you guys to back up for a second here. Cancel whatever it was you were doing, because this is okay. That's it. I guess I will lock them. Fine, dwarves, turn around. Where is Spooky Critter? Haven't seen it yet. Pop out right there somewhere. Three-eyed brute. Oh! Kiddo, no! Whew. We may actually just cancel all of the jobs associated with this. And see if I can trap this thing. Ha! Got it. Well, we can unlock that now. Not bad. Can add it to the collection. Our growing zoo. Where's my army? That's a good question. I mean, there's Commander Honk. Goddamn slow bastards. I think the doors are just broken. Is the actual issue. Like, I'm pretty sure doors are just stupidly overpowered right now, because there's also a bug with doors where if you destroy the walls for them, the doors stay constructed and you have to manually deconstruct them. Like, it's almost like doors have gone from being a type of like addition to a construction, and like they act like shops now. I guess is the only way to word it. Which is really weird. Like, as far as I can tell, that is just a design oversight in this version. Yeah, no, they're supposed to just rip the door off the thing. So the old strat used to be, well, you'd still like have locked doors, but or rather you'd still lock demons behind doors. You'd just do like 8 or 9 of them. And it would just take them a little bit because there'd be a little bit of a delay before they could rip the door off. So you'd build like 10 or 11 just in a row and then wait for them to just cut through them and then build a wall before they get through the last one. Oh, no, totally. They're trying to. rip the doors off. So weird how a gobbo invader will take over your door, but a literal demon won't. Well, because they're not invaders, they're guests. Which is like my favorite factoid about them. They're not invaders, they're just simply uninvited guests. I mean, they used to not claim them before. That is still working as intended, from what I can tell. Need this to be constructed, and I can unlock this door. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the day where they rip doors off again, because that's the way it should be. No, they didn't, brother cool. Which is also disappointing. But I'm gonna keep cramming them into that room. I'm also wondering if maybe, like, all of the demons that are stuck in walls are, what's the word? Sterile or something? I'm starting to be slightly suspect about that. Anybody wanna build this? How old do they have to be to breed? They're all randomly generated, so who knows? No eggs in the nest boxes. V disappoint. I'm wondering if maybe only demons from the underworld can make baby demons, which would be kind of sad. You turn around. He runs up here. Of course he does. Actually, maybe don't use granite because they're going to try and get that granite. How sad. Wait, you have baby demons in your forest, Gimli? Or am I misreading that? We were joking about this the other day, Tropic Communist. We had to write them some smut. Yeah, no, so, like, I've definitely had that happen in previous forts. But, like, are those demons from the underworld, or were they from random pockets? Because these ones are from random pockets, not the underworld. So I'm thinking that it's the difference between random pockets and the underworld. Okay, yeah, that's my current theory, is that underworld demons are the only ones that can make baby demons. I think it's a pretty safe assumption, really. Because they are also a lot bigger. Huh. The Diamond Guild has many members in Sizzletongs, and now requires a guild hall. Metalsmiths Guild. Do I really have that many metalsmiths? Oh, wow, I do. We'll let them dig down there, and I'm not going to accept this one just yet. I'm going to actually go up here, and I'm going to task screen and unforbid a few things. I'm going to go up to the surface, and I'm going to check a bunch of things. Let's jump up to the surface, go down to here, and build some more of these. Oh, never mind. Out of coffins. Let's make 50 more. Could be a large room with tons of magma forges. I was thinking about using this as an excuse to actually make this room into the shape it's supposed to be. Because, like, this is supposed to be, like, you can kind of see the shape it's supposed to be, right? And then there was gold veins everywhere, so I just dug out the gold. Not clear glass coffins? I don't have access to sand currently, and couldn't be asked to. Also, we don't have anything to make it a pearl ash. Because I'm too lazy to make pearl ash. So absolutely not clear glass coffins. Also, I don't know about you, but fuck being buried in a clear glass coffin. That's disturbing as hell. Like, I get macabre, but like, Jesus Christ, man. Dolmas has been missing for a week. Interesting. Was that not the dwarf that, like, that child just walked past? Kiddo not notice it? Oh, that's Dolmas. Okay, I don't know where Dolmas is then. In a sunny tomb? Yeah, that's actually kind of worse. King, hello, what's up? Sounds very Italian. I wouldn't know. Is miasma bad? It smells terrible and gives dwarves bad thoughts. It's the stench of rotting corpses, but it's visualized. So I would say yes. That or it's the stench of, like, rotting meats, basically. You know what's really cute? Is how Twitter keeps asking me, would you like us to send you push notifications to your browser? No. It's very amusing to me. We recovered the mug, of course, and put it on display in the tavern. Well, that's good that you were able to recover it. I missed the first half of that story, but... You're looking at the bigger version of the Vile Force of mug. You need big mugs. I mean, it's literally the biggest mug I could make. For whatever that's worth. As I have heard people state before that mugs need to be big, so I literally made that the biggest possible mug I could. You can't move? Aw. And you cannot lie? So, if we just make this into the Metalsmith's Guild, I feel like that's kind of cheating. So maybe we make the Metalsmith's Guild up here. Although let's do this like at priority 3 digging. Want the underground stuff to get done first. Because I can make some more forges right there. You know, I keep ignoring what the queen wants. The mayor wants a brass cabinet. Well, you want leggings? River shields and ballista arrows. Steel ball. 3. Leather quiver. 3. Steel shields. 3. Silk leggings? No, okay, so I guess steel leggings. 3. Gotta say, jet in the current version of the game looks so good. One of the best materials. Or at least it's one of the best looking materials. I'm not gonna lie, part of me is surprised the mug is selling the best out of everything, but part of me is also not even remotely surprised. You're a big fan of malachite? You know, I'm not gonna lie, I like malachite in Dwarf Fortress. I think it's a really good material. But I hate it. And there's a very specific reason I hate it. I hate it because I've played hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of Risk of Rain 2. And Risk of Rain 1 for that matter. So because of my knowledge of playing those video games, I am biologically conditioned to hate malachite. If that makes any sense. Them green idiots do conjure feelings of hatred. Yep, those fucking run-enders. Big meanies that. This might actually cancel some jobs in a second. Should be fine. Need them to stay shallower than 3, and they can keep digging. Oop. Found some lava over there. Fine, as long as the water flow faster. Do I have a setup here for getting wood down to the forges? I'm just carrying the dwarves down to the forges. The dwarves are just carrying wood down to the forges for charcoal. Because wood's light. I don't care too much about that. But otherwise, we're using lava to power the forges themselves. The forges themselves are not powered by wood. I almost never use wood forges. Like, if I'm making metal, I'm using magma forges. Wood forges are hilariously inefficient and kind of a pain. Three steel shields have been completed. Do I have brass? I might actually just have brass. Headed to bed, Lyagushka? Good night. Previously, they used to always frog, and people keep asking me that, and I don't actually know the answer in this version. In the old versions, yes. In this version, I don't know. You're going to follow suit? Yeah, I mean, I've seen the numbers dropping. I'm assuming people are headed to bed. That time of day. What was I here to check? Brass. 2 brass bars. I don't know if I can make a brass throne out of that. I don't know if it's 1-to-1 or if it's 3-to-1. Cue it up. We'll see what happens. It's 2 a.m. Yeah, no, go to bed. Certainly go to bed. I will be on tomorrow. enough to stay awake for the full stream. Well, don't wreck your later days because of my dumb streams on the internet. I know that much. I like to think my streams are interesting and entertaining, but it's not worth wrecking your day over. I can tell you that much for certain. Although I went to bed at about 2:30 in the morning last night and got about 4 hours of sleep. So even I'm like fading. Even though I haven't been live that long. I've only been live for what, 8 hours? But it feels like I've been live for like 14. It's kind of, today's been rough. Let's do that. Let's do this. What? Let's get all this done. How do you weaponize baby demons? You wait until there's elves on the surface and then you release them onto the surface. Just like any other big creature. Dig a little tunnel, put a door in it, sacrifice a dwarf to dig into the demons or something. Release them onto the surface when the enemies attack. That's not even big brain. That's like just basic strats. Like, don't give me credit for that. That's not a big brain strategy. That's just basic strategy in this video game. You miss Bronzy. He was a good lad. Bronzy was a good boy. Bronzy was indeed a good boy. It was a real one. It's quite a lot of water. Oh my gosh. I may actually have to go from above here. Yep, nope, they can't get down here anymore, so we have to go from above. Rock pots. Rock pots. You can also make pots out of glass. They're the rock equivalent to barrels. So let's go down a couple layers to, well, actually, no, I think I can just, yeah, hit this button. Pull that lever. I think there's actually a gold piece of gold in there that I'm about to crush, but that's fine. Let's throw in more coffins. I just hit the old coffin hotkey. What year is it? Habits die hard, I suppose. I don't know what you mean, Lyagushki. What's its name? We haven't named it. Like literally we've only named Sharon and oh, also I need to speak of new demon. Gotta lock this door. Gotta unlock this door. Alright, so we've got the Gecko Brutes, who's not named. We've got the three-eyed brute, who's also not named, and then we have Steve and Sharon. So these two are not the same breed, unfortunately. But, you know. Horrible migraines. Oh, God. Don't envy anybody who gets migraines. Three-eyed demon was your nickname in high school? I mean, I told somebody last night that my nickname in high school was Shut Up, Greg. Wait, are you wielding a whip? How are you wielding a steel pick and a whip? You're not. Oh, is it just because you were standing right on top of it right at that exact moment? That's odd. All right, let's just let that drain and steam off. There we go. Water flows places. Dwarves can come back down here, which is great. Oh. Wait a second. Yeah, same. Stiltskin. Although I'm gaming it while I have the opportunity because I know it'll get patched out. Might as well enjoy it while it lasts, you know? It's like one of these days a patch is going to come out and it's just suddenly all of our doors are going to fall off the hinges. You know what I'm actually looking forward to, though? Is tomorrow is Future of the Fortress Day, which means we get Zach or Tarn's Q&A and Zach and Tarn's update. I'm really curious if we'll get like total sales or anything. Because we'll get their financials, but they won't. I don't think they're going to post like Steam revenue because I think they're NDA'd on that. Pretty sure that there's something stopping them from doing that. There a particular reason? Oh, I'm an idiot. Like, why does no work? I'm actually an idiot. Because there's a wall there. That I haven't removed yet. Why are you not working? It's because that's not how this works, guys. You didn't know that auto thread turned them into threads? Okay, so here's the thing, right? No. Strand extraction turns them into threads. Thread, and then those threads are turned into wafers. So you're still good. They're turned into threads. They're not made into cloth. So you are still good. You haven't screwed up or anything. They're made into thread, which is then made into wafers at the forges. So once they're in wafer format, then that's part of the reason why they're called candy, by the way. Once they're in wafer format, then you can, you know, do what you will with them. We'll let them do that down there for right now. Let's go down to here and begin constructing. Oh, it's not done. Blurry! Who am I giving a dwarf to? What's up, man? You just gotta let me know who in chat is getting a dwarf who doesn't have a dwarf yet. So, chat, let Blurry know why you think you should have a dwarf. It's gotten like weirdly high contest here. We've got like people making people write haikus and shit. Also, what brings you by my weird neck of the woods these days? Blurry? Of course, my name is Kimberly. That's a pretty valid reason, to be honest. To bask in my recent success. Not laugh at the numbers going down. For reference, I've known Blurry for like a decade. One of the few people in this chat room who actually knows where I live. Because it just kind of seems right. All right, chat, what kind of dwarf does Gimli get? I'm thinking somebody in one of the squads, because Gimli. Axe dwarf? I don't actually have a single axe dwarf in this entire fortress. For no particular reason other than I don't have any. But I can name this dwarf an axe dwarf. Axe dwarf. Def. There you go. Definitely an axe dwarf. No, I'm not going to throw dwarves with minecarts. Gimli finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and seeks exciting and adventurous situations and is conflicted by this since he considers tranquility preferable to tumult, conceptually. He is not readily moved by art and natural beauty and is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is sometimes to his detriment. He is stubborn and he is grateful when others help him out and he tries to return favors. He is slow to anger and he is quite polite and rarely feels discouraged. He often acts with compassion and is often nervous, and he tends to reveal personal information, or tends to not reveal personal information, my bad. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges and prefers to present himself modestly. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he likes to brawl, though he is disturbed by this since he values quiet. So, at least in the abstract. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and isn't particularly ambitious and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, since his name is Gimli. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Doesn't care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Yeah, good luck with that. Personally, sees tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and he thinks that there's little in life better than a good party. Believes that peace is always preferable to war, and he has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsdwarfship. He finds blind honesty foolish and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and dreams of artwork and stuff. He likes satin spar, aluminum, pink tourmaline, white browed gibbon tooth, the color fuchsia, six-sided prisms, and greaves and scepters and giant olms for their gills, and the words of the bronze rocks, and they fell asleep halfway down the stairs, and the words of the bronze rocks, and when possible prefers to consume koala and absolutely hates purring maggots. All right, let's see what's behind this wall. You know, I know that, like, I know what Pog is, right? I know I know its relevance. I know where the term came from. I remember the birth of it. But am I the only person who is like, it's impossible for me to think about the word Pog without thinking about Pogs? Is that like the little piece of cardboard? I'm pretty sure I've explained this while you've been watching before CCJ, but it's really good for frame rate. Because it blocks line of sight. Some people are like, oh, that's pretty Pog. I'm like, yeah, Pogs. Yeah. Fucking Pogs. Pogs, man. Some of us are over 40. Suppose, yeah. I guess you'd need to be like late 20s, early 30s to really think of Pogs. I know, rugged dress code. Funko Pops? God, I fucking hate. Okay. At least Pogs are biodegradable. You know what I mean? Tier 46 don't leave you out. I'm not trying to leave you out. But like 96 or so? No, they still existed. Although they should have died with other fads around the same time, like Pokemon cards. They were a pretty good way to destroy floors, yeah. Not as good as Beyblades, though, for destroying floors. Beyblades are real good for destroying, like, hardwood floor. Woodcrafter withdraws from society. Oh, I know they did. I'm just throwing shade at Pokemon cards. Rather unnecessarily, but... Ooh, dwarves have arrived to trade. I remember Scanner Z. Okay, so I remember Scanner Z because I remember people telling me about Scanner Z, but do I actually remember Scanner Z? No. I do not. Or scanners or whatever. I know people tell me about them. Do I remember them? No. Like, being completely honest, no, I don't remember them at all. We checked for heat. Wow, that's impressive. Up through that. I mean, it's been a minute, Twisted Logic. Like, the success was really December. Now it's just sustaining, you know? Ooh. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Ooh. It's a large, hold on, what the fuck is crashing metal? But same to you, Twisted Logic. I know that it's just like randomly like word plus metal, but what actually would crashing metal be? I'm asking you for like a genuine, what actually would be? Aligned with thunder? Crashing? Like, yeah, I mean, I'm meteorite? Maybe? Just extra fucking loud? It's like crashing the boys. Really annoying to handle. I believe that, yeah. Car wreck leftovers. True. It's from the post-apocalypse variant of Dwarf Fort. Deep gift. What kind of dwarf am I giving you? We know beard or no beard. No, can cut those out. All right, Queen, you get a new toy. This time it's a face fail. I don't know how the Queen's gonna walk after a bit with all this crap hanging off of her. Storms. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I can see that logic. Woo! Getting whooshed. We really need to get these bodies out of here. An ancient shimmering egg wandering the earth forever? I suppose so. I haven't tried it, but it's in the UI. I always hated things like Quick Fort. It just felt like removing the part of the game where you play the game to me. There's actually somebody commenting on one of my videos the other day where they're just like, it's weird seeing a DF streamer / creator who doesn't like or use DF hack. It's like, I don't dislike it. I just think it's a waste of time. It's a big difference. Look at like the kind of the wrong idea of me. Play the game the exact way you want to play. I never enjoyed playing the game that way. They just send in new miners? I mean, truly, yes. The greed of the dwarves is unparalleled. Also, the body just rotted. Did I not? I literally made tombs. Fucking haul the bodies, you weirdos. I'll make more then. Fine. Probably just haven't made enough to him, the actual issue. That being said, the dwarves are happier than they've been in a while, so I guess that's a good sign. There we go. See, some dwarves are getting dealt with. What's DF hack? It allows you to have a command line terminal in DF, and it makes it very easy to cheat. But it also adds a lot of like almost dev tool level things. It's very useful for modding. In my personal opinion, so that people don't accuse me of attacking the goddamn thing, I feel like it's kind of a waste of time for your average player because it just makes it very, very easy to cheat your way around things, which personally I don't like. Because I don't like that temptation. Plenty of people like to just play Dwarf Fortress as a sandbox. Same reason people like to play Minecraft in creative mode. I wouldn't like to play Minecraft in creative mode. I'm not that kind of person. I use it as a external tool, and I will move saves over to DF hack, clean it up, or fix the FPS, and move it back over and keep playing. I don't use it as like a current gameplay tool, right? Like I cleaned up this save on it. But like it's still not something that I'll ever use while playing, right? There's a difference between using it to fix things and tweak things and then continue playing on your main install versus that. What do I do to clean up a save? I use dead missing fix, which clears this list, which I'm going to need to clear again pretty soon. With the exception of named units. And I exterminated a good chunk of the cavern dwellers, which I'm ignoring anyway. Which jumped the frames back by about 15. And made migrants come again. That's all I do. There's other things you can do too, which I don't like, such as cleaning up mud, removing blood, removing all bodies, stuff like that. To me, that's just cheating. And then there's things like Quick Fort, which is just like, yeah, it'll designate a layout for you, which is like, okay. I mean, live your life, I suppose. For me, the majority of the fun of Dwarf Fortress is the creativity of building a fort, right? And then getting the resources to build that fort. Some people don't like that part of the game, and I think they're nuts, but, you know, we all play the game differently, and it's a single-player game, so do what you want. I used the wrong tool on this. This is all hot. That is concerning. Mine isn't borked. Or rather, stream's working just fine on my end from the looks of things. Oh, I hate Fast Dwarf. Fast Dwarf is my favorite example of why it makes it too easy to cheat. That is like the prime example of why it's too easy to cheat. Like Fast Dwarf is one of the #1 reasons why I refuse to have it installed while I'm actually playing. Because it completely changes how you play the game if you actively use it. Oh, is Steam borked? Nope. Works just fine here. Friends list works just fine. Well, maintenance starts on Tuesday evening and goes until Wednesday afternoon. So yeah, it's not too out of the ordinary for random crap that go offline on Steam. Well, yeah, I mean it's Steam, it's not you. Yeah. I mean, stress 0, make legendary, all Fast Dwarf. Go. It's like, okay, you're not even playing the game anymore. But, you know, that's also just me being a shitty elitist, which is why some people really hate me. Right? But, you know, I enjoy playing Dwarf Fortress. I don't think playing Fast Dwarf Fortress is fun. All right, let's trade. I don't really know what to sell them. Be honest. Let's just sell them a bunch of weapons, actually. Let's give them a bunch of swords. So I do have a ton of random swords lying around that I'm not going to use. Sell them those whips, because I don't really have any plans on using those. Those are too powerful anyway. I'll keep the axes. Well, actually, is that a great axe? Get rid of the great axe. For better DF performance, you want fast individual clock speed on CPU cores. That's the only thing that really matters. Back for a second? Well, welcome back. 1,000. You can leave now. I definitely did not name Deep Gifts Dwarf. Janitor. There is no job that or dwarf that just cleans in my fort. So Deep Gift, what's your second choice for a job, if possible? I completely blanked on that. I'm sorry. Oy vey. That's a lot of shoes. These dwarves are like my ex. Bajillions of half-worn out shoes. For some reason. I mean, obviously I made them, so it's my fault, but... I like that we have a single purring maggot leather glove. Not going to worry about where that came from. But we do have a single I don't have any purring maggots in my fort. I haven't caught any purring maggots. I don't think I've seen one. Yet somehow we have a single purring maggot leather glove. God bless. Never changed, dwarves. I'm not going to be able to wear it because it's a large, split, flowing fabric. Skirts. So we can sell that. You've never seen purring maggots? Yeah, no. Goblinite? Probably brought by a migrant, actually, if I had to guess. We'll approve that Metalsmith's Guild Hall. I completely forgot I built that room. Well, looks like they're still working on that. That's going to take a little bit. That's so much water. Was not expecting the entirety of this thing to be just like lava behind a wall here. Living life dangerously, I suppose. This room with the corridor looked like a skeleton with a sword on the map. Accidental fun. Or accidental coolness, I suppose. I'm going to send out my soldiers again. Let's go raid a bit. There's elves right here called Quiet Tape. Quiet Ape. We hit them with all 3 squads. We're going to send them to raid. I am not going to loot other items, just livestock and important treasures. I'm looking for an elven location that is hopefully, and I do mean hopefully, packed with animals of high value and big animals. You've caught purring maggots in traps and had dwarves successfully milk them. Oh, really? They're milkable again. I don't think they've been milkable in the last 8 years. That's kind of amazing, actually. You have some shit you need to tell someone? Lay it on chat. This isn't one of those toxic positivity bullshit you can't talk honestly zones. What's up? Vomit? What? Oh, that they're milkable? Why's that vomit? Hey, Nextlander's podcast's out. That make me happy. Worked a solo bar shift, a regular of yours, and he's been having an affair for months after drinking too much while his wife and his friends were in earshot, and you watched a marriage collapse. Oh, boy. That shit's heavy. Yeah, damn. Heavy shit at work is the worst. It's like, you can't leave. You don't know how to process it? Well, it's not a contest, so I'm not going to trauma dump my own crap from my old jobs on you, but like... Us dwarves need to cry on persons of authority? No, but venting in a public space is healthy. Somehow still got good tips, though? Did they tip well? One thing I'll say this is I hope that the wife of that family gets into a better place. That shit sucks. All parties involved did? Well, it could be worse in that regard. Three kids. I got wife pregnant with our 4th, and she's been ridden for a month, leaving you to do literally everything. You're so done. That's terrifying. Do I sometimes drink like my dwarves? I had 3 beers last night, but it was 3 beers between 8 p.m. and like 2 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know if that really counts. Do I binge drink sometimes? Yes, unfortunately. Your fault, though, so you're trying not to. And then Andrew's just like, I have 8 kids, and everybody else is like, well, I don't need to have kids now. Yeah, shit, dude. When I worked night shift in fast food, there's this one day that I will literally never forget, and I'm just gonna throw this out here. Massive fucking trauma warning about like overdoses and death. So maybe plug your ears for the next 40 seconds. I was out in the parking lot. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. I was changing a trash bin, and this car weirdly drives into the drive-thru, and we could hear the person in the drive-thru slurring her words. And so we go to call 911 thinking, oh, it's a drunk driver. Comes around, and before she makes it to the window, falls out of the driver's seat. Overdosed on heroin. So when it comes to traumatic shit at work and you can't leave, there is nothing worse. There's nothing worse. At least you got tipped well. sorry, you made me a cup, dwarf? You come on, you can do better than that. No, I don't, Gimli. I'm an adult. That's up to them, not you, Raticide. You live your life the way you want. Let them live their lives the way that they want. That's having lots of kids. Let them have lots of kids. You know all about it? Oh, boy. Just like I'm saying, world's best dwarf. World's worst miner gives it to a proficient miner or a legendary miner. Well, I guess that this dwarf, too, is just trying to get mugged. This is an oaken cup. All craft storemanship is of the highest quality. It's actually very valuable. It is decorated with oak, leather, and encircled with bands of llama wool and round gold cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of cave spider silk and red diamond and menaces with spikes of alder and pigtail. On the item is an image of a rose-cut gem in cherry wood. On the item is an image of Amost, armor folded, the dwarf and dwarves in red diamond. Amost, armor folded, is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Amost, armor folded, to the position of king of the constructive orb in year 1. It's a pretty fucking rad mug, though. I mean, there are no elves that are neutral with me in this world, and I didn't do it. They attacked me. Not sure that you'll see that regular again. Man's an Air Force officer and his wife and kid. And his wife and kid of a superior of his... Wait, what? Oh, his wife is a superior of his. Oh. Well, I'm on the bright side, I'm sure there's more regulars where that came from, but... Ay, ay. I mean, give them to whoever you want to give them to, Mac Daddy. If it's like, I'm having a brain moment. It's lots of weird thoughts coming back. It's good times. Giving artifacts to dwarf just make dwarf happy and make them happier with their job, right? So if they happen to have a valuable item, they will be very happy with that. Also, my military is returning. Uh-oh. This can't have gone well. They attacked the factional animal, and Unib led the attack, and the dwarves were led by the elf Nissa. The dwarf outmatched the elf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The earthen Twinkles, poorly led by the dwarf Kodal, clashed with 24 bobcats, slaying 8. So it seems like Kodal is a bad leader. We're fighting. It's a very even fight so far. We took out an elf. That's pretty good. Took out a second elf. A couple near misses, but nothing traumatic. We took out a third elf. Fourth elf. Not bad. And, it seems like it was one of those, like, it was kind of a neutral-ish fight. We didn't loot anything, but we didn't lose anybody, so... Could be worse. Don't cheat, folks. Be kind and honest to your partners. Sometimes it's better to leave than to fuck it up. I like how I say partners plural by habit. Fucking 2023 is rotting my brain. Actually, no, I blame my sister-in-law. God damn it. That elf pog. That's not true. I've had pretty good elves in my forts before. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just verbiage has changed. Brain rot's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just interesting how language changes. This is true, actually. It wouldn't be the incorrect term when speaking with multiple people. I forget that chat is a plural being sometimes, to be fair. Anybody who can handle that level of commitment is admirable as far as I'm concerned, Elfie Bean. There are dozens of us. Nothing against people with in polyamorous relationships. And then I say but, so it like negates all that statement. There is a polygamy convention that happens in Vancouver every year. And as far as I can tell, 2 families attend it. And they're in their like late 60s, but they're like we're not in open relationships and we all like communicate well. It's I'm one man and I have 40 wives. And they have a convention in Vancouver every year. And every single time that happens, I see like little news pop-ups in like local tabloids and shit about the polygamy convention. And I always look at it and I go, man, you're making like actual healthy poly relationships look bad. Something. Yep. That's a harem. It's the polygamy convention. It's a thing that happens in Vancouver every year. They rent out a single room in the convention hall. It's just kind of funny. Oh yes, very religious. You can probably guess which religion. Are they from Bountiful or whatever? I don't think Bountiful actually exists anymore, does it? I might be wrong, but I thought it was like no longer. What? Benjamin's been missing for a week. Well, someone gets to give Benjamin the bad news when he gets back. Oops. I don't actually know what happened to him. Probably got torched. So whenever the game saves, all of the goals of the other local fortresses and faction leaders move forward by a couple ticks, basically, JKRT. Like a quarter or a year or 5 years or however long the time has passed. And when you retire your fortress, all your shit spreads out into the world and World Gen starts up for another 2 weeks. So basically, World Gen works in overdrive during World Gen, slows down a lot when you're actively playing, and then speeds back up after you're done playing again and you start a new fort. Is the best way to put it. Good for your grandma. As well as dwarves do? Yeah, I don't know. It's a specific kind of lifestyle for a specific kind of person. I don't think I'm that kind of person. Chat that I'm in is filled with cat memes all of a sudden. What the fuck happened? It's normal. Wait, hold on. They're still unloading? Are you for real? The funniest phrase you've read in Dwarf Fortress? Dung's depths, the naughty hole. Duber. Duber was a cave, and Dung's depths, the naughty hole was a cave, and in the cave was a market named Duber. Probably the funniest line of things I've ever read. It was a kobold location called Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. We laughed very hard. It was a good day. I wonder if this is how that dwarf died. Actually, it's very possible. Let's just do every other one. And all on the diagonals. We're on layer minus 118. We're 118 Z levels below sea level. That's all it is. It's pretty simple, really. Makes a lot of sense when you think about it. What am I trying to do down here? I'm mining adamantine. Adamantine is one of the best materials in the game. And we are making it into adamantine bars, so I can make adamantine weapons soon. This seems safe? Not in the slightest. So I'm just going to give Deep Gift some sort of dwarf that isn't going to die. Because I first got really distracted by chat, and then trauma dumping happened, and then I got distracted a second time. So I'm going to give Deep Gift a dwarf real quick. Let's go with this weaponsmith here, which is usually a hot commodity. Deep Gift. Deep Gift. Never becomes angry, often sad and dejected, is rarely jealous, and is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. Can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he is quick to form negative views about things. Rarely happy or enthusiastic, and conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has an active sense of humor, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He often acts with compassion, and he likes to take it easy. What's that? Section of cat. Okay, I need to check that in a sec. He likes to take it easy, is often nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally, sees perseverance as one of the greatest qualities somebody can have. Greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity. And deeply respects eloquent speakers and does not care about fairness. And doesn't particularly value commerce. He likes lignite, bilin, and clear zircon, crystal glass, and nautilus shell, and cave blob parchment, and cabinets, and amulets, and the words of the meditation of orbs, and when possible prefers to consume nautilus and 2-grain wheat beer, and maize flour, and absolutely hates blood gnats. Seems like a pretty good dwarf. And I'm sorry, what now? What the fuck? Megawatts was found dead. Okay, but like... What? I'm not actually sure what happened down there. Wild. One hell of a goddamn vile cavern layer, this. Would not want to be a dwarf mining down here. That's for sure. I mean, I'm not on about demon breeding. You're the one on about demon breeding, it seems. So, couldn't tell you. But yeah, no, generally the way I get rid of demon breeding is I try and trap them all in one area and then I cave in the ceiling on them. Which is a really good way of just removing them all really quickly. So that they can claim nest boxes? That's fine. I'm okay with it as it is. Is it suboptimal and not allowing me to breed demons? Yes. Is it probably for the best? Probably. There's no merchants trading right now. Well, took too long to unload. Lazy bastards. Too drunk to finish unloading the wagons. Some dwarves those are. I'm the mountain home and they're incapable of trading with me. Terrible dwarves. I mean, I already have lava. Lava is more predictable. Easier to retrap. Yeah, I still I have the tab up right here. Suited giraffe. We're seeing if family is watching performance or something. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm whatever. I need to go through it. I think I'll probably include that as part of the next Future of the Fortress video I do. Oh. There that goes. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to the next Future of the Fortress video I get to do, which will be tomorrow. So I'll include that post in there and I'll read it and go into it. And maybe I'll ask Putnam for a comment. If I can get one. Frequently with a fort of 100. Ooh, gosh. Sorry. Make that for heat. There's fire. It's fine. Water spreading. That's what we need. Yeah, no, underperforming games is rough. Hello, Eurus McJerby. You're not home. Hold on a second. You were homeless? hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. First off, congratulations on no longer being homeless. But second, what? Demons are not sapient. No, they're like forgotten beasts. They're big animals. Big, angry, monstrous animals. So they're actually just like what's the word? Lyrics from, as in you moved to a new state and you've been living in a hotel since Wednesday. Oh, right. Okay. I seem to recall something about that, but that, yeah, as somebody who literally like slept in parks for about 6 months, that throws me off when people say homeless. But congratulations on acquiring home again. Oy, yeah, that sucks. Well, congratulations on moving. Crappy time of year to move. I like moving in like late spring when it's like not cold. Also, chat room, gotta stand up and use the restroom real quick. All right, return. Interesting. Human representative Caspa Deckwell has shared many tales beyond Sizzletongs. Oh. Again, there's like nothing actually happening, but... This is where the demon lives. It's minus 25C here with the wind chill Sunday and Monday. Oh God. Yeah, no, this is the worst time of year to move. In a week or two, you got to bring the wife and kids over here. Wow. That's a stressful couple weeks, that's for sure. Glad it's like coming to a close to a degree. Or at least parts of the pieces are starting to fall into place. I really want to know more about the art of the Wombat Man. So I'm going to go try and steal the art of the Wombat Man, chat. What's up, Mogwai? Having suck ass and challenges along the way. Counted your first murder dude and broke a magma smelter and pushed the dude into the magma! Wow. That's pretty brutal. Got murked by a weapon? Wow. I mean, that is pretty pog, though, actually, I would argue. I would argue that is pretty pog. Personally, I think that's pretty pog. What? Somebody just... Oh, I figured out where Benjamin died. Well, that's awkward. Murked from weapon traps. Well, hey. At least he didn't murk your dwarves. Probably for the best. He's melting now. Yep. Mm-hmm. Since I'm sending the military out on a run, we're gonna jump back up here to the surface and let's go build that metalsmith's forge or metalsmith's thingy down here. The miners do some safe mining for a bit. They've earned it. Uncap the surface. Nope, still digging, still looking for it. Well, I'm not gonna uncap it. I'm trying to find it though. I'm just looking for the location of it, and then once we locate it, and we can see what we're up against, then we can figure out how to deal with it from there. Feels good to have less things to worry about. Hell yeah, dude. But yeah, no, I know that feeling. Not having anywhere to live sucks. It's the scariest fucking thing in the world. Pinning up a 20 party of gobos trying to break in, and then Lucky Traps killed the Colossus because I did a dumb and let the reset open, so you have a monster craft bronze stat. Hey, honestly, fancy bronze statue, it's like as cool as having a Vile Force of Mug. You know, like the one thing that's just as cool as having your own dead bronze Colossus that makes an awesome statue is having a Vile Force of Mug so that you can enjoy your Vile Force of Darkness in the morning. So that you too can be a Vile Force of Darkness and then hopefully be done being a Vile Force of Darkness by the time your drink is done. This is way too amusing for me. It's like, I don't like doing sponsorships and ad breaks, but that shit's funny. What a segue. I mean... A pause flight. Sculf clap. Shut the fuck up, streamer. Keep playing video game. Okay, fine, chat, yeah. I've ever watched the movie The Truman Show? No, actually. I'm familiar with it. I've heard the name. Have I seen it? No. How long is mine? I don't know. Never measured it. Pretty long? My ad calls remind you of the movie. Yeah, that's fair. Where's the link to actually throw your money at the screen for that mug? Exclamation point merch. Thank you, Joe. And then if you want to just post a vile mug in the chat, you can post a vile mug in the chat. And if you want to mug somebody, you can mug somebody. Diamond, are you still lurking? Diamond made vile mugged and he only put 1 G in there. So it's not my fault. Diamond needs to fix that. Give me all your valuables. I'm a mug. I'm here to mug you. I'm not gonna lie, I am kind of tempted to make vile mugged into an actual emote because it is very, very good. But only have so many emote slots open, and I want a Gorlak emote more. Which turns out is a higher priority. There we go. Salt. Salt, salt, salt. Pink, pink, pink. Everything pink. Seeking parlay. Milk, please. True, actually. Seeking parlay. Refill coffee. Yeah, I mean that's important. Pay your bills before you throw money at stupid bullshit that the streamer tries to peddle at you. As an internet panhandler, don't worry about like giving in to my bullshit. And I'm doing okay. There's a reason I can afford to be like, no! To every sponsorship offer I get. Because you guys are very kind and I'm good. For a second there, I was really concerned. I was like, why did my population tank so much? And I always forget that like your military leaving drops your population down by the number of soldiers that leave the map. You love the design? Yeah, that shirt design's not going anywhere. I am absolutely planning on doing limited edition, like, this shirt design's going to be around for a month and then it's gone. Bullshit, but that one is just going to be there forever. That one is the mainstay. To prevent loss of life. What, tired human is awake and seeking parlay to prevent loss of life? Insert coffee? I feel like that should be official merch for the game. You have a party of axe lords and a swordmaster, and they've been beefing up for this? Hell yeah. Well, wish them luck for me. Or I'll wish him luck for you. There you go. I can word. Actually, how much adamantine am I at? Got 55 adamantine bars. I'm going to start making adamantine swords. We'll just queue up 10. Except, I just want to double check. Don't want anybody but teeth making those. Oh, you saw me a bit on the Kit Fox stream yesterday? Yeah, it went well. I was very much half awake. I was so tired during that stream because I was feeling pretty sick yesterday. I don't know if it, like, was obvious, but I kept muting. I had to constantly mute my microphone, like, to sneeze and shit and cough. I'm a lot better now. Like, it's actually kind of annoyed me because I wanted to start up a new Let's Play this past weekend, but it just didn't happen because I was stuck in a man-cold state, you know? It's like I'm not actually sick enough to actually be annoying, like, literally sick, but I'm sick enough that it's really fucking annoying. What's the best adamantine item? Cutty thing. You want cutty thing. Light cutty thing for adamantine. You don't want wacky thing or bonky stick. So cutty stick. Cutty thing. So axes or swords. New Let's Play? Yep. Well, I put out a poll a little bit ago asking people what they wanted for round 2. And the overwhelming win was reclaim a surface fort. So I'm going to reclaim a AI gen fort. And I don't know what the goal is just yet. Still trying to figure that out, but I'll figure that out before I start it. So it should be entertaining, I hope. It'll probably depend on the world. The thing is, episode 1, the way I want to do it is going to take a bit more editing. Nowhere near as much as something like Krug Smash, but I want to do a little bit of lore building at the beginning, and then the rest of it's going to be like the last one. You can't reclaim Elven holdings, no. Not without, like, third-party tools or modding the game. Aw, man. All right. Let's do gold throne. Let's do 35 gold thrones. 35 gold thrones. Gold table. Also 35. What does Queenie want? Quivers. All right. Let's move down a ways. What's up, Chupa Station? It's like making a hammer out of balsa wood, basically, in regards to making an adamantine hammer. I never do that. No, it's a waste of adamantine. Make Jerby. What, that it's all pink? Wait, actually, no. Why is the hospital 90210? I'm confused. Migrants arrived. Checking Kogan still needs to leave the map. Okay, so we're fine. Kogan just hasn't left. I really like this shade of pink, too. Although it does remind me of that one scene from Wreck-It Ralph, I think, where he goes, "It's not pink, it's salmon!" And it's just, for some reason, that line's just very funny to me. Okay, so this is supposed to be a metalsmith's hall, so I'm just going to cue that up. Guild Hall. get so many farmers, it's ridiculous. How many cooks do I have, actually? 70 cooks, okay. Dr. Guildhall. I'm thinking I might start setting the economy to hard after this playthrough. Because I think hard economy with everything being way more valuable is kind of interesting. Embarked on a Vicadro and his calendar at the bottom of this light aquifer, so you decided to open the aquifer and you've been getting magma sea exploration notifications as the aquifer spreads? Huh, that's weird. That is odd, Jazz. Someone just ordered 10 adamantine ballista arrows on your stream. You don't even know how to build siege equipment? It's time to restart sitting moves. Huh. Wait, you don't know how to build siege equipment? Actually? Like, truly, you don't know how to build siege equipment. Oh, you know how you just don't. Okay, fair. Yeah, okay, that's... checks out. Zooming cam, your pupils are a different size because is it because of the blindness? Okay, well, you know, I need to just make a video about this and just explain it. This eye doesn't see at all. Okay, so it's very clearly a different size. This lens, if you'll notice, it's also always really fucking dirty because I don't see out of this eye. So this lens is legit just a magnifying glass. Really need to clean. But yeah, my right lens is just a magnifying glass. My left lens is what's the word? My left lens is actually like corrective lenses. So when this eye looks fucky, it's because it doesn't work. It's not quite a lazy eye, but like it's hard to explain. Coloboma, the retina and the iris. You want to look it up. Although don't spell it incorrectly or you'll get a really distressing looking ear parasite. Trust me, not related. And my right eye's smaller because it don't work at all. It don't work in the slightest. I can see light. But it's not usable. I can see light in motion, actually. So, like, if something is flying towards me really quickly, I can, like, duck. But that's about it. Which is the reason why when I was given a scleral shell for cosmetic purposes when I was, like, 4, I was like, I fucking hate this, and just cried all the time. I would take it out when I was given it. Which is basically just, like, this piece of ceramic that you put on top of your eye to make it look like a normal eye. Kind of like a teeth retainer for an eyeball. Still like my balls. That's a sentence to read when I put my glasses back on. Thank you. I like rubber ducks. Plastic lenses. Yep. Shit sucks. Fuck it. It's not worth looking normal. DF news feels kind of quiet. Normal DF? I mean, Scoops, you've been around this game for a while. Normal DF? I mean, the current news is this, which is super interesting. But first of the month hits tomorrow, so Future the Fortress is in like 24 hours, which I get to edit on Friday, I suppose. Which means there will probably be some sort of editing stream between Friday and Sunday, and Monday, actually, somewhere in there. Because that's going to be a big editing job, probably. Trying to think what else. I mean, like, there won't be DF news videos until there's a news post, and the DF news updates are no longer bi-weekly, right? Because the game's out. So they'll probably spin up. If I had to guess, and this is an assumption here, if I had to guess, they'll probably spin up the bi-weekly updates again when we get close to adventure mode. Yeah, no, that news from Putnam is kind of insanity, actually. I might make a video. I've been debating on it. I might actually just make a video on it tonight. To the point where I might even just be like, hey, do you want to, like, record a comment on and send it to me? Because I think that's in the DF newsworthy topic. Yeah, no, me too. Well, I mean, like, I would like bi-weekly screenshots of things because that would be good for my YouTube channel. Like, the last 3 DF news videos I've put up have gotten like 30, 40,000 views each. So I would be very happy if they did those, but... Oh, sweet. Dwarves have returned. Let's see how the fight went. Ooh, we got another grizzly bear. We got 2 grizzly... Chat, we got a breeding pair of grizzly bear. Excellent. We got 2 edible great horned owls and a shitty bow and a cruddy loincloth and a crappy cap. Great. How'd the fight itself go? We snuck into the Flute of Trade. And we stole a bunch of books and stuff. And we stole the book, The Art of the Wombat Man. I want to learn all about The Art of the Wombat Man. So what exactly is The Art of the Wombat Man? Oh, excellent. I'm so happy we were able to get Anastasia for everyone back. It might not. Oh, there it is. The Art of the Wombat Man. The written portion consists of a 24-page essay entitled The Art of the Wombat Man, authored by Heju Anthrialplet. It concerns the authoring of the economy and counselors by the Wombat Man, Heju Island Rims, Quest Pearls, in the early... So it's a self-referential book about a book that a Wombat Man wrote previously. The writing is quite cheerful. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either, and it's coated with water. Well... The Australian Dark Knight. Oh, that's actually pretty funny. It's a book about a book. Yep. Written by a Wombat Man, of all things. We had to murder a bunch of chinchilla people earlier today, and I feel bad. Blind dwarves equals less line of sight checks. Excuse me while I... Okay. That one hurt. Well, at least that's high enough value. It'll work for right now. Just remember they started it. This is true. They did, in fact, start it. Okay, that's interesting. Seen one of your VODs on YouTube. It's really impressive how you record on the fly tutorial, fast, clean, and professional. Yeah, during the, what's it called, December, I blasted myself into oblivion with the amount that I was recording, streaming, and recording, editing, and streaming, and rinse, repeat. That amount of, like, content in a month is completely unsustainable for me. So by the point where you're like getting to where I'm like starting to record videos on stream, it's like I'm not burnt out, but I'm exhausted. But thank you. I'm actually like at a sustainable workflow right now, which also means like, I know, what? Oh shit, we got, I thought I memorialized you. What? My guy. The hell? I'm upset I turned into Marge Simpson for some reason. But yeah, no, I'm finally back to an amount of content per month that I can put out that isn't like killing me, which is kind of nice. It does also mean you guys get way less consistent tutorials and such, because those are a lot of work. Mengtang. Engta. Guess I didn't. Bart did just do something wrong. It's funny because, like, I've seen maybe an episode of The Simpsons in my entire life. My tutorials are good fun. I'm looking forward to doing all of that a second time when Adventure Mode comes out. Which is fun, because I'm also going to have to figure out some point where I can relearn Adventure Mode. Because, for lack of a better term, I am literally going to need to relearn Adventure Mode. Also, I just want to say you write better English than most native English speakers in this chat. Hi, new to Dwarf Fortress. I'm blind. You're having trouble getting military dwarves to wear boots, low or high, whether wear shoes instead. Any tips on getting them to wear? So low boots, they should be able to wear them over shoes. High boots, they need to remove their armor, so you have to set the uniform to replace. Which is... Okay, I mean, these guys aren't even fucking wearing shoes. But you have to set Steel Greaves. Oh, what do you even have assigned? Steel Low Boots? Let's just reassign your uniform and be like, what the heck? You guys wearing shoes? Now I'm just like, because they were wearing shoes. They appear to have stopped wearing shoes again. Yeah, I don't know. I generally am able to get them to wear their stuff, but sometimes they just stop. What devilry is this? Oh, at least we dug down there. There's nothing bad down here, so that's a good sign. But yeah, that's one of those weird parts of this version for me. It's supposed to be set to replace clothing for high boots, but it was working with low boots previously for me. So I don't know. Hey, chains. Maybe it's almost intentional. If it was intentional, I think it would default that way. Although, how much steel am I sitting on? You skip boots? I would second that motion. Could it be that high boots are clashing with leggings? Maybe, I don't know actually. They should clash with greaves, not leggings. Leggings and high boots should work. It's greaves and high boots that don't. Holy shit, yeah, I got plenty of steel. Let's just redo steel. Leggings, let's just do 30. And steel low. 30. Slow doors down? Well, they give you less, like, agility. Or whatever. No. Don't do that. Do that. Wait, how far down does this go? We gotta be getting close to this. The danger layer. That's the wonderful thing about Dwarf Fortress. If you get enjoyment out of learning very small, seemingly irrelevant things about the video game, this is a phenomenal game that you can just play forever. Also, didn't you go to bed, Layagushka? Ooh. Some ancient horror was encased in here until now. Still encased in here, turns out. It's a badger brute. A brutally badger. Let's read about this badger brute. Well, I can't see. It's a towering eyeless badger. It has large mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poisonous gas. Oh no, it's going to fart on me. Big boy. So, I'm gonna drop a rock on it. Chad, is it cheating to drop a rock on it? I'm gonna drop a rock on it. So, you remember how I was saying, smooth and fortify so you can see what's behind it? Smooth and fortify. This is why you smooth and fortify. Actually, no, let's, well, we can, ooh. I should be fine. So now dwarves that walk in here are gonna get scared. This. Must be getting close. It will surely kill it. I mean, I don't care. I'm just not gonna dig into that tile. Doesn't need to kill it. I can just ignore it after that. Dropping a rock is really dwarfy. I'm glad that you agree. I mean, I think it would be even funnier, actually, if it didn't, and then I channel into the boulder where it is, and then it comes roaring out, going blah, 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 or something, or whatever sounds demons make. This is a tough boy, though. It's 218 years old. So this badger brute is never the slightest bit cheerful about anything, never feels discouraged, has an incredibly calm demeanor, is impervious to the effects of stress, is avaricious as they come. Can you stop, like, shooting whatever the... Actually, hold on, I should forbid this so the dwarves don't try and pick that up. He disdains even the... He disdains even the Okay, he's a die-in-the-world quarreler, never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility, disdains even the best advice of associates and family, relying strictly on his own counsel, does not feel the slightest need to repay back any favor done for him, no matter how major the help. Rocks like to go down? Well, they certainly don't go up. I'm curious if these dwarves are freaking out. Okay, so these dwarves are freaking out because they keep seeing it. So let's see if I can give them a different ramp up. I mean, I guess theoretically they should be able to take that. All right, they're okay. They'll be fine. Maybe. They go up if you launch them with the drawbridge. Okay, so right here, I'm gonna do this. No, actually I need to go up with this. So up, uppity, uppity. Let's hope we don't hit anything burny. And then, actually the layer above, up, okay. That's why it's hot there. That makes sense. Oh, Okay, I was very worried for a split second there. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods, which is Smoksgok. Smoksgok is a large searing metal toga. Or craftsmanship is of the highest quality. So we can't wear it. It's too big. But we have found Smoksgok. Not to be confused with Gok Smok, obviously. Can you smelt it? I guess, no, we can't, because it's a treasure found. Has to be an equipped treasure in order to be able to smelt it. Godsmack's Toga. Godsmack's Toga is my favorite Godsmack cover band. You know, they really did I Fucking Hate You justice. Absolute masterpiece. Favorite thing about Godsmack, actually, is that they spent like a decade traveling around and teaching high school band class. Like this really angry, edgy band. Display in guild or temple. That's actually not a bad idea. There we go. But it's just like, what did those guys do after like their 2-hit albums? Oh, well, they traveled around for like a decade. You guys should just be able to leave. I'm just going to put a wall right. Because this is causing problems. These dwarves keep going, oh, look at this. Oh, God, there's a scary thing. Oh, look at this. Oh, God, there's a scary thing. Oh, look at this. Oh, God, there's a scary thing. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, there's a scary thing. So if I block this off, maybe this will fix it. Well, this is pretty much good to go. Need to channel out that. And this is, well, I could actually just do this the easy way. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Let's do it the easy way. I was going to do this the fancy way, chat room, but let's not do it the fancy way. Upward slope. I need channel tool, channel tool, channel tool. And we just need to wait for this to go away. So literally all I need to do is channel out this and this whole thing's gonna fall. You know what causes cave-ins off screen? Lots of things. Lots of things. It's usually something burning. But it could be many, 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 many things. So chat. I don't know if this counts as a DF idea, but you know, if you're looking to sneak around behind things, if you smooth it and then fortify it, you can see through it, right? Just like this. Fortifications gives you neat little boxes like this, right? Right? Well, you see, once you see where they are, you can then go like 2 or 3 layers above, right? And then even if you happen to have a thing like Smoksgob right here, you can then go over here and you can channel that out, right? And then all you really need to do is just simply wait until a dwarf gets their act together and comes over here and channels that out. And then after that, it's just simply a matter of waiting a couple of seconds for this tile here to fall. At which point then all you need to do is laugh hysterically. Let's watch the beast. No, I'm going to go one tile at a time. Also, apparently an ad's about to hit. On the pause. Run the ad. I'll wait for it to be done. Or rather, I can wait for this job to start getting queued up. Let's see. Okay, we still playing mine. There we go. I will wait. Yeah, no, they were waiting for Gobsmocks to get moved. Gobsmock. Turned off all cavern dwellers and exterminated all existing ones with DF hack, loaded the save, and dug out the part of the caves where the web spirit getting forgotten beast had come back into the tunnel and doors and run dwellers and kill all doors. Ordered them to build a wall. Wait, hold on. Did that fix the save, though? We'll see you later, Zoe Nicholas. Also, I didn't realize you were here in the first place, but hi, bye. Sorry, I totally missed you. You were the one talking about Bart? Living up to my username, I suppose. Apologies for the ditziness today. Ads should be over. All right. I'm also excited for this. I'm really curious to see if this accidentally collateral damages something. But I'm going to do my damnedest to do this one turn at a time. How many? Oh, you're carrying a wheelbarrow, of course. Guards on standby? Nah. Where's your sense of adventure? Clearly not here. Somewhere else, probably. Aegis comes down, storing items. Your sense of adventure is out to lunch. Noted. How to create glass floor? Make glass blocks. And then, once you have glass blocks, build them as floor. So you need sand and a glassmaker's and a glassmaker's furnace. A glass furnace, yes. Someone's walking halfway across the fort to do this. You think the blink on the channel task is a lie? Oh, it's not a lie. This is just a really, really, really long distance to walk. See? Erdem is on their way. They're on their way. They're getting here. It's not a lie, I swear. Although, I was going to say, Erdem's not moving. It's because the game is paused. I can assure you it's not a lie. It may appear that way, but I can assure you it's not. This is just a really big fort. With a very large distance to travel to get all the way down here. All right, so Erdem is going to come over here, and I'm going to pause. Come on. And there it goes. It's gone. Squeeze. Just like that. It's gone. Easy peasy. It's not particularly dramatic, but that's one way to remove a beastie. You just arrived, what happened? Oh, there was a massive demon right there. There's now no longer a massive demon right there because I squished it with a big rock. As you do. And then I can deconstruct this. Demon now flattened him. You appreciate the way you work with the vinyl and how do you donate so that it goes to me rather than Twitch? You can use Streamlabs, you can use Patreon. If you scroll down beneath the stream, there's a button that says donate. Click on that. I know when people ask me how do you donate, it's always weird to me. It's like I don't know. Scroll down, there's a thing that says tips. Buy me a coffee using coffee. You click on the tips button and you can send me a tip directly. I mean, there's the normal transfer fees for like PayPal. You could buy me a coffee with coffee. Also takes no cut, but there's no alerts that way if you want to be quiet about it, or you can use Patreon. Up to you. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but it's always weird for me to answer that question. Well, I mean, then a large chunk of the money goes to Fourth Wall, right? Fourth Wall has a good split, but people want the maximum amount of money to go to me. You got to do it directly. So I'm going to dig around where this demon is. Take a peek. There's lava right there. Well, I got a DF idea for tomorrow, so that's good. That I can mine through. Squish tactics. Possible to make brakes from minecarts. Track stops by default have brakes maximum on. You can disable them if you like. So make a track stop. They default to brakes. It's a sapphire. We'll dig through that. I mean, I could dig it out. It might still be alive in that rock, actually. Believe it or not, it might still be there. Oh, that was interesting timing for that save. Plus set the track tunnels as a low traffic area. Not a bad idea yet. They survive magma casting? They used to, but these demons are weird and new and seem to behave differently. The ones that are just in the rocks. This might be a bad idea, just digging straight through the obsidian, but here we go. Rev, what kind of dwarf would you like? We found it. Also, it's completely safe. They can't get out. Show them to you? You want to see hell, Chad? Horrifying screams come from the darkness below. What? That was bad, Dwarf. Why? Okay, you fucks. Well, get up the stairs. Run away, Raybrit. Run away. Get up the stairs. Ah! It's fine. Mostly. Make a ramp up, you doofus. Or like some stairs, maybe. Yeah, that. Get up. Get out of there, you fucking Okay. Well, anyways, this is hell. Welcome to hell, chat. So, we got shade phantoms. More shade phantoms. Winged wraiths. And apparently, some elf wants to move in. The Haunt of Salt. Yeah, we made it. But, there they are. Let's see. I like that this Shade Phantom personally finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting, but values cooperation. A huge mite composed of ash. It has a curling trunk and it appears to be emaciated, so that one's weak. What about you? Large stegosaurid composed of ash. It has wings and a gaunt appearance, and it has a hunger for warm blood, so just fast and mean. Ghost of fire. Oh, that's scary sounding. A great ladybug composed of flame. It has a bulging trunk and it appears to be emaciated. I've seen many ladybugs that looks nothing like a ladybug. Or like a mangy bug. How about this? The Haunt of Salt. It's me on a Monday. This is a towering petrosaur composed of salt. Did I find a breeding pair? Why are you asking me that? But yes, there will be bajillions of breeders down here. They will all be making babbies. I'm not even remotely concerned about this. But there they go. Are gonna be flying around, doing laps. So yeah, the entire time you're playing Dwarf Fortress, this shit's down here. They're immune to Dragonfire? I feel like everything would be immune. All of these things would be immune to everything from the surface. But yeah, that's hell. And we dug into it completely safely, aside from the part that I then released a lava pocket and set a dwarf on fire. But, you know, this guy down here is, you know, a non-concern to us now. And, is it bye-bye run if you're not careful? So, you know how I was smoothing and fortifying? They can't get out. They do not have access to the fort. If this got opened, everything down here, because the majority of them can fly, everything that's down here, so like 100 some odd demons, would just come pouring out of this. Hundreds. So, you know, a forgotten beast can be scary, right? What if 700 forgotten beasts? You redeemed a gifted dwarf. I'm very sorry. I have to do Rev Brown's dwarf. I have 2 dwarves to do. I'm sorry. I was busy in hell for a moment. So let's go back into the nice cheery surface of the lovely fortress. And name some dwarves. Rev, I need to do your dwarf first. So let's get these dwarves clearing out bodies, and I will do your dwarf first, and then we'll do the and then we'll do the gifted dwarf. So gifted dwarf, it's just up to you who you give it to, as per usual. So that's totally up to you as to who you want to have it. Has anyone beaten them? Yep, they've been beaten. I've come pretty close. Locked doors beat them. This is also true. Can you be named after a warbear? No, we're sticking to just dwarves. I'm not naming animals. I'm just naming dwarves. There's a reason it's called gifted dwarf, not gift another thing. Hell has priority. Sure. Whoa, biddies.
Cheer.
Well, thank you. Chow 404. Chow not found. Appreciate you. Any dwarf that is a good dwarf, but not that dwarf. Okay, I'll go to the happiest dwarf, and I'll give you the happiest dwarf that isn't named. How does the farmer Arab seem to you? Thank you very much for the $15, Chow. Clearly, there's 202 not founds in my chat. 404 not found. I also had 404 viewers earlier, so that's even more confusing. Error 404. Come on, I've used a computer before. I know what 404 means. Jeez. Rev Brown. Rev Brown often feels filled with joy, is not bothered in the slightest by deviations from the norm or even extreme differences in lifestyle or appearance, is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatreds towards things after experiencing trauma and 254 mood. He has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution, and he finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding. He relies on the advice of others during decision making, and he is very curious and sometimes to his detriment. He rarely is jealous, and he tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and he has an active imagination, and everyone can live harmoniously as possible. Also, in regards to doors blocking hell, they used to just rip the doors off. So that used to not be a thing, and is currently a bug in this version of the game that's going to be changed back. So this strat that I've been using does work. And he tends to think before acting, and tends to not reveal personal information, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and doesn't handle stress well. He exhales sharply when he's exasperated, and he likes to talk louder when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't mind working outdoors at least for a time. He dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally, sees family as one of the most important things in life, and believes perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody can have. Believes peace is always preferable to war, and sees cooperation is very important in life. And he has a deep respect for animals and the natural world. Yeah, that. And he dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes ash glaze, billon, golden barrel, jute fabric, the color dark violet, warhammers, bucklers, animal traps, and ducks for their quacks, octopuses for their many arms, and the words of the bronze rocks, and the sound of the fuchsia silkiness, and the sight of the tress of rhymes, and when possible prefers to consume horseshoe crab, chicory, rice beer, fucking hates cave spiders. Me too. What a nice pissed off happy farmer. It's literally the happiest farmer. You also have a wife. Who's a cook. You're a farmer. You're planting seeds. You have 2 kids. And you're euphoric due to inebriation, happy near a waterfall. I would honestly say that you're a pretty good dwarf. All right, now with that aside, True Freak, do you know who we're giving a dwarf to? Or do we have to figure that out still? Chow not found? All right, so chat, what kind of dwarf does Chow not found get? Personally, because of name, I think some sort of cook. I mean, we do have plenty of those. But what do you think? What do you guys think, chat? Why is Monka S banned? Because I don't like it. That simple. Why is anything banned ever? It's usually because somebody doesn't like it. New second cook. Chat says cook, cook, cook. Okay. It's a pity I don't have an actual, like, chow dog, but find a happy cook. So, chow not found. Do you want a bearded dwarf or a beardless dwarf? The werebeast is named beardless. Alrighty. First happiest beardless cook. There you go. That's a happy beard cook. Beardless cook. Chow 404. And cook not found. All right, so cook not found, aka Chow 404, is 91 years old, healthy, Grandmaster cook. She is impervious to the effects of stress after being caught in the rain in the year 250, does not often feel envious of others and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and is slow to anger and does not often feel lustful. She tends to not be swayed by the emotions of others and she is often nervous. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself and she is grateful when others help her out and she tries to return favors. She often touches others during conversations when she's nervous and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and she does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and values honesty and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Doesn't particularly value loyalty and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes tin, sapphire, and clown loach bone. And clown loach bone, and the colored chestnut, and warhammers, and tables, and cats for their aloofness, and fungi woods for their fine grain. And the words of the meditation of orbs, and the sound of the amethyst rhythm, and the mellow intricacy, and when possible prefers to consume sailfin molly, and bambara ground nuts, whatever in the world that is. Frog for Hire, thank you very much for the 23rd month. It's almost been 2 years, holy shit. And absolutely hates snails. Dun 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 dun. Well, nail. Siege. Also, somebody wants to move in. Hello? What are you? So an elven bard wishes to sing for us. Do we let the elf come in and sing? They've probably been booted out. And to be fair, the dwarves in this world were best friends with the elves until they just decided they wanted to murder all of us. I'm gonna say yes. Okay, where's this force that is violent dark? Oh! Oh my god, they're adorable! They're gonna kill us with cuteness. It's the fucking hamsterman! The hamsterman return! At least they didn't send chinchillas this time. I'm sorry, this is the cutest goblin faction I've ever fought. Oh no, what are they gonna do? Look at us? They're so cute. Oh, these little adorable little bastards are here to kill us all. Oh no, there's also an actual human. Maybe before this is actually like a massive siege and we're all fucked. What livestock did I manage to loot in raids? A couple of grizzly bears and a few horses. Someone play hamster dance? Unfortunately, I can't play that on stream, but you can play it on your own end. Maffle is first. A few other soldiers are behind. Maybe I'm being a little bit too ambitious with this. You wish they could dig through walls? Wait for the siege update. Maybe 2 years from now. Planned feature. I think there was also a mod that makes them do that at one point. I don't know if it has been updated for this version. Mathal, the future hamster slayer? Has Mathal slayed hamsters in the past? Nope, just an elf. Snatchers, protect the children. That's a lot of snatchers. Oh shit, they're human snatchers. What a multicultural goblin faction. It would be a shame if I just murdered them all. Fighting with a goblin. See Kogon, Vestot, all running up. The fighting begins. Mr. Adorable's over here and falls over very quickly. Mr. Adorable number 2. I didn't even turn off the burrow. There's just no reason to. No, the snatchers were humans. Where did that soldier go? Layagushka is running in. The future hamster slayer. Very happy about putting on an exceptional item. Fighting down on the bottom here. Make us proud. Go kill the adorable. Dodge the bolts. Dodge another bolt. Look at them. They're so cute. And you run past them. Dude, they're south. I know that you're dodging bolts, but what are you, the distraction? Are you having trouble seeing through your helmet here, dwarf? Seems like the hamsters are just like chilling in the middle, just shooting their bolts, or assuming they're using bolts. Terrified while in conflict, the brave hamsters fend off the dwarves as best they can. The dwarves appear to be splitting due to poor management or something, which is typical. There's Kib. Here comes the militia captain, Kodal. I'm pretty sure all these dwarves have lost their nicknames. And did they just not see them? Like, what the... Guys, you're supposed to kill the hamsters. Pickmaster Honk, Commander Honk seems to understand this. Okay, guys, you're... There you go. I swear, if anybody dies to a hamster, you are booted from the military permanently forever. That's it. And Sarge, they're too cute. Well, sure there's like some sort of Full Metal Jacket reference I can make out of that, but I'm not going to. I swear, if a single soldier dies from that siege, I will just be very disappointed. What if the hamster gave them rabies? That's a hamster, man, not a hamster. So, bright side is I now know where hell is. Issue is, well, I might know where hell is, but I still have to, like, you know, get through it. Or go around it and mine out the adamantine. Cook's been missing for a week. Right, yeah, because you caught fire, right, dwarf? Alright, well, let's go memorialize a few more dead, because there's been a lot of those today. Ghosts do I have? Okay, that dwarf's there. Can just plop down. If there's any others I can plop down? No, not currently. Oh yeah, I trapped the demons in the demon room. So I've got 2 DF idea videos out of this, which is kind of rad, actually. The first DF ideas video is going to be crushing demons with boulders, and then the second one is going to be how to dig into hell safely. Very efficient day. And I also have a DF News video to make, I guess, out of that blog post. So, chat, I've been streaming for 10 hours. And considering I'm on about 5 hours sleep, I think I did pretty good. I don't know about you, but I think we did pretty good. How to kill a hamster with a sharp, pointy stick. Chat, say goodbye, YouTube. So before I do anything else, shoutouts to you guys. You guys made today awesome. Together we have sold, I'm actually going to go get the actual number. Together we have sold